Out of Cruel Space, Part 226, Love and Longing. She wakes up but doesn't open her eyes. Strong arms around her, soft, soothing breathing. Vernon's awake too. He snores when he's deeply asleep. It had thrown her off and confused her the first few times, but now it was comforting. Knowing he was right there was a comfort. Knowing that he was not only there, but trying to allow her to rest more fully was sweet. "Good morning," she whispers to him and is pulled in closer. "Good morning." He returns and makes no move to get out of the bed and just holds her closer. "Anything special you want to do today?" She lets her thoughts drift and consider. There's some training happening in the Empress's castle. All princesses are invited to refine their skills so as to better serve should war be upon us. "So you'd like to have the other princesses burning with rage as I'm cheering you on?" Vernon asks, and Miro Noir starts giggling into him at the idea. "It won't take long to make a banner for me to wave as you fight." "Oh, Vernon," she gushes as she cuddles into him. She can imagine it. There wouldn't be much jealousy, not as much as Vernon's implying, at any rate. It was rare for a princess to be unmarried, let alone unmarried as long as she was. It was even rarer for a princess to not be the first wife in the marriage. So many people would be there to be shown off. Although, well, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? After so many girls tittered up their sleeves about her being the matchless, and now, a man all her own, a soldier, a scholar, a sweetheart, a Veraslo. Oh yes, she's going to be bringing her Vernon to the training circle. After all, there isn't any other princess that has her man all to herself. "What are you thinking of, my love?" Vernon asks gently, and she sighs in happiness. "Oh, nothing. Just that it would be fun to have you there as I go to train. After all, you learn so quickly and fully with all you see. No doubt you could teach everyone a few things," she remarks. "I could also grow a tree near the circle so the other sorcerers could watch. Or am I the only one you want there? I could get an entire team to cheer you on if you want." "Oh no, you're all I need," she replies as she finally opens her eyes to look up at him. His eyes are open as well, and there's a gentle smile on his face. "Good morning," he says again, and she can't help the smile as her heart flutters again. She stretches just a little and kisses him on the chin. "Good morning. I think we should get up, or we'll spend the whole day cuddling." Lord forbid something so horrible happens. Vernon teases as they both sit up. His eyes are instantly away from her to look towards the incubator pod in the corner. All the readings are completely stable as their eggs are kept at the perfect temperature, pressure, and atmospheric composition. "Still a little nervous?" she asks him, and he nods. "I will never not worry for and want to improve the lot of our children. You'll be a wonderful father, don't you worry. You have all the little warnings and monitoring devices cued into your communicator, and you've already outright woodwalked back the moment you got a false alarm. If you're even half as attentive when they hatch, I'll have to worry about you spoiling them rotten. You know you can spoil someone sweet as well," Vernon counters, and she giggles in amusement at the idea. "Oh, you would try that, wouldn't you?" Miro Noir reacts to his threat as she stands upright out of their shared bed. She stretches upwards and feels the sleepiness leave her before a warm hand catches her tail by the tip. It's quickly joined by another tracing warm lines up its fine scales, and she shudders in delight before regaining her senses. "Not now, Vernon. We have a day ahead of us." She chides him, and there's a twist of axiom, and he's suddenly beside her. There was perhaps a fraction of the amount of axiom normally needed for a teleport. His talent in keeping his axiom profile small, even while actively using it, was growing so swiftly that before the year's end, she assumes he'll simply not make any noise, no matter what kind of skill or sorcery he weaves in the axiom. And that level of skill, of stealth and ability, would be terrifying in the hands of anyone other than her Vernon. She wasn't totally sure that she could trust herself with that kind of power. The temptation. "What wrong?" Vernon asks. He and she smiles at him. "Just worrying about nothing. My mother says it's normal at this stage." "That would explain a lot about my own thought process. I'll get breakfast started. You take all the time you need," he says, kissing her on the cheek, and she sighs. It may officially be over, but the honeymoon was still just getting started. As she's freshening up the last few touches of her face in the mirror, She pauses and examines the incubator through the reflection. Vernon had been all but dancing on pins and needles for how nervous he was when she first laid them. He had all but physically consumed a small library worth of books and had accidentally stumbled into hardcore kink porn trying to look up videos on how to help her with the process. She had laughed so hard that she almost pushed them out early. Everything was going right. Her little niggling worries were fading away as she just basked in the romantic epic she had suddenly found herself in. One that was reciprocal. Vernon had confided in her that this seemed too good to be true from his angle as well. Apparently on Earth, people like him didn't get this kind of happiness. She'd done a touch of personal research to find that he was exaggerating a little. After all, how could a species so open to affection and love on such a grand scale not understand such deep love? The stories that were being told about them, how much attention they lavished on their wives, is something out of a storybook. Breakfast is a simple but satisfying affair with a few small sauces on Vernon's plate to help him enjoy it all the more. But they do have a day to get to, so they quickly finish up and Vernon freshens up himself. He's always dressed so practically. It's what he finds most comfortable, and yet it ties in so well to him being a sorcerer, it's almost comedic. His big stompy combat boots and the digital camouflage pants clash and yet complement her expressive red gowns. The color offsets perfectly and the practicality offsets the prestige. His stark black t-shirt offsets all the color of her gown just as well. "Shall we?" he asked, holding out his hand to her as they walk out the back door and he steps onto the grass. "I believe we shall. The training is in the western courtyard." Miro Noir answers and Vernon kisses her on her gloved hand, and the world seems to dissolve into flower petals. The world reshapes into the enormous gardens right next to the training circle. Miro Noir can't help but gasp. She hadn't known that the gardens here were connected to the dark woods. Vernon smiles at her and gives her a wink with a smile. "How much of—" she begins to ask, and he puts a finger to her lips. "Don't worry. There is no danger so long as the Empress remains worthy of your loyalty," Vernon assures her, and her heart flutters while there's also a slight feeling of worry. He would face the Empress for her? Of course he would. It's her Vernon. He walked away from a title just because he couldn't trust himself in the presence of one who had insulted her. This may be interesting. Some of the princesses could have cruel tongues. He takes his finger away and pecks her on the lips, and as he pulls back, she leans in, and the kiss is extended as her arms find their way over his shoulders and he holds her gently around the waist. Time melts away and the kiss breaks off and she rests her head against his strong chest. "My oh my, that is you, Miro Noir." A voice interrupts them, and both Miro Noir and Vernon turn to regard Leonard, Miro Noir's senior war princess by 10 tournaments. "I must say you've developed an interesting taste in men. What's the matter? Too hungry to be more discerning? Not able to catch or lure a proper apuk? Do you want to kill her, or shall I?" Vernon asks Miro Noir too lightly for Leonard to catch, and she can't help but break into giggles. "Oh? Is something funny?" Leonard demands. "Only that deformity on your skull, madam. Excuse us," Vernon says as he leads Miro Noir away from Leonard and out of the garden. "Deformity? What deformity? Hey, come back here, you tret buffoon, and tell me what deformity," Leonard shouts after them, and Miro Noir fights down the urge to laugh as Vernon grins nastily. "That Sir Philip is an awful influence on you, my love." Miro Noir chides him as she forces down the giggles. "By awful you mean wonderful, I hope. There are so many little things I would never catch on to without his guidance," Vernon says happily. The moment they step out of the garden, there's almost a complete change in environment. The last flowering tree is crossed, and they're instantly in an open field, with the training circle ahead and beyond it, a beautiful view of the ocean beyond. There are small flocks of sailing boats being powered by the wind, some for fishing, others for play, and some more for sweet rendezvous between Apuk women and their beloved husbands. Of course, that could just be her own happiness, coloring things. A happiness that only grows as a pale-skinned Apuk with dark hair and a blue gown races up. "Miro Noir, oh my heavens, it's so good to see you." "Jaunt, oh, it's so good to see you again." Miro Noir gushes, rushing ahead and embracing Jaunt. They kiss each other on the cheeks and hold each other's hands and step back for a more appropriate distance. But there's a clear spark in Hilgjut's eyes. Good goddess Mironoir, you were just looking for the perfect moment, weren't you? An exotic sorcerer soldier for a husband, and all for yourself. If you told me you were looking for an entire planet made of axiom ride, I would have had an easier time thinking you could find such a thing. I'm so happy for you, Hilgjut gushes. Oh, thank you, Hilgjut. I was worried that some of the other princesses would be spiteful about this, especially after Lilngora tried to. Oh, don't you worry about that bitter tit. She pushed to become a princess, to stand out to her husband, and had to full-on fight her sister-wife for position of first wife after the tournament. She tries so hard to get everything to happen the way she wants it. Ah, jealousy. Something you must inspire a great deal of my love. I'm shocked I didn't see it sooner, Vernon notes as he walks up. And look at you. Oh my, me. The rumors are true. The grounds are bursting into flower in your footsteps. All the way back to the gardens, I had heard that sorceress visitors tend to arrive through it, but I hadn't seen it before. So it is known that the gardens are connected to the wood? Oh my, yes, Miro Noir. I understand that you served as roaming eyes for the Empire as you went from world to world, and good on you for doing so. But as I stayed behind, I held a few shifts as guardian in the palace. You learn many wonderful things here. One of the Empress's ancestors, a great-uncle I believe, was a sorcerer, and he planted the garden as his little home away from home. Or rather, his home in his niece's home. It's not a surprise in the slightest that the garden is connected to the dark forests, or the wood as those who spend so much time with sorcerers know it as. So you have nothing to worry about, my love. That's good to... Vernon begins before a hand grabs him on the shoulder and spins him around to be eye to eye with Lilngora. I asked you a question, Tret. What deformity? She snarls at him, and he snarls right back. The twisted mind that would prompt such foul behavior from one that should know better? I thought it obvious. Vernon hisses at her as blades of grass start to curl over and grab at her shoes. You impertinent little... Lilngora's breath has bright green sparks in it as her fists clench. I've got a full foot on you, shorty, Vernon snarls. Okay, let's play nice, shall we? We're all citizens in good standing here. No need to change that for the worse. Hilgjut says, getting between the two and forcing both to take a step back. Vernon, it's supposed to be me getting into fights today. Although I must say, when we get back home tonight, we may be doing another kind of fighting entirely if this keeps up. Mira Noir whispers to Vernon as she considers the incubation pod back at home. If he keeps trying to defend her, there may be call for a second one soon. Out of Cruel Space, Part 2, 127. Ch.226, Herbert's 100, Harem. Herbert just stared in stunned silence at the doctor. He wasn't the only one. Ambassador Halela was stunned silent. Sir Philip was smirking, the unflappable bastard. Admiral Cistern is also unaffected, as is the scientist. But Dr. Arwaka has outright fainted, which is really weird to see, in a centaur lobster woman the size of a Labrador as she's just sort of slumped down like a puppet with cut strings. Congratulations are in order, young man. I believe this is a galactic record, Sir Philip says without disrupting the general sense of numbness in the room. Suffice to say, the field test of the cream was a complete success, Admiral Cistern says softly. A complete success is about as massive an understatement as you can make, Admiral Cistern. 100 suns is another matter entirely. It's completely unprecedented, Ambassador Halela says in a completely stunned tone. Then all 100 of his wives suddenly scream. Herbert slams his hands over his ears to blunt the high-pitched squealing and sounds of both delight and confusion. It takes a while for it to calm down. Massive understatement is just about all that can be said about anything that can be said about the situation. Most cultures, economies, and religions turned around on the fact that men were rare. Why hadn't it already been done? It's stranger the more he considers it, and his mind churns on the problem. There is no reason whatsoever for there to be so few men if a technology like this is so simple. There's no way that humans are the first race to be able and willing to make such a thing. There were stories about failed cloning enterprises for buying men. So why wasn't there an artificial induction of men into the galaxy at large? It didn't make sense. He needs to start asking more questions. He had been so busy training, socializing to make sure that his marriage would be happy, and going on actual missions that he hadn't had time to actually ask a question like this before. It actually bothered him somewhat that he hadn't thought of this before. It takes a minute for the girls to calm down, and he slowly uncovers his ears before glancing around to see if there would be a renewal of the screaming. "Excuse me, Ambassador Halela." "Yes? Why is my sheer number of sons such a rarity? Surely there's enough scientific and axiom-based knowledge to force male births, isn't there?" Herbert asks, and there's a pause before a fair number of his wives burst into laughter. "What? It's just not done. It's not even considered beyond as a treat one way or another. Every girl thinks about it now and again, but in all practicality, it's just not." "Why not?" Admiral Cistern asked, picking up on the strange thread. "Well, I don't mean to be rude, but..." Ambassador Halela drifts off and Admiral Cistern raises an eyebrow. "Ma'am, I'd rather be told the truth than pointlessly flattered. Just say it, please." "Because it's just not done. Men are valuable because they're rare. Furthermore, every time some girl tries to make more, it just ends in disaster because no one's ready for there to be so many men. This little event is a record, but it's a record because at no point was there some grand conspiracy. It was all just a kind gesture to your soldier. Of course, once the initial excitement is over, or even before there's likely to be muckrackers and rumor mongers trying to paint this as some form of terrible incident. So why was it all laughed at? Because one of the first ways a girl of the galaxy is taught math and how rarer things are more valuable is that men are used as the example. It's like asking them basic addition and acting confused when they think it's a joke. Sir Philip replies and Herbert gives him a look. Now, while you've been busy keeping your brides happy, I still have a job to do. There's a great deal I need to know to help our good Admiral in his diplomatic affairs." "Thank you, Philip," Admiral Cistern remarks in a somewhat tart tone of voice. "So the basic education of the galaxy teaches that it is foolish to try and create many more men for the purpose of profit. Yes, not to mention the several failed attempts that made things worse. Not to mention it's just normal in the galaxy. There are several religions that even believe that any attempt to alter this is a danger to not just the culture, but the very soul of the galaxy. The Church of the True Mother foremost among them. Wait, wasn't that the religion of those loonies that shot up the..." Herbert asks for the sake of appearance. He's very familiar with the Church of the True Mother and had even been working on axiom tricks designed to fool their censors in his free time. It was a good mental exercise, if nothing else. And if it bore fruit, then it would have practical use for himself and the others in the intelligence division. Yes, they've always been a fringe group by trying to ensure that things which are natural must be enforced, forgetting entirely that wearing clothing, farming crops, ranching beasts, speaking a unified language, space flight, houses, and many other things are unnatural, and therefore by their logic something they shouldn't indulge in. Ambassador Halela explains and Herbert snorts. Yes, I had noticed some logical flaws in their philosophical outlook. Also the fact they don't seem to understand why they're so unpopular when they're so aggressive in trying to force their views on others, Sir Philip remarks, and the little jab goes right over Ambassador Halela's head. Anyways, while you will be on partial duty due to paternal responsibilities, you will still be expected to report in and be on call, if not active duty, for at least half the week. Understand, soldier? Sir, yes, sir, Herbert says, rising up and coming to a parade ground salute. There are some cheers from his wives behind him, and a few more as Admiral Cistern returns it. Admiral Cistern, Sir Philip, and the few scientists from the Dauntless leave with a folder left behind for Herbert. The vast majority of his children, be they in the egg or in the womb, are human boys. But there are several Yaoya boys coming in and a half-dozen Zayden boys. From the looks of things, their weight was significantly higher than average, but were healthy due to their mothers eating nutrient paste. A sort of a catch-all dietary supplement that made sure you had every possible bit of nutrition in such a way that excess would be flushed out. It was safe for the consumption of children and pregnant mothers and seemed to be working, but the girls were eating large amounts of it to stave off the weird cravings. After all, suddenly craving foods you not only have never eaten before, or even know the names of is baffling. Thankfully, it's a well-understood problem the galaxy over, as there are many mixed families and nutrient pastes of all kind have come and gone. But all modern versions were able to bring all the vitamins, minerals, and all the other little things you need for any kind of race. Some need more, some need less, but it's all in there. The downside of the stuff is that it's not very filling or very calorie dense. But that's what junk food is for. Lots of calories and tasty treats, but little else. That the galaxy has cracked dietary needs to the point you could live off of pizza, and the occasional tube of paste is fascinating. Although the question of whether it's the result of it being something highly demanded or as a side effect from a more reasonable invention or intention is probably one with a more mundane answer. In all likelihood, it was a survival thing that became common. It was useful enough that he had the tablet version in his gear. The nutrient tabs were so dry that they seemed to actively suck the moisture out of him. But squeezing moisture out of the air for consumption is easy enough. Not that he's had much call for it, but survival training was a big part of what he was up to. Just in case things went completely pear-shaped and he had to go to ground for a while. He had even memorized the standard floor plan for the lowest levels of a Centris spire were, just in case he needed to vanish or help someone else disappear. He also was planning a few drop points among the bases of the spires just to be certain, and the survival tabs were part of the plan. In fact, he would be soon starting one on a religious spire so that in case he needs to extract someone, he can get there and have enough munitions in order to get them out of just about anything. He had let his mind wander a bit. It was a bad habit when he was focused, something he still tried to push out. He supposed it was because this was a place of safety for him. Once a man was thoroughly married, then an arrangement system was one of the safest and most stable parts of the galaxy. They do not put up with nonsense in their jurisdictions. What are you going to name them all? Ambassador Halela asks, and Herbert looks up with a 1,000-mile gaze. You do need to consider it. Traditionally, men name their sons. Wait, is that why everyone used the cream? Is that it? No one wanted to have to think up the name? He jokingly accuses the girls, and there's a swell of giggles as the joke flies around. Well, you do have to think about quite a bit. Not to mention, the mothers and sisters and cousins are likely soon to visit and celebrate. Granted, the entire situation is still a bit of a mess, but that shouldn't be too much of a problem. They will be arriving to help after all. Are the early years an issue for all races? I've read that apex races have the most rambunctious children, but it can't be all that bad, can it? Herbert asks. Imagine if the baby could camouflage itself almost flawlessly at will, or climb straight up a wall, Ambassador Halela asks, and Herbert blinks a few times. I'm going to need to put bells on them or some kind of tracking bracelets. Herbert realizes, and there's some giggles. But really, I'm going to need some help to figure out all their names. After all, I have no idea of a respectable name in a human language could come out as crass or rude in another. Generally, the answer is yes. No matter what you say, you can be sure that some foreign language has that specific combination of sounds as something absolutely foul. It's why galactic trade is in all the official documents, something we can all understand and speak. Okay, Madam Ambassador, but perhaps names that are respectable in both human terms and the terms of the Zedin and Yaya? A much easier proposition. A good one even. Ambassador Halela remarks before thinking. I do actually have something for you. In spite of our rocky start, your marriage has proven to be an excellent tie to humanity and the undaunted. You and your kind have a near obsession for sticking your nose in all the wrong places, but also the right ones. I wouldn't have been able to clean house if not for you. Ma'am, we were out to poke the beehive and got exactly what we were asking for, a bit more than expected. But there is nothing you need to feel ashamed for. Maybe, but there have been multiple benefits. You haven't been following things too closely on the political scale. He had and knew what was coming up. But there has been a fair number of political boons and agreeable negotiations that began shortly after the events that had you married. I find it very unlikely that my marriage made those deals for you. Because it wasn't, but it was a contributing factor. He had been made to study the whole thing and figure out where things tied together. By the time he was done with the yarn and corkboard, he had a mess that made him look like a conspiracy theorist, but had been given a passing grade from Sir Philip. The biggest win was her managing to get tariffs with a nearby extension of the Meccan Reach down by 1.5%. Not something to make frontline news, but it would encourage more trade and produce a lot more money in the long term. It had already paid for itself with increased traffic in the span of 3 months. It did make for some wonderful conversation as the deals were being made, though. Ambassador Layla remarks, as she holds out a pair of small books for Herbert. Popular boys' names for Yaoya and popular boys' names for Zedden. He reads off the covers. Thank you, this will help sort things out a bit. If I may offer a suggestion? Certainly. Consider mixing the races. Your family is of humans, Dzedden and Yaoya. So mix it up a little. Oh, my head. I could have sworn I just had the weirdest dream. The whimperous Dr. Arwaka notes as she rises up with a moan. Wait, what was the dream about? Ambassador Halela asked curiously. Somehow, a man had 100 sons with 100 wives and Dr. Arwaka trails off as she looks around and sees Herbert with all his wives behind him. He offers her a little wave, and a great many of his wives do the same. Oh, the doctor slumps again, and Herbert dives forward and catches her, before her falling to the side causes her to hit her head. She has a surprisingly delicate constitution for a doctor. Out of Cruel Space Part 2, 28. Iraq and Roll, Shadows of Centris. The Knee Cutter Society was fully gathered. Their many eyes and ears were reporting in, and their faces and forms all concealed by their wide and breezy robes. It was their duty, their right to ensure that the head of the Knee Cutter Society cannot help but stare. The guardswomen at the entrance. Their stomachs were stretched out so far that it was shown on the robes. Little bulges outward beyond their breasts. On both of them. Both. She wasn't sensing danger, but there was something up. She holds up her hand and points to the guardswoman at the entrance. You there, you breakers, come forward. The head of the Knee Cutter Society calls out, and both guards turn with surprise coloring their presence. Approach the council. Black robes rustling both guardswomen slowly walk up, clearly making a point to not trip over the robes in question. They both give their spears a little clip in unity as they come to attention in front of her. Their prominent stomachs are even more pronounced up close. Lady Knee Cutter? The left guard asks after a moment. What are those? She demands, pointing to their bulging guts. Our robes? The right guard asks. No, I don't see any stains. I think she means our stomachs. The left guard supplies. Oh, we're pregnant, the right guard announces happily. Pregnant? How could they be pregnant? She was the head of the Knee Cutter Society and she didn't. Oh, they probably bought an insemination procedure. And what made it seem like a good idea to pay the sperm bank a visit when you're working as active guards? I assure you both that you're not here for decoration. You will be called upon to protect us should intruders emerge. I'm aware, milady, but we… The left guard begins. We've been fucking our husband. The right guard chimes out, and the left one puts a hand to her head. Nita, she didn't need to know that. But Nika, it's awesome. We're going to be moms, and it's going to be different from our mom and dad with… Nita's boasting is cut short as Nika reaches out and holds her free hand against her sister's mouth. You two are married? The head of the Knee Cutters demands. This could not be. She was the head of this organization. She was beautiful, smart, and wealthy. How could she be single while the dregs of the Knee Cutters were getting married? Well, the left guard Nika trails off, clearly reading the situation, a skill which dumb muscles should not have, and the head of the Knee Cutters grows even more furious. Get out, she snarls down at them. What? The left guard, Nita asks. Get out! I will not have my guards fraternizing and putting everything we build at risk. How dare you both get married? How dare you compromise our security by spilling secrets as some idiot bimbo man pumps you full of his spawn? Get out! But, out! You two whores are excommunicated from my… Her rant is cut off when something slams into the door outside and everything goes quiet. Fine, we're fired, Nika says, showing a respectable level of spite as she throws down her spear. Her sister does the same, but only after giving her a baffled look. Hold on, that could be dangerous. You just fired us. We're not the guards here anymore. You don't have protection anymore, and we are out of here. Come on, sis. Let's get out of these ugly robes and see who can appreciate a mother's touch in the protection business, Nika says, pulling off the robe and tossing it onto the dropped spears. Nita quickly follows. The dark-haired sister wobbles a bit off balance before putting a hand on her stomach. She and her sister were both in comfortable pants and shirts that stretched over their stomachs and did nothing to hide the fact that not only were both women very pregnant, but with multiple babies, as is normal for Metak. But the head of the knee cutter shouts as there's a knock on the door. Who is it? Nita calls out. Nika sighs in frustration. Me, a deep, rumbling voice answers. It's like sweet candy on velvet and sends naughty imaginings through their minds and down to the nethers. Hubby, Nita shouts with glee and rushes to what's supposed to be a hidden doorway as Nita stares. But we never told him where we guarding, Nika protests out loud. Hey there, little thing. How are you and our three doing? Koa asks as Nita opens the door. Crouched in the frame is the massive and imposing form of Koa that Nita hugs by sheer reflex before standing up on her tiptoes to kiss him. We just got fired, Nita says, and his eyebrows go up. Really? Is it something I did? He asks, scanning the room. Yup. What? He asks in surprise, clearly having not expected that answer. Me and Nika, Nita says, and he pauses, passes it through his mind, and then smiles. So you're fired for being pregnant? I'd say that's illegal, but this little get-together is strictly off the books as I understand it. Yay, so we'll need another one, Nita says as Nika walks up in both amusement and annoyance. But you have like 5. Surely this one wasn't the big payer, Koa remarks calmly. Hey, what's going on over there? Another man's voice sounds out. My girls were fired for being pregnant, Koa shouts back. What? That's messed up. I thought this galaxy was sympathetic to that. How did you find us? We never told you where we were going. Did you put a tracer on us someday? Nika asks, and the Knee Cutter Society is galvanized into motion. So, the humans of the Undaunted are here to stop us. You've subverted our guards and dare to reveal your hand to. No, a third male voice says simply. What? Your treachery and duplicitous nature is obvious. You are all completely unconcerned with your organization. Heck, we actually approve of most of what you do when you actually do something other than stand around in robes and act like you matter. The third voice says, and Koa chuckles. Damn, Reggie, Koa says around his laughter. Wait, you support us? Your main concern is making sure that smaller races have spaces for them in public areas by inconveniencing larger races in ways that can be easily turned around. Doesn't bother us at all and actually makes a lot of sense. You don't have to do the whole secret entrance, robes and guards deal. You're a group of concerned citizens, not a cult. You don't need to do the secret society shtick. What's a shtick? Nita asks. Never mind, Koa says. Anyways, I was swinging by because you two forgot to pack your lunches, and I thought you might like to head over for a meal with us. Amity here is going to be cooking some experimental dishes with his wives, and Reggie's meeting up with Shireen when she hits her lunch break. Sure, that sounds great, Nika says with a smile. Hold, you think you can come in here? I'm literally still outside. And spy on our most august organization? Spy on? Your couriers were throwing data chips about it at us like confetti. It started well before I even met my girls, Koa says before unclipping a pouch from his belt. See this? This is full of all the little data chips that were given to me, or I've almost stepped on today. All of them are at least partially full of information from one secret society or another. What? The head of the Knee Cutter Society asks in shock. Yeah, the only reason secret societies are a secret on Centris is that no one bothered to look into them. Even then, you idiots are throwing entire libraries worth of information at us and acting like it's going to keep you a secret somehow, Koa mutters. Anyways, if you're done with my girls, then that's fine. I'll just be taking them out of here and going to lunch. With that, he reaches in and pulls both Nita and Nika out of the hidden lair of the Knee Cutter Society and closes the hidden door. What just? The head of the Knee Cutter Society asks in shock. Gaining distance from the poorly hidden lair of the Knee Cutter Society is Koa carrying Nita and Nika under his arms as Nita giggles, and Nika tries to hold hers back. Right behind him, Amadi, who casually weaves an illusion that he fades as best he can into the local axiom flows, so it's even harder to notice. Through it, he can see the head of the Knee Cutter Society open the door and stare out, only to see an empty street. So what do you think the odds of some new secret society being born out of this stunt are? 2 to 5? Maybe 50-50? Amadi asked with a grin. You do have a point. They may just double down. Reggie remarks as he rubs the stubble on his chin. And that will lead to all kinds of silliness. Either way, the intelligence division will have some more entertainment, Amadi says before grinning. Speaking of entertainment, can you tell us what's up in our oncoming meals? Nothing too fancy. The girls have ordered some mass cloned beef to add to their menu, so I'm going to show them all the levels to cook a steak at. They usually go for cooking everything all the way through for the sake of completion, but with beef on the menu, they hope to attract some Canador guests. Hey, keep up you two, especially you Amadi. Hard to have lunch without the chef present, Koa calls back to them, and there's a bit of a hurry. Right, well that means... Hey, why are we going to that refurbished bus? Nika begins as Koa stops right in front of Amadi's skybus. It's just easier to have all this already. Besides, you two don't want to have to squeeze into Koa's skycutter, do you? Amadi asks. Why did you buy a skycutter anyways? I figured you for more of a air spear kind of person, Nika asks as she and Nita are set down into a seat and Koa takes the one right behind them. The cutter is closest to an actual motorcycle. Not to mention, I prefer to sit while driving, and leaning back is nice too. Koa replies as Amadi revs up the engine, and Reggie sits down and pulls out a technical manual from out of his coat. Still going through that? Yep. I like to know how the vehicle I'm in is put together. Also, I'm trying to puzzle out how to fill in the blank spots. Blank spots? Nita asks. Axiom lets you do all kinds of things. One of them is take shortcuts in engineering and design. I'm trying to figure out how to make an Airbus without Axiom. It's not easy, but it is a good way to pass the time if nothing else. Yay, if he had an actual chance of cracking, that he'd have been poached by the research department by now, and they'd have sewed him into a lab coat. True enough, Reggie says with a bit of a rueful grin. All right, then, so do either of you girls have any special cravings? We've been wanting something, but we don't know what, Nika says before sighing. We've been using nutrition paste to make up for it. It makes the cravings go away, but then you're left with the question of what was it you wanted? So nothing special then. Only that new thing we were told about. What was it? Beef. It's a red meat from a hoofed herbivore back on Earth. A cloning agency has been duplicating the meat so the galaxy can have a taste of human food without dying, and so humans can have a fresher taste of home than the freeze-dried mess we've been devouring. We've been using Axiom techniques to reconstitute things you know. They're in great shape, Koa says simply. Technically, but I swear I can taste that there's something old and off about it. The new stuff we're getting in isn't much better. I still can't place what that lizard thing tastes like, Amadi remarks with his tongue out as he joins the blurring fast traffic at the proper speeds. It had been freaking terrifying getting used to zipping around in this thing at these kinds of speeds. But damn if it didn't get them places in a hurry. Out of Cruel Space Part 2, 29, Harriet the Spy. Herbert was breathing heavily into his mic again, which tells her that he's thinking about the army of children he's having. She rolls her eyes. Oh, she can get being worried about having that many kids. She has a hard time figuring she would have that many. Ever. But parenthood is a daunting prospect. Still, he was still focused enough for him to quiet down as she taps the mic and continues on her way. This is one of the more concerning groups on Centris. They refer to themselves as the Society, which places them in the wonderful company of several 100,000 such groups with the same name. Their classification in the intelligence division was the Society at 21, the A is for alarming, and 21 in that there are just so freaking many, even after you pare down the ones that were jumped up country clubs or civilian interest groups with odd uniforms. Alarming designations are those that have the power or apparent will to do something. It meant it required attention. However, if it was a real problem, then it would be moved to I or immediate. There were a total of 3 the societies in I category. However, this one was a maybe. It had been investigating into undaunted affairs and pushing into areas that it shouldn't. Curiosity was to be expected. Over-eagerness was also to be expected. But these people had been digging into individual soldiers, and not in the almost cute looking for a boyfriend kind. So here she was, wearing the face of a middle-tier member of the Society A21 that she had drugged and left on her bed back home. Not that the face was needed, but if anyone looked too closely at the mask, they'd see that the face behind it was matching up regardless. It was just good sense to be thorough when it came to things like this. Her Axiom profile not only matching her covers, but also a semi-hungover state, made it so that many of the cultists wandered away from her. Which made sense. Loretta Weather was a grouchy sort at the best of times. When hungover, she was outright mean. She was just getting in, dropping an entire infestation worth of bugs, and then getting out while paying her dues to the society as Loretta would on her off days. "Someone's showing up at 6:30, Herbert whispers into his mic, and Harriet deliberately stops as if she has a headache and growls a little. Loretta's known to do it when her hangovers spike. Whoever's been coming up behind her stops abruptly and goes the other way. Why did this group of idiots trust this girl? She wasn't a guard or a knee breaker. She was a low-level clerk that drank like a fish and routinely got in trouble. She was a thug that wasn't in the job of a proper thug. She was acting as eyes and ears, and Harriet already had the girl's report. A report that had Herbert on edge and pissed off. It was a count of his children, who the mothers were, and who each of the mothers were attached to. The only reason it was being brought in was that this was all technically publicly available information being added to the census, and they needed to see where it was going and why. Sir Philip was also very interested in this state of affairs and was paying close attention as well. Hopefully, Harriet would be able to stay out of this madness, but with how obsessed the local girls were with finding a man and getting pregnant, she was likely to either be dragged into this by proxy or have to have a child or borrow someone's to keep her cover. Maybe adoption was possible. Only the youngest women weren't mothers, and it had a physical effect in this loony galaxy. Something to look into later. Right now, her main concern is stomping, then forcibly stopping her stomps, as she walks up to the leader of the Society of 21. She moves quickly before moving into a more deferential pose, miming out all the movements of someone miserable to be there as her presence lets it out. "Too many cresters again?" the leader asks, and Harriet affects a groan of both anger and assent. "Just hurry through your tasks and head home. No one wants your attitude." "Yes, illustrious leader," Harriet grunts out before turning around. "Do not slam that door." The leader hisses. The back of a toilet setup gets some, as does behind a mirror and a few door frames. The trick is to be thorough, but not over the top so that they don't get noticed due to sheer mass. They're disguised to look like little bits of debris left behind after a typical building repair and maintenance. The sort of things you brush to the side and forget about. "All followers of the Society, please report to the Chamber of Knowledge. There is much to discuss." The leader's voice rings out through the building, and Harriet frowns. She considers just leaving. Loretta's certainly prickly enough to do so, but she's here for information. So in spite of the increased danger, she goes for the auditorium, also known as the Chamber of Knowledge in the Society of 21. So with her in her stupid-as-hell red robes and black mask, she wanders into an entire swarm of girls like her. Her Axiom presence and body language gives her a decent berth around her, as no one wants to be in swinging range of a hungover Loretta. She has a reputation for that kind of thing. "My dear members, my glorious followers, we have our opportunity. The Undaunted are a strange and aggressive people, but we have an in. One of their members right here on Centris has had himself an entire brood of children. No doubt with just a few of these eggs, we would gain great advantage over this short-sighted fool among their number." "Make yourself scarce, I'm going to kill her," Herbert states coldly, and Harriet can hear him assembling a rifle through the communication. The leader's speech is going on to using one compromised soldier to compromise another in a daisy chain going up, and how they just need the leverage to make it happen. "Hold, soldier, a captive to interrogate is far more useful than a corpse. Sir Philip interjects, and there's a pause. Very well, but she's being taken out of power sooner rather than later, and definitely before she can make any kind of move against one of my kids. Hebert growls into the mic. Unclenched soldier, your agitation will make you imprecise. You need to be able to perform flawlessly, Sir Philip says, and there's a deep breath from Herbert. Harriet, we need you to get a tracer onto the illustrious leader. Then you need to get yourself ready for an entirely new performance. She's going to be your new face. Understood, Harriet whispers too lowly for anyone to catch over the leader's speech. She's turned it to speculation of forcing the soldiers into relationships with the society. It's a boyfriend hunting cult, an entire organization that's going to use kidnapping to force people to date them. How fucking unpleasant and ugly must these girls be to need a fucking cult to back them in order to get laid? As the noise builds up, she fakes a few winces, then starts skulking away, dropping a bug that she kicks into a corner to keep listening for her as she makes her way out of the cult headquarters. She's got more work to do. Redressed in civilian clothing, with her normal face out, Harriet pulls out her communicator and begins to talk openly. Hey there, little buddy. How's my idle baby brother doing? Translation, Herbert, report. Up and up, sis. The latest girl's really clingy. I'm not sure it's going to work out all that well. Translation, mission successful. I have the target. Requesting aid to transport. Oh boy, I'll come pick you up. Need anything? Translation, confirmed. On approach, further details? No, I'm all right, Herbert replies, and the call goes dead. There's a text just moments later giving her an address. She quickly gets the air car that was bought for her and drives over to the address, 3 spires over. There's a private garage that she pulls into, and as she turns off the engine, there's something that blurs from the shadow. A sudden registry of weight in the storage compartment in the back, and the shadow continues, unimpeded by physical objects, to coalesce into the seat beside her, and a case is set down. Mission complete. I got a lot out of her, Herbert says in the back seat, and she nods. He then lies down in the back and fades out of sight completely, but the car still registers his weight. She pulls out of the parking spot and, like nothing happened, drives away. It takes 4 hours to reach the Dauntless on the scenic route. She also flips the registration of the car a few times, shifts around who owns it until it lands on her normal human identity. So it makes complete sense for this completely normal, mass-produced vehicle to fly right up to and into the holding bay of the Dauntless. Herbert reappears in his full mission outfit, dark gray visor over midnight blue and black bodysuit with numerous tools and weapons strapped to it. Even without using Axiom or trying to be sneaky, he looks more like a shadow peeled itself off the ground and started to walk around than an actual person. Waver was neither here nor there. She was conspiring to attack the Undaunted. That was not about to let go of so easily. From a side room with a one-way window, Sir Philip and Harriet, along with several agents from the Intelligence Division, watch as Velocity outright flinches as Herbert marches into the room. Her jaw drops as he steps up to the opposite side of the table and sits down. He says nothing to her as his eyes bore into hers with enough intensity that he need merely draw in the Axiom to set her on fire. Harriet is staring as well. She's more in tune to Axiom emotions. It's still a skill she's mastering, but there is no mistaking the sheer, boiling hatred and a rage so black it seems to be eating the light around him. He's only glaring at her, but there's no mistaking the fact that at least part of him is going over all the steps required to skin her alive. Velocity grows more and more agitated and trying to back away despite being cuffed to the chair. She hits the back wall and tries pushing up against it as Herbert seems to be foregoing blinking as he glares. Miss Dubois, if you could be so kind as to go in there and rescue the poor girl? Sir Philip asks with a slight grin. Are you certain, sir? I think she could use a little more intimidation. Yes, however, I think her heart might stop at this rate. Hopefully, Mr. Jameson will be able to bring this level of intimidation when not personally involved in the situation later, Sir Philip says, and Harriet salutes the man before walking out of the observation room and then into the hallway before entering the interrogation room. Herbert does not turn, and she puts a hand on his shoulder. Take a break, soldier. I think she understands your displeasure now. Yes, ma'am, Herbert says, rising up while still glaring at Velocity and then turning all at once and marching out. 3 stomping steps and he's out of the room and gone. The squirrel woman lets out a big breath and just pants in her chair, with slight sobs to punctuate. I'm sorry about that. Humans get really touchy when their children are involved. He was trying to kill me. If he was going to kill you, then you would already be dead. He was the one that got into your home and brought you here. Why are you doing this? Velocity sobs into her hands as the reduction in stress breaks her down a little more. Oh well, that's easily explained, I'm afraid, Harriet answers while reaching into her pocket and pulling out her communicator. A few taps later, in Velocity's speech as the leader of the society, a 21 now, I-4, sounds out. Fortunately for you, we caught you early. You've only conspired to kidnap and extort a member of the Undaunted in good standing. If you had actually done it, then he wouldn't have knocked you out to take you prisoner. He would have. Actually, I'd rather not say, but needless to say, things would have been much, much more unpleasant. What do you want? The squirrel squeaks. Harriet pushes aside how appropriate such a thing is. Right now, I just want you to talk. Tell me about the society and what you plan to do with it. Out of Cruel Space, Part 2, 30. The Butler did it. The folder in his hands is an intriguing one, despite the fact that he had already gone through it several times. It was going to be the main body of a report to Admiral Cistern, but it was still something that was just plain odd. The cults and secret societies and dark gatherings and whatever silly name you insist on putting on them were all to the last fervently followed. It was not a question of if, but which organizations a native was part of. Even the incredibly mild and friendly Mother Clatterhoofs was part of several secret societies. On the surface, the entire planet was an utter cesspit of corruption and stupidity. Just below it, however, there was an air of almost wholesomeness, as the vast majority of these secret societies were simply clubs and friend circles rather than actual conspiracies. They merely acted the part. The whys of it was still beyond him. There were public advocacy groups, there were concerned citizens initiatives and volunteer organizations and open clubs. But there were also an obscene number of these secret societies that do the same thing, just less efficiently and with bizarre rules and dress sense. Often less efficient because they were secret with uniforms and bizarre rules. He says nothing as he enters Admiral Cistern's office, and then simply waits for him to finish with his latest bit of paperwork and official forms. It looks to be a requisition for salvage rights on abandoned space stations and their infrastructure from parts of the galaxy that are no longer close to the axiom lanes, as the large sections of energy somehow attuned to the concept of movement itself naturally move over large periods of time. Of course, moving the things would be a big problem, but from the look of the contract, there are several organizations looking to clean up space, as if that were a thing, and they would be paid to take and reuse the abandoned and forgotten stations. All in all, a slam dunk, albeit one that would take some time to be fully realized. Hello, Sir Philip. Thank you for not sneaking in today. I was under the impression that you were getting somewhat exhausted of my more boyish side. Sir Philip notes with a bit of a grin. It is important to feel young. Admiral Cistern says, before signing the last few pieces, it looks like a fair number of boys would be monitoring a series of tugs to drag the disused stations to be nearby Cruel Space, and then repaired. It would likely be a bit of a gold rush for Brua with its many technologically inclined young women looking for work. Here you are, sir. This is our mildly more comprehensive report on the sheer amount of conspiracy that this cesspit of a planet operates under. And here I thought the House of Lords was an overindulged Pardon. It's not placed to say, Sir Philip remarks as he hands the folder over. Red tabs are urgent. Yellow is worthy of notice, and green are merely more akin to window dressing than an actual threat of some kind. I see, Admiral Cistern says as he moves his paperwork into the outbox and opens the folder. There's an entire grouping based around religious organizations, I see. Yes, sir, religious schisms and mad zealotry are not unique to humanity. There are also numerous terror organizations that we've identified and anonymously reported before they could get off the ground. They're near the back of the urgent listing. I doubt we've seen the last of any of them. Sir Philip remarks, and Admiral Cistern remarks, a fair assessment. Organizations with more damaging goals are often organized in a cell-based manner. There are always at least one or two sleeper agents whose entire goal is to rebuild the cells if the main body's taken down. Admiral Cistern remarks as he flips through the red section. Several slave-taking organizations, known extortionists, terrorist cells, extremist offshoots of already extreme religions. You and your department certainly have quite the spread of entertainment laid out for you. Indeed, sir. Although I will be having our agents cut their teeth on the yellow and green societies first. Sir Philip remarks and Admiral Cistern nods. That's just good sense. You have to make sure they can at least swim before you throw them in with the sharks. Admiral Cistern notes. This one is under-neutralized. Yet it states that it was going to be targeting Agent Jameson. We've undertaken a decapitation strike, and while we have yet to have the justification to outright execute the leader, we were able to intimidate her fairly thoroughly. She will at the very least be having nightmares for several months and will likely be seeking counseling in the future. I see. I'm going to ask to not be told the details in case this becomes some kind of hot-button issue in the future. Otherwise, keep me up to date, please. Admiral Cistern orders and Sir Philip nods. Of course, sir. Excellent. Now, I would like to hear your recommendations for deep agents in areas other than Centris. It's only a matter of time until we get well and truly entrenched. But while this world is a political capital, it lacks the infrastructure and manpower to properly administrate the entire galaxy, meaning that we will need eyes in many places in order to properly understand the movements of the galaxy. Sir, even if every single human and every single as of yet unborn human child and human-blooded alien child were to be already recruited and fully trained as an infiltrator and spy master to my own level of expertise, there simply isn't enough of that for that scope of espionage, sir. I would care to remind you, sir, that the galaxy is very, very big. I am aware, but there are many, too many to be honest. But a fraction of the larger political nexuses in the galaxy might be doable. Admiral Cistern remarks, and Sir Philip wrinkles his nose as he tries to consider the sheer logistical nightmare that was presented to him. I must decline, sir. Even with the manpower and competence required, such a task would spread our resources and ability to respond to one another far too thin for any kind of practical use. Even our best entrenched and safest agents are effectively behind enemy lines in the midst of a war for all the resources and support they possess. Not an ideal circumstance for any infiltration cell. True enough, there's also the fact that there are extremely powerful individuals and organizations that are testing us. Granted, many of these tests seem to consist almost solely of observation. However, when that changes, there is going to be a great deal of problems to deal with. I suspect that the events that have created Sergeant Jasper Blue out of Sergeant Horace Blue's mental scan to be one such test. It is odd enough to likely be such a scenario. There is nothing to be gained from such a strange set of circumstances beyond sheer amounts of data. Sir Philip notes before shrugging ever so slightly. In all likelihood, there are numerous personal reasons why the events on Lacron have occurred the way they have occurred. If they wanted to see a human's reaction to such a scenario, then they would have cloned Sergeant Blue in his entirety and not simply placed a replication of his mind in another body. To get back on track, there are very few, if any, organizations with that level of power in this folder. In truth, everything we can place in the green section can more or less be safely ignored. Admiral Cistern notes as he rifles through them. In fact, we could possibly encourage some of our men to openly join a few of these. They're just special interest groups, concerned citizens, or outright hobbyists with a few more hoops to jump through. It would help with acceptance and integration. That would be a way to make our men more acceptable and sociable. We've circulated everyone out a few times, and most of our men have had relationships with the women. There's going to be a baby boom. Very soon, Sir Philip notes and Admiral Cistern nods. Yes, and while the galaxy may not expect men to take too much a part in the rearing of the children, I don't think the men will want to simply abandon their children. In fact, I can almost guarantee that they won't, as one of the major tests I placed on these men was psychological. These are good people with strong moral cores. They will want to be there for their children. All of that will then lead to a second generation and a greater acclimatization of the galaxy to human men. We will have to encourage a type of generational loyalty to bring in the children and grandchildren of our soldiers. Make it a rite of passage, Sir Philip suggests, and Admiral Cistern lets out a slight hum as he considers the situation. Something to consider, yes, but first we need to ensure that the Undaunted will last. We have some political power. It's mostly a gift from those who are pathologically compelled to help men. But there's also the fact we need to consider what to do when it wears thin. I've managed to secure plenty of stock in numerous companies. It's allowed us a great deal of bankroll and is easily paying the salaries of our soldiers in all of our research. But we must expand and grow. We need to stabilize and advance. If I may, sir? Sir Philip asks, and Admiral Cistern nods. There may be a methodology that might be of use. How familiar are you with the wealth distribution of the spires? Are we talking about from spire to spire, or the general trend on individual spires? The second, sir. The further down you go, the less natural light there is and the more room is taken up by the infrastructure for the upper spire. Lower and lower qualities of life until you reach vagrants, the homeless and widespread criminal enterprises on the lowest levels in the ground. Some even go deeper into the underground. The sheer strength of the pylons reaching into the ground leave little room for more beyond maintenance tunnels, but there are a great deal of urban legends about them. Most of them seem to be nothing more than rumor and speculation. Alligators in the sewers, sir? And stories of serial killers, lost civilizations, hidden treasure. Whatever kind of silly rumor you can think of, there's some kind of rumor of it. But back to your point, the further down a spire you are, the poorer you are in general. What about it? Are you suggesting we become a pipeline upwards? Just keeping your mind open to the possibilities. Many women down below live lives of desperation and could very easily be strong recruits. We don't get the highest quality recruits if we look in slums, Sir Philip. At the moment, sir, we need troops in general. We need a wider selection before we can afford to be picky. We won't get only battle-hardened pirate queens waiting for an excuse to go legitimate. Our men are trained to a standard that are very hard to replicate in the galaxy at large, with only warrior cultures and organizations being able to match us. We can't have only the elite, but we can encourage the dregs to polish up until they're at least acceptable. If our outreach in Zalwar is anything to go by, we first need to get past the assumption that we're operating nothing but a dating service with extra steps. We have, however, had a great deal of success in the male population, as many of them first see it as a strange men's club and then quickly grow to appreciate the purpose they find with us. Sir Philip remarks, and Admiral Cistern nods. That may almost be enough. Of course, it's unlikely that we're going to get a proper Undaunted out of every male recruit. But even if it's a single percentile of the men in an area, it's a significant enough number of them that we may very well have a proper army coming in. 1 in 10,000 people being part of the Undaunted may sound small, but it's an enormous recruiting pool. We can't do everything at once. The waiting may be excruciating, but it's an important part of building and growing an army. Sir Philip says, that is the issue. We know what we're doing, but there's so many not yets so far that it seems like we're getting nothing done. Time is the great enemy, no matter how much you have. Incidentally, sir, were you thinking of taking a restorative coma? I understand Lady Tickenped has been hinting at it. She has. I am intending to do so. However, I'm looking into a variant that allows me to remain as refined-looking as I am now. I don't want to become unrecognizable to my own sons. I understand, Sir Philip says as he considers things himself. He too has no desire to suddenly be a child again. After all, true maturity doesn't seem to start until 60. But the strength of youth with the refinement of age, it is tempting. He won't himself, at least not unless there is a need for it. Out of Cruel Space, Part 231, Not Exactly Hidden. Jeth dances back from his sister's grab with a grin on his face. She scowls and makes for another attempt to get his training sword. Unfortunately, while she easily has 100 pounds and 2 feet in height on him, it's also taken away her flexibility. That's the problem when you slowly mold your body to being the biggest and strongest you can manage you don't end up very quick. Her twin Min-Erla pushes in to help Mina-Erla, but two oversized and clumsy sisters grabbing at Jeth doesn't make things any easier for them. Should we be worried? Their mother asks Dale, who shrugs. We'll step in if things get out of hand, but a little roughhousing teaches competition and encourages self-improvement. It's a good thing at this stage, Dale remarks as he watches nearby. I see, Erla remarks somewhat wryly. He's doing fine. Dale assures her as the twins are joined by Erla, and she tries to tackle the increasingly slippery Erla and trips her sisters by accident, prompting Jeth to burst into laughter at the sight of all three of them tangled up together in a heap. Get him, Vidi shouts and Jeth dashes off. Play nice, Erla shouts after them as they rush deeper into the park. So now that we have some distance from the kiddies, is there anything you'd like to ask? Has he been eating well? I understand that you humans are not only omnivores but borderline poison immune. Mostly he's been eating local game that have been caught, butchered, and cooked that same day. We've made a point of ensuring that carnivores get all the meat they need, and those who need more plants in their diets get what they need as well. The only vegetation he's taken in have been used as slight flavorings at the recommendation of Bryn Char, a sorcerer who wants to add the skills taught at our village to his own abilities. Bryn Char. That name is very familiar. He's a businessman who owns a courier company and is known to be a shrewd investor. He's also been entrusted with some governmental responsibilities and has run security on several broken shell tournaments, including the one where my fellow undaunted Vernon Shea burst onto the Apuk awareness as a whole. I don't know. Hearing that a princess and her husband missed an entire tournament because they were too busy with each other for an entire week straight was passed around almost as widely as Vernon's participation, Erla says with a sense of deep longing. Yay, it's hard not to be jealous of those two lunatics. It's like they're in a competition for who can be the most over the top, in love with the other, and no one has told either of them to stop. But do you want them to? It's so sweet. Maybe. But the fucker's unbearable to be around when his mind goes on to his wife. I mean, sure, the dude's still an absolute nightmare to fight with Axiom, and is obsessed with learning more and more refined tricks, but get his wife around him, and the only thing out of his mouth are sweet nothings. We should all be so lucky, Kuor sighs at the thought. It's annoying, Dale remarks. I mean, yeah, it's funny in short bursts, but there's no damn off switch. Oh, you're just jealous. And you're projecting, Dale counters, and she gives him a hard look before looking away. Dale gins. He got her on the nose with that one. Yeah, she says, and Dale shrugs. You don't want to hear about it? I'm not your therapist, Dale remarks. Let's be fair here. You're a grown woman. You have the means and the maturity to sort your own messes out. Hopefully also the wisdom to seek help when you need it and not expect it to just fall into your lap. Is this how you plan on helping my son when he needs it? No, we plan on and have worked him through his problems while giving him the tools to deal with it himself. The greatest aid you can give someone is the power to solve their own issues, the tools and means to stand strong themselves. I see. On to another topic, less awkward, I hope. Where are Jeth's other siblings? From the way he spoke, I assumed that there would be a small army waiting to jump on him. Most of them are in higher education and schooling. I had these 4 before undergoing a healing coma, so I had a smaller clutch than normal. Pardon? All right. Sorry, you carry yourselves like a Apuk. When an Apuk maiden is young, she can give birth to large clutches, anywhere from 6 to a dozen eggs. If she sticks closer to a more advanced age, her body produces less eggs at once, so there are simply 2 to 6 instead. Much later than that, and an Apuk is infertile, and is well past the time she should have undergone a healing coma. Understood, Dale remarks as he slots the mildly interesting but ultimately useless information away in his trivia category. So his other siblings are old enough developmental-wise to effectively be more akin to aunts or more distant relations? Yes, I've raised many children, but Jeth is my first and only son, and I was so terrified I would do something wrong. Then I went and burned it up anyways. Ma'am, it would be a harder story to believe if there weren't mistakes involved. I've had dozens of daughters. I should have been able to do well by one son. No plan survives first contact with the enemy, and when you're making plans for the future, all of reality and time are the enemy. If you know how to beat foes of that caliber, then I really need to hear it, because I have no idea. Dale says, grinning, and Kor actually giggles at the idea, then takes on a haunted look. That's not the look of a young civilian. That's the look of an old one, a very old one with a life full of tragedy and loss. How the hell does a human man in his early 30s keep up with a galaxy of ancient magic women? How does he help people that are older than his grandma's grandma and look young enough to fail the half+8 rule? He knows he'll get used to it eventually, but sometimes the freaking weirdness of this all hits him square in the forehead like a brick out of the sky. Is something wrong? Kor asks, looking right at him. Not really. All right. The axiom presence of you humans is always so calm that no one can tell what you're thinking, but you looked really confused. Just contemplating things. Nothing of import, ma'am. Then let's move on to something that is, what are you planning to? Kor trails off as there's a strange twist in the axiom, near where the children ran to. Dale breaks out into a dead sprint, already reaching into his coat for his shotgun. It's a big, ugly, simple double-barreled monster that he had persistently modified with axiom drawn through his own body until it functionally registered as part of him, as far as most beings could tell. He blurs into the clearing to find the girls out cold and some strange Apuk woman picking up the equally unconscious Jeth. She looks up in shock and pulls out a knife as the shotgun comes up. The knife goes towards Jeth's throat, presumably to threaten him, but the shotgun slugs are faster and the abductor's head is reduced to a Rorschach test on a cratered tree. He cracks the shotgun open over his arm and then replaces the shells in a single movement. Pocketing the spent shells, he steps into the small clearing with his head on a swivel to look for more threats. Get down and stay down. The abductor might not have been acting alone. He orders Kor Urla the moment she gets into range and he hears something nearby. Something deliberately veiling its axiom presence, which would work for a standard soldier off the Dauntless, but a sorcerer? On Serbo? The dark forest may be the seat of his power, but all plants whisper secrets. All plants are eager to play. Grab them, he orders, and the vegetation around him complies. There are screams of terror as the other abductors are suddenly seized by the nearby vegetation. He flows power into the turf around him and alters it to be more akin to the wood. There's blasts of fire and someone tries running, but Dale stomps and craters the ground beneath him. Roots shift the stone and trap the criminal within. Now the fool's in an unlit kiln, just waiting for them to be stupid enough to ignite it. Kor Urla has proven to have a good head on her shoulders for emergency moments and has gathered up all of her children near her with her own body as a shield over them. She's low to the ground and backed up against a tree to use as cover. Dale pours more and more of the wood's specific power into this little patch of previously normal forest. The trees around him grow stronger and darker in color as the light slowly fades away, as the leaves above start blocking out more and more light. The dark wood, Kor Urla gasps out as the lights fade away. There are screams in the darkness as 3 more Apuk are dragged by roots until they're buried up to their shoulders, right next to the decapitated body of their fellow abductor. Marga! One of them shouts, and Dale crouches down to their level. She put a knife to the neck of a trainee sorcerer. One under my protection. Bad move, Dale says, looking down on them. We didn't do anything. Then why were you hiding when you heard the gunshot? Why didn't you come looking at the sound of the enormous bang? Dale asks with narrowed eyes. One of the 3 begins, and Dale plunges his hand into the ground. He pulls out a crystal and holds it out to them. It begins to glow, and a chiming sound comes from it. Then it begins to speak. Hey girls, we've got a huge payday, the voice of the now deceased abductor says. What, really? The one that called out for Marga's voice asks. Yay, some stupid woman's trying so hard to woo a Tret that she's taken her eyes off her son. We've got a chance for a major payday with the Orga girls. We just need to grab the little idiot and we're in. Marga's voice remarks, and Dale takes a deep breath as the stone stops glowing. Miss Urla, have you heard of the Orga girls? A roaming gang. They have no set base of operations and are known to smuggle everything from drugs to people, Kor mutters, holding her daughters closer. Jeth may have been in the most danger, but there was no way her daughters weren't in trouble. So you're saying we may have an in on this group? Dale asks with a vicious grin. The light from above darkens further and further, and the forest starts to groan. This little patch of public park is becoming a speck of the wood, an extension of its reach in the middle of an otherwise mundane forest. Up, need up, there's danger, Jeth mumbles before sitting bolt upright. Who was the forest? It was talking, and oh my goddess, she's dead. Calm down, kiddo, I've got this, Dale says before reaching to the tree above him that reaches down with a branch. His voice then echoes out from the plant life all around them. Shinobi, to me, is heard by everyone present, and dozens of dark shapes drop down from above before righting themselves. Brothers, these three and the corpse tried to kidnap one of our own to sell. My priority is to keep the Urlas safe. You know what to do. We'll be taking them to containment, someone says, and they vanish with the still living and the dead abductors. I'll be speaking with our enchanted brother, see if he can't get an audience to confirm exactly how much authority we have in this form of situation, Koga says as he adjusts his glasses and then vanishes as well. What was that? Kor Urla asks as the light slowly begins to return to the area as the presence of the wood seems to go to sleep, and the forest becomes considerably less supernatural in nature. Sorcery, dear woman, sorcery. It's what your son is learning with us. I heard that, not just out of the plants, but in my head too. Jeth says in surprise. Thankfully, he seems to have brushed aside seeing Marga's dead body for now. Good, that'll give his subconscious more time to chew at it without causing him outright distress. Good, that means you're getting better at listening. That's important. What is that thing you're holding? Kuor asks as she shakes her daughters to try and wake them. Double-barreled shotgun, customized for resilience beyond what it would normally have, which is already fairly high. I was taught how to hunt with a gun like this, so I'm a fairly good shot, but not quite sniper level. It sounds like thunder. She notes somewhat in shock now that the danger is past and she's no longer in do-or-die mode. Yay, it's a kinetic weapon. It uses a controlled explosive to launch a chunk of metal at high enough speed to penetrate all but the most hardened targets. Works great on larger animals if you know where to aim. Dale explains his tone calm, and even in order to keep things calm. Last thing he needs is to deal with someone panicking. Can I learn that? Some basic shooting is fine. Actually giving you a gun is something we'll wait for until you've got a handle on the boiling mess that is teenage hormones, and you still have a while before that even starts. Mom? What happened? We were just running and all of a sudden... Are the trees different? Vidi Urla asks, and Kor Urla winces. Dale killed a kidnapper, Jeth exclaims, and Dale blinks both physically and mentally. Okay, little guy's bouncing back so well that he's damn near attaining flight. That's good. Now, hopefully his sisters do too. Out of Cruel Space, Part 232, Love and Longing. This could be more challenging than I assumed. Is there a bucket of water nearby? Koga asks as he beholds Vernon and Miro Noir openly cuddling. The deviants have forgotten where they are and are sharing a chair together with their eyes closed as they hold each other tight. It is an adorable scene, but at the same time, Koga finds himself quite uncomfortable here. Many of the nearby princesses are openly eyeing him up if they're not tittering at the couple, and he needs to talk to Vernon. It's something he actually finds himself annoyed by. This looks like a Victorian garden party with fancier gowns and a distinct lack of biscuits, but it's actually a meeting of some of the most obscenely dangerous beings on the planet. Every frou-frou mountain of lace, silk, and ribbons was draped over top a walking extinction event, and somehow that crit in Vernon was completely at ease among them. Why would you want to throw water on them? Asks a princess in a shimmering baby blue dress. She looks like she walked out of a Disney movie, and he idly wonders if she's rocking glass slippers. I need to speak with Vernon, but his world is currently only inhabited by his wife, Koga remarks as he adjusts his glasses. Unless one of you can get me in contact with the Empress or one of her chief advisors. Why do you need to speak with the Empress? Miss Blonde in Blue asks. Some criminal organization made a move on one of our trainee sorcerers while he was visiting family. We have 1 dead and 3 captured, and we need to know exactly how far we can take this without causing a massive scandal or insulting the local lords and ladies. Traditionally, sorcerers have as much authority as they're willing to bring to the table, opposing and rivaling the queens of the region or even the empress if they're willing to push that far. Princess Bluebell answers. So sorcerers are a massive wild card. Great, Koga grumps. What happened? Vernon asks, and Koga sees both he and Miro Noir are watching him. Perhaps they were always listening. He doesn't know and doesn't care. Dale brought Jethurla to visit his family. She took her children to a nearby park so they could play without trashing the house. And they felt something happen in the Axiom. Dale rushed in with his shotgun out and found a strange woman grabbing an unconscious Jeth with his sisters nearby, and also out cold. The moment she saw him, she pulled a knife to threaten the boy with, and he took her head off with the first shot. This shot spooked her fellows, and he was able to round them up with sorcery and tie them down before calling in backup. There was mention of a criminal organization named the Orga Girls that these four had some connection to. The survivors are being detained, and Dale is on protection detail for the Erla family. And we need to know where we can step without getting onto the toes of the local authorities, Vernon remarks. Oh, so you plan on joining us? Koga asks with a grin. I'm one of you. If you guys are stepping into shit, my boots are getting dirty too, Vernon says before turning back to his wife. My love, I'm afraid that we must cut today's bliss short. I am needed. Oh, do not let me keep you from your duties and heroics, my dearest. I'm certain I can handle a few hours with my peers. It might be best if you two stick together. The sheer sappiness might help you get talking to someone with authority. We have authority, Blue Babadi-Badadam says. Oh, really? What level of authority? Koga challenges, and Vernon smacks his forehead audibly. I put it in the briefing, Koga, under cultural. A battle princess is considered a sworn part of the Empress's personal army, with the elite among them being the honor guard. The official title comes with an oath that brings with it a great deal of personal authority. A princess is trusted to uphold the Empress's laws and holdings wherever she goes, and oathbreakers are exiled but are registered as princess-level threats for the sake of comprehension. Not that it occurs often, oathbreakers are rare. Shaimari on Octarin Spin, Koga replies as a counterpoint. What did that bitch do? A new voice demands, and Koga turns to see one of the girls in a bright pink dress with almost ghostly white hair demands, an albino in pink. Do you know her? Koga asks. That unimaginable bitch is my second cousin, a blight on my family for her treachery. What else has she done? Where has the whore hidden herself? She was on Octarin Spin, Koga remarks blandly. Was? The whitest princess in pink asks. She's dead now? Took a hell of a lot of doing, but when you make an enemy of the Chainbreaker and her crew, you don't tend to last long, Koga supplies, and Miss Mari seems shocked. The Chainbreaker? She asks after a moment. A collection of human bounty hunters. Basically, they go around and get paid well to bring in the criminals that the local authorities are not equipped to deal with. They hit hard, hit fast, and hit their target over and over again until they can wrap them in chains and deliver them with a bow on top to the proper authorities. Vernon supplies. Anyways, I'm going to say hello to the Empress and make sure we don't accidentally declare a war or a jihad. So hold off on the thumbscrews and hammers until we know exactly what we can do. All right, I'll be left standing here like an idiot gaijin then. Thank you, Vernon. Koga begins before Vernon outright vanishes without a whisper. I must have missed something. Did anyone sense him using the Axiom? Because I didn't. He's been refining his own control of the Axiom around him. He's been trying to blend everything he does into the local Axiom Miro Noir notes with a smile. Eventually, he'll be able to bring full-scale sorcery to bear, without even a whisper of power. Terrifying. Anyways, I've told Vernon what's going on. I'm going back to the village in case I'm needed. Koga says before he twists the Axiom around him and is suddenly within the woods. Simply gone to the site, but there's a distinct taste of something old and watching from the feel of his power. It's like something just reached in and grabbed him. The princess in blue remarks in shock. That's a sorcerer for you, Miro Noir says with a slight smile. They're never alone. They're always ready for something, and there's little, if any, way to stop them. Is it any wonder it would take several of us to face one of them? And the Empress wants to make sorcerers more common and trained in a style of, what was it again? The albino asks. Shinobi Duramari, a type of messenger, scout, spy, and assassin. Assassin sorcerers. Huh, well, I didn't need to sleep tonight, Duramari notes with a shudder. Still, if that treacherous bitch is dead at a human sorcerer's hands, I'll be happy. Oh, not a sorcerer. The only human sorcerers are on Serbo. I think there's one really high-level adept, but he's on a world called Vuxa, I believe. Your cousin was killed by a normal human. Those Tret-looking pieces of eye candy are capable of killing princesses without sorceress power? Leonard demands in a deadened tone. Yes. Is there something wrong? Miro Noir asks her with an angelic smile. What else did I miss when I went on that pilgrimage? You've been out 2 years with perfect timing to miss the new race scream onto the galactic scene and proceed to conquer worlds with either kinetic weapons or their enormous and generous cocks. Hilgjut remarks with a wry smile. Oh wow, no wonder the unmarried girls are going insane. Migaver remarks. If you'd like, I'd be willing to offer a discount for my fellow princess at the boutique I own. Hilgjut took advantage of it already. I was wondering why you were both wearing the same dress. It's a favorite of mine and Hilg always admired it, so I had another commission for her on her birthday. We have yet to see her out of it, Miga remarks with a giggle. Well, of course not. Look at this, Hilg says, turning around to show her derriere. Look at that. My husband can't stop staring. There's just something about this shape and color that has him go from proper to drooling, and it's amazing. Oh my goodness, the things he's done to me since I got it. Perhaps this is something we should experiment with. See what else turns him on like a light switch. Miga notes with a hand to her chin as she considers. In the palace, a potted plant suddenly sprouts a fully grown and military-dressed human being who casually ignores the fact that he's being seen on the security cameras and calmly knocks on the door of a nearby room. The fact that the doors are so massive that it would take a battering ram to dent them does not stop the knocks from echoing like cannon blasts. What is going on? The Empress demands from inside. Friendly neighborhood sorcerer with some questions that you'll definitely want to hear. Vernon replies and there's a pause. One that stretches out for a few moments before there's a snort of amusement. No, you may not outright kill any of my battle princesses for insulting your wife. A light maiming or mauling, however, is quite fine to remind them that manners are as much part of being a princess as incredible battle prowess. The Empress answers in an amused tone, and in response, Vernon laughs as he pushes the door open, despite the fact that it easily outweighs him by a factor of 100 to 1. It was just a common theme in the palace. The doors couldn't be opened unless you really wanted to open them. It kept out the weaker thieves to such a point that past empresses had full-on, forgiven and recruited from among thieves that could open the doors and do so with the speed and subtlety needed to steal from them. While good to know and something I was wondering about, something else has come up and I was hoping to have your input so that it's handled in a way that best serves Serbo and doesn't end up with a blood feud between the Opuk and humanity kicking off, Vernon says, and the Empress pauses as she looks up from her paperwork and stares. Should I keep talking? Yes, you should. What's happened? A criminal organization called the Orga Girls tried to kidnap one of our trainee sorcerers when he was visiting family. Our first one actually, Jethurla. The end result is that the Urlas are now under direct protection of one of our sorcerers, and we have 1 dead body and 3 captive criminals. A lot of us are eager to do something about this, likely to go after the Orega girls entirely. But we need to know where the limits are. Are we even allowed to do this? This is your world, these are your people, and it's your laws we're trying to enforce. What do we do and what do we not do? Vernon asks, and she puts down the ornate pen, designed to look like a quill, and considers for a moment before smiling. First rule of leadership, young sorcerer, never let a good crisis go to waste, she says with a smile. I thought it was delegate. No, that's methodology. How to be efficient. You don't have to, but you really should. This, on the other hand, is a wonderful opportunity, one which I will use to bring you sorcerers closer to Serbo. look wonderful in the public eye, train my battle princesses, and encourage the people to think even better of you sorcerer men. How? Watch and learn, young sorcerer. You may have the wisdom of the woods, but I am Empress. I understand my world and people, the Empress says as she rises up into the side of her axiom, twists and contorts until a hole opens in the air. Come along now. The princesses are in guarded stances ready to pounce before suddenly bowing as the Empress walks out of the unannounced portal, closely followed by Vernon. Oh, no, no, no. I won't have my finest warriors pointlessly bowing. Not when we have a wonderful opportunity in front of us, the Empress says in a jovial tone. Now, apparently the little village of sorcerers that has been set up have had a run-in with the more dishonorable and disgraceful of Serbo. They want to retaliate but don't know how much is too much. I want you girls to offer your aid, not only as warriors but as enforcers of my will. Well, that's certainly one way of letting us know where the lines are. Vernon notes to himself as the grass under him darkens ever so as a single blade grows upwards and under his pants to reach up and make contact with his skin. No one noticed. Bear in mind this is, of course, volunteer only. I understand if you girls don't have the mind to know where the laws and limits are, but those that do understand, I encourage you to go with Mr. Shea to the village, where the sorcerers are being trained so that you can help them sort out this little kerfuffle. Not to mention it's a great way to understand their stranger arts, isn't it? Oh, a princess and sorcerer team up? Oh, how wonderful! A day of work with my beloved. This promises to be such good fun, Miro Noir notes as she gracefully walks over to kiss Vernon, who returns it gleefully. That's the spirit. Now I expect you ladies to play nice with the sorcerers. They may be men, but they're not fragile little flowers. They're ready to play rough, just not too rough. I'd suggest following Miro Noir's example, but all of you are rather happily married and have no need to go so. The Empress trails off as the quick kiss dissolves into a full-on makeout between the two. She giggles fondly and regards the rest. Anyways, the sorcerers want to make sure that they don't break something they shouldn't in their investigations. Do have fun with them. The Empress orders before giving them a slight nod, then turning around and walking through the still open portal. Out of Cruel Space Part 2, 133. Not exactly hidden. Koga frowns as he overlooks the prisoners. He's not entirely sure what they'll be allowed to do with the cretinous bitches, but they were undoubtedly guilty once the shock had worn off. The three girls had been threatening them with all sorts of horrific revenge from their friends in the Orga girls. Only the most naive among them actually believed them capable of such for a single second. But those sorcerers in training had been taken aside and had things explained to them. Interestingly, the local sorcerers that had showed up to polish up on their survival skills had been the most pissed off at the girls. Apparently, the Orga girls were a thorn in the side of polite society for a long while. He was able to vaguely translate it to a cross between the local pimp, crack dealer, a roving motorcycle gang, and kidnapping assholes. All in all, the sort of thing you get paranoid about on good days but generally have no idea where to look for them. Easy, big guy, easy. We need to make sure we don't end up with a hit squad on our asses if we indulge ourselves. Imagar orders as he holds back Bryn Char from rushing into the cave where the three girls are being held. Apparently, the proper businessman of a sorcerer had lost someone to the Orga girls. He hadn't explained to anyone what that history was yet, but from the man's mutterings, the three sources of information wouldn't survive more than a few moments of his wrath. The wrestling of the two is almost a bizarre yin-yang situation. Bryn Char is ghostly pale with dark hair, and Imagar is of equal size but almost pitch black in hue except his bleached cornrows. You don't get it! They're evil, they need to die, Bryn Char snarls. Holy hell, man! What did they do? I can still hear it. I can still hear it, Bryn Char bellows as he tries to bring the forest to bear. But Imagar calms the woods as best he can. Bryn Char is radiating rage and pain and sorrow all at once. Hear what? Imagar demands in a fury. He was honestly a little scared by this sudden shift in behavior, and when he got scared, he got pissed. He hated being scared. Then all of a sudden, Bryn Char just heads the other way with a snarl of frustration. Oh, fucking hell, it's always drama with aliens, isn't it? They live stupid long lives, brother. Plenty of room for lots of stupid in, Brandon remarks as he heads over. In his case, though, I think it's justified. You've been doing research, I hope? Koga calls out from the mouth of the cave. Yay, to be frank, I'm shocked Brinchar didn't attack you for getting in his way. He's got history with the Orga girls. Oh, yay, Imagar says as he unruffles his shirt a bit. He had an identical clutch brother, the Apok variant of a twin. The Orga girls tried to grab them both, and his brother sacrificed himself to give him time to run. Bryn got into the forest, but his brother Zul didn't. A lot of details are lost after that, but Zul was found dead some years later due to massive drug overdose, an aphrodisiac that keeps you hard and thrusting even as it cuts off oxygen to the brain by rerouting it to the dick. 3 years later, Brinchar emerges from the forest, a fully realized sorcerer, and starts a rampage. No less than 4 medium-sized towns and a solid dozen small villages were ripped apart as he hunted in vain for the Orga girls. He was half done chewing through a major port city when his current wives stopped him dead and beat the rage out of him. So all this is stepping on a massive trauma button for the poor man, Imagar realizes as his anger turns to sympathy. Why weren't we briefed about this? It sounds like very pertinent information. Why isn't something like this more widely known? Koga asks, and Brandon just sighs. Because Brinchar's an old fart in a 20-something body. He went through this hell as a teenager, his first run-through. The man is in his 7th century of life, and moving on his 8th, he's 684. Dude's old. There have been 2 empresses and several major wars of succession on the planet since then. He's been around the block, and this information had an expiration date somewhere around the Middle Ages. It's a goddamn urban legend in the parts of the planet he was born in, and it's been made, remade, and re-remade into a horror franchise that's the local equivalent of the Friday the 13th. Jesus, Imagar mutters, and Brandon smirks. Not quite that old, he says, and Koga rolls his eyes at that. That's not the point, Koga says as he glares down into the cave at the still swearing and threatening girls. A communicator was active nearby to record it all, in case they let something useful slip. The point is that one of the oldest and most adept sorcerers currently alive is emotionally compromised and not thinking straight. It's good to be passionate about your work, but screaming rage is another thing entirely. Yeah, now. Brandon's next words are cut off when they all sense a huge number of people suddenly appear in the village. There's another shift, and Vernon is among them, with not only his wife but a dozen other absurdly elaborately dressed women. Battle princesses. So we've got the Empress's blessing? If we work with her princesses, then she's got no problem. These girls not only know the limits, but can bring legal authority where we need it. Vernon answers with a nod. Fantastic. Any of you skilled in interrogation? We've got 3 criminals to get some answers out of, and I'm sick of listening to their endless cavalcade of threats. Koga asks, There are princesses out there? Comes a shout of shock from the cave. The babbling changes from belligerent to fearful. If anyone would like to ask them some questions, we've just been holding on to them and recording their stupid rants, Koga remarks out loud. You've been recording us, one of the girls in the cave shouts, and despite his glasses, he visibly rolls his eyes. Yes, I've been recording you. Good God, women, how stupid are you? Koga shouts into the cave as his patience with them finally snaps. Let me in there. I've got some experience with these affairs, Duromari remarks as she holds up her skirt, and as the very picture of daintiness walks into the dark, foreboding cave with 3 restrained would-be child kidnappers. Koga follows her in, and she makes a quick request to borrow his communicator for recording purposes. Then she lights a wall of fire between her and the exit of the cave to block all sight. The green wall flecked with white roars as loud as a jet engine, but still can't block out the screams of absolute terror that echo out. Less than a minute later, the screams stop, and the wall flickers away, revealing the 3 criminals curled up in the fetal position and sobbing as Duromari calmly steps over the line of flowing lava that she superheated with the warfire wall and seems to almost casually dodge a slough of melted stone. Did you get something useful? Koga asks as he adjusts his glasses nervously. The sweat he's drenched in is roughly 95% the heat and 5% intimidation about a woman that just turned three belligerent criminals into a trinity of wrecks. Yes, we have their local contact and, oh my, you know, when we're done with this, I have a niece that's quite the powerhouse. If you really liked what? Ma'am, it's a cooling method. The pheromones are incidental, Koga says hurriedly, before she becomes obsessed with the idea of hooking him up with her niece. All right then. Although, if you're in season, you're doing no one any favors by hunkering down in the woods. You're leaving yourself unsatisfied and many women unfulfilled, Duro Mari notes primly. Evolutionary defense, ma'am. Earth is a deadly world, so breeding seasons lasting from puberty to impotence is just one defense, Koga remarks dryly. And when does impotence kick in? For some men, never. Koga remarks, remembering his grandfather winking at him and telling him that he needs to be a bit more careful hiding his doujinshi. Hell of a thing to get told as a 13-year-old. I see. How is it that your race hasn't bred itself to death on your homeworld? Hadn't you only just now left it? No healing comas on Earth, so living to see 100 years is considered quite the achievement, Koga remarks, and Duromari pauses slowly, blinks, and then turns to him carefully. How old are you? Me? Yes. I'm 27 years old. Why? Koga asks, and she blinks. Visibly ponders things. Blinks again and holds up a finger for a minute. She then pulls out her personal communicator and goes through a quick list. How much older would you consider someone to be old enough to be your mother? 20 years? My mother was 20 when she had me, Koga answers, and Duromari pauses and then slowly puts away the communicator. Amazing, every member of my family is too old for you, she says out loud in a shocked tone. Perhaps we should focus on the criminal organization we're dealing with rather than dating pools and matchmaking? Koga offers, and she slowly nods. Yes, it's just, pardon, I had no idea. Never mind. Do please ignore me. You're the one who interrogated the prisoners. I can't ignore you. You've got the information, Koga says as they walk out of the cave together. Speaking of information, you should be aware that one of the sorcerers with us is Bryn Char, and you're aware of his history, I take it. He begins to explain before her gasp cuts him off somewhat. Aware of it? I was a fight coordinator in one of the movies based off his story. Oh no, I thought he wasn't part of this village. He's a temporary villager to both brush up on survival skills and learn new tricks as well as bond with his Literace-born son. Dare Char Crushclaw. He mated with a Ladris? Duromari asks in shock. He donated sperm and got a son out of it, Koga remarks. They've been bonding over learning shinobi techniques together. But when Bryn Char heard that we had Orega girls here, he had to be literally held back from ripping their faces off. Oh, he would have done far, far worse than that. Yes, but it's considered impolite to go into those kinds of details in the presence of a lady. How odd it's considered rude to bring up such things in the presence of men by my standards. Great. So are we even allowed to talk to each other? Imagar asks from where he's leaning against a nearby tree. You get the information? Yes, I did. They're aware of a drop point and safe house. Setting up an ambush for one and a raid for the other sounds like a good place to start for me. Although I must ask where the rest of my fellow princesses have gone. Up to the village. The quaint architecture has them fairly thoroughly charmed, Imagar says, throwing up air quotes. Oh, I saw sturdy wooden buildings and a little creek cutting through it. It's so adorable. Flammable too, so please try to contain yourself. Koga lies. The village is in fact made of specially harvested wood from the dark forest around them. It was still alive and connected to the wood, and therefore very fireproof. Oh, don't worry, I'm a princess. I'm in control of myself. Let's hope so. Otherwise, with how adorable you girls find us, there may be a kidnapping in the near future. Imagar remarks, and Duromari snorts in amusement before breaking down and giggles at the idea. Koga throws the man a hidden thumbs up that's answered with a wink. The local powerhouses are growing fond of them. That's an excellent first sign. Shall we go? Rendezvous with the rest and explain what we've learned? Get a plan together? You think we can't just march in there and finish everything? I have no doubts that when we hit our targets it will be like a meteor slamming into window, which means we need to be careful not to break the things we're trying to get our hands on. This is more than just find Orega and smash. We need to find more of them, destroy their illicit merchandise, find their dealers and smugglers, free their slaves, and find the next Orga cell. We need to do this over and over again as many times as possible so that we can get as many of them as possible. Otherwise, we're just going to scare the rest of them so deep underground, it'll be 100 years before we hear from them again. Imagar notes and Duramari shrugs. I can wait that long. We're a little more impatient than that. So let's be more patient because we're impatient, and oh dear God, I can feel my brain melting. Let's just go up to the village and get a plan going. Imagar begins, before groaning and putting his head in his hand in frustration. Out of Cruel Space, Part 2, 34. Not exactly hidden. So, are you willing to talk? Vernon asked Brinchar, and the fuming sorcerer turns to glare at him before looking away. Fine then, I'll talk and you listen. That earns him another glare, but there's no fear in Vernon's heart. Yes, we've stopped you from grabbing those 3 bitches and systematically going through all of the money shots of the Bone Chewer series, Bone Chewer Legacy series, and Bone Chewer Rebirth series. That earns a snort of amusement in spite of Brinchar's foul mood. Long story short, we have a choice. 3 or 4 Orga girls dead now, or the whole fucking nest of them in a few weeks at most. That does sound like a good deal, Brinchar notes as he takes a deep breath and seems to inhale and consume the air of malice around him. Then he exhales and he turns around, seemingly normal and unconcerned. How may I help? Glad to have you on board. Now, if you want to really make this work, you can help me with something. Toughening up the shinobi? At the risk of sounding like a rambling fool, back in my day, sorcerers were tough and self-reliant. We are, but we don't have the rage that drives us to go out and start peeling faces off. Really? You want to go 4 months in zero gravity with nothing to do as you feel the edges of your sanity fraying away, and your fellows going equally as mad as the world dissolves into an endless progression of bright nothingness and pointlessness that makes you lose all track of time, sanity, and purpose. Vernon asks, and Brinchar opens his mouth to say something, then reconsiders and starts to think. His eyebrows go up in surprise as he continues to think, and then blinks. 4 months of absolute idleness? 4 months of nothingness while being crammed in with thousands of others, as you can no longer reliably tell which way is up. Vernon remarks and Brinchar considers. How much akin is it to being buried alive? Vaguely related, imagine being sealed into your own tomb. But you think you will survive. Think, not know? We weren't sure we would make it out of Cruel Space, or that anything worth having would be outside of it. There was a betting pool on what would be on the other side, and no one even imagined a galaxy full of eager and desperate women. One of the biggest and most popular pools was gigantic whores that want to eat us alive. Charming, Brinchar notes and considers things. Yes, it would be like this. A large grouping of sorcerers without a call to vengeance. Of course you'd be more passive. This is about enlightenment and learning, not power and obsession. Exactly, I have some things I can teach them. A lot of them watched and read a lot of media about how the Apuk are so powerful and blah blah blah. The problem is that sorcerers are so much rarer than battle princesses that there's not much concrete information I could give them about people like us. Subjective perspective isn't considered enough. And since most is in hearsay, tales and popular media, it wasn't considered credible, I take it, Brinchar asks and Vernon nods. And your own word isn't enough? I've told them that every time I fought someone, princess level, which I consider that final round in the Broken Shell tournament to be, that the moment I bring out actual sorcery as more than a cute little flourish, they just crumble. And that is what happens every time. If I want to flat out win any spar with my wife, all I have to do is cut loose and call in the woods. Even without that, there are so many easy ways to throw her completely off balance that I learned from the woods that almost anything she does just falls apart. Balance and focus? Brinchar asks, and Vernon openly considers it for a moment, then nods. That's how it's done. The 2 weak points of every Apuk is their balance and focus. Sorcery lets you shatter both with ease. Wood calling, earth shaping, and life molding lets you take complete control of a battlefield and opponent. Couple that with wood walking to escape whenever things go bad, or for sheer maneuverability on an altered battlefield, and all enemies crumble before you. Vernon explains and Brynchar nods. Yes. Come on, let's have you explain just how easy it is to break someone in a fight, Vernon remarks as he nods to the main building in the village. Oh, they won't listen to you. I have fought in a state-sanctioned tournament and sparred with my wife. You have fought a full-on brutal one-man war against both Apuk warrior and battle princess and filled entire graveyards. There's a bit of a difference between us. True enough. Let's gather up your fellow soldiers and I'll give them a lecture on old-fashioned sorcery. Back from the days when you only left the forest when you were ready to kill and die. None of this soft, visiting family bit. Brynchar's words are harsh, but his presence is amused, and there's a playful smile on his face. He probably means it as a joke, but he's just demonstrated a mastery of his own emotions and presence that would allow him to plot someone's murder while engaging in friendly conversation. Yes, well, old-timer, perhaps you could rain some wisdom down on us impertinent children? Vernon asks, and Brynchar nods. Certainly, he says, and Vernon sends out a call that all sorcerers of the village hear. They simply appear inside the main building, already sitting on the floor or leaning against the main pillars of the building. Those that are still in training and can't woodwalk are there as well, having been carried along by those that could. Hello, gentlemen. Hopefully I haven't taken you from something important. Brynchar opens up with it while smiling gently. Now it has been brought to my attention that many of you are somewhat concerned about facing Apuk in battle and doing so beside battle princesses, being expected to somehow do better than those that in many civilized places are considered suicide to fight against. Being expected to best one-woman armies is a rather tall order when you're not boiling in rage, driven by vengeance or apathetic to your own survival. So this is Princess Pounding 101? Brandon asks, and there's some chuckling. Perhaps crown-busting 101, so it's not misconstrued and doesn't excite the ladies that are currently listening in on this little seminar. Vernon says out loud, and the chuckling is a bit louder this time. Everyone's aware that the princesses are trying to listen in already. Even the least sorceress among them can still vaguely sense them nearby. The village is in a dark forest. The wood is watching them. Yes, about that. You've insisted, and there's even some old media to back up the claims that a single sorcerer can match multiple battle princesses. But I've read the reports and even seen demonstrations. The average battle princess is a supersonic tank buster capable of ripping starships in half with their bare hands if they don't just melt it into slag with their warfire, which they can also shape into weapons and wear as armor. I know that the wood can counter and drink the warfire, but that doesn't help much with the supersonic anti-armor threat going for your head, Koga says. But you two are confident. With Vernon, it's possibly misplaced. But you, Brynchar, would know for certain. So tell us for certain, how easily is a princess countered? Individual princesses are not a threat to a fully realized sorcerer. It's only when they get into groups of 5 or more that you even need to pay any real attention to the fight. Brynchar states outright with a smirk. The group that pinned me down, my wives, they were 20 strong when they hit me, suffered 8 casualties before I was knocked out too. Ultimately, they did me a favor. My rampage was indiscriminate at that point and needed to be stopped. But it still took 20 princesses and 8 of them dying to knock me out. Not kill me, not injure me, not wound me, to render me unconscious. That's the power disparity. There are roughly 3 dozen princesses out there. If we turn hostile, then they're meat. Okay, so that means that the sorcerer's toolkit is more or less designed to make a joke out of princesses, isn't it? Brandon asks with his communicator out. You are recording this? Dale isn't here. He's protecting the Orla family. He'll want to see this. Dale has just arrived. Come on, kiddo. Your mom and sisters will be safe with the princesses, Dale says, walking in with Jethurla. Do I need to repeat myself? Brynchar asks, and Dale shakes his head. I was listening through the woods, although having the recording for Jeth will be useful, Brandon says, and Brynchar nods. Actually, now that he thinks about it, having the whole thing recorded would be wise. It would save him time later. Very well, continue recording, please, Brynchar says, and Brandon gives a slight nod. Now, the 4 basic sorcerer arts are seemingly designed to build and grow things, to promote the forest, Earth command lets you till the soil. Wood calling lets you bring it forth. Life altering lets it grow faster and easier, and wood walking lets you go home. Seemingly peaceful, seemingly harmless, utterly devastating with even a slightly vicious edge applied to it. Now all Apuk have four great strengths. One is, of course, strength. If they get their hands on you, the fight is over and you have lost. Secondly is speed. You said it yourself, Mr. Koga. They're supersonic. They can chase you down faster than the sound of them coming can get there. Third, they're tough. To move at those kinds of speeds, to tear things apart at the level they do, to play with warfire as they do. If they weren't obscenely tough, their own techniques would kill them. Finally is the warfire. That's the big one. That's the one that separates an Apuk battle princess from a stupidly well-trained Canador or Snikt. The fire defines the Apuk and green and white warflames. They define the battle royalty, from the noble lines to the freshly crowned princesses to the empress herself. The warfire is what makes them royal. The green warfire reliably counters entire battleships, and the white has been known to boil away entire lakes in seconds. Only stars burn hotter, and it's not by very much. Bryn Char's lecture on the power of the princesses is sobering and terrifying. All of it is as fragile as spun glass, Bryn Char says with a vicious smile. All of it. Our tools, our techniques that easily turn to gardening and farming, reduce the monster that is a battle princess into a frightened child in seconds. If you're not asleep or ignoring them utterly, then they're all but helpless before you. So let's take this apart piece by piece. First, the strength, Vernon says, and Bryn Char nods. If they cannot touch you or throw anything at you, then all their strength can do is frustrate them. Use the wood to bind them and hold them. Pin their arms back and stay out of their reach. Wood walking makes you untouchable. Wood calling means you can touch them wherever they are, Bryn Char explains. Which brings us to their incredible speed. It's hard to be fast without footing or traction. Break the environment around you and them. If the stone and earth and wood refuses to give them any ability to race or maneuver, then they're helpless and still, just waiting to be wrapped in roots and dragged to their doom, Vernon says with a touch of viciousness, and Bryn Char nods approvingly. There's also the fact that with wood walking and their tendencies to charge forwards, that a princess is very, very easy to bait into a trap, and it's even easier for you to avoid harm even with yourself as the bait. Bryn Char notes as the memory of one of his confirmed Orga kills flashes through his mind. He'd perfected his signature on her. Unfortunately, her corpse being found had scared the rest of the organization deep, deep underground. He only caught a dozen more after that. It had also given him his nickname of the Bone Shore, which was odd as he hadn't shoot anything. Apparently, the sensationalists and storytellers of the time had thought Bone Shore had flowed better than Bone Crusher or Bone Cruncher. But they did get one thing right. He was out to break their bones before they died, like they broke his brother's bones after gagging him. No one's last memory of a loved one should be the sound of their limbs snapping like dry twigs. Bryn Char does not flinch when the cracking sound echoes in his mind again. It's a near thing, but even though the sound is still as loud and as crisp as when he first heard it as a child, he does not flinch. Now then, this brings us to the vaunted durability of a battle princess, their immunity to standard weapons, capacity to endure the sheer strength and power of their fellows when sparring with one another. All of that, it's useless against us. Get roots and vines around them and reinforce them with life alteration. Then when they're focusing on the vines and roots, alter their life. Weaken them, render them vulnerable, and they're easy prey, Bryn Char explains before grinning viciously. Which finally brings us to the last illusion that they're any threat to you, the warfire. It's an outright weakness, Vernon notes glibly, and Bryn Char nods. It's a species-wide weakness. All Apuk share it. Our fire, we rely on it. Be it a normal flame or a war flame, it's something we rely on. It's the warmth in our chests, the reassurance of our strength and life, and the moment something happens to it, some part of us panics, Bryn Char explains. But the wood eats all fire, Jeth Erla says from the group, and Bryn Char points at him. That's right, Even the smallest amount of the wood will completely shut down all warfire, Brinchar says viciously. It can't help them. It can only help you. Even better, they use it by reflex. All Apuk spit fire when emotional or when scared, which just makes it easier and easier. So that means that their incredible strength is useless. Their speed just rushes them to their doom if they can even stand upright. Their toughness just means you get to play with them longer, and their fire only helps us. Can anyone else think of any reason whatsoever to be afraid, or even mildly intimidated by a princess? Vernon asks out loud, and there's a pause as it all sinks in. It's that easy, Jethurla asks out loud, and Brinchar nods. It is. The princesses have to get very tricky, very cunning, and fight very dirty to have any chance at all against any kind of sorcerer, Brinchar says. But you won't have to worry about that for now. You're still learning. Just keep listening and growing. You'll get there soon enough. Right, so now that our little seminar on how to completely crush the big bad ladies listening into us is over, let's get them in here so we can discuss our plan of attack. The Orga girls have been a blight upon this world and have made the serious fucking mistake of attacking one of our own. This means they all go down, and if they don't spend a long, long time in a cell, they spend the rest of all time in a grave. Any questions? Vernon asks out loud, and beside him, Brinchar grins viciously at the thought. I do have one, Brinchar asks, and Vernon turns to him with a raised eyebrow. If we find a huge number of them, like a hidden base or the like, one with cameras, I want to not only be allowed to have it all to myself, but I want to record what happens. I want to show all those sniveling cowards that thought they understood me when they made those movies to see what my wrath really looks like. Just make sure your targets are Orga girls and you don't hurt their victims more, and I'll personally set up extra cameras for the money shots, Vernon assures him, and Brinchar's smile eclipses psychotic. Out of Cruel Space, Part 235. Not exactly hidden. Okay, so our revealed locations are a drop site and safe house. The drop site is a small mobile home that's checked every 2 days. From what we understand, they will be checking it today. Around noon, Duramari explains, as a small projector linked to her communicator shows the outline of Miro Noir's hometown on the wall in front of everyone. 2 areas are highlighted, one a long-term parking area and the other a house in the middle of town, which leaves the question as to whether we hit the drop site first or the safe house. What are their numbers and defenses? Dale asked curiously. There are 3 girls at the safe house, and they take turns checking the drop site. This is a small distribution area, not very important and easy to give up. Meaning it's perfect for a lightning raid. We throw the credit to the local guard and make it look like bad luck they got caught as we use what we've learned to get to a juicier prize. No one gets alerted, and we move on to our next step of getting to the root. This spot is a leaf. We need to get deeper. Koga realizes as he rubs his chin and smiles. This is perfect. We've been needing some milk runs to get people used to working as a unit of sorcerers rather than soldiers. We'll hit the small targets like this as often as we can in order to not only make a clean sweep, but make sure everyone knows what to do and how to do it in the midst of battle. The bigger ones will be as careful as can be, but this, 2 random sorcerers and a matching pair of princesses, is a beautiful level of overkill. No such thing as overkill, just open fire and reloading, Dale remarks as he re-examines the map. The Urla family is staring in horror at the map, and he nods. I'll be taking out the safe house. It's way too close to the Urla family home for my liking. Shit, yay, that's not even 2 blocks away, someone mutters, and Dale nods grimly. Miss Urla, when you next get home, you're going to a much safer place, Dale promises, and the surprised woman just numbly nods. Near the back where they're cuddling together, Miro Noir gives Vernon a slight push and nods towards her. Vernon smirks as he sees the Kor Urla blush somewhat. They say nothing but make note of what's going on. Now there are 3 priorities. Priority 1 is to get anyone they're victimizing out of the line of fire. Priority 2 is they do not get away. Number 3 is to damage nothing. Anything that can lead us to the next cell is worth a person's weight in Axiom Ride for this op. Remember, efficiency and control is the name of the game. Koga says. Dale, you're already in for taking the safe house. Go with Duramari and see if you can't just interrogate the criminals there. I need a princess and a sorcerer for the drop site. I'm in, Hilgjut says, standing up with a grin. As am I. I need to get back into full practice. Bryn Char notes, and the princess blanches at the idea. Don't worry, we're on the same side. She's a horror movie fan, Miro Noir whispers to Vernon, who suppresses a snort of amusement. No matter how much of a horror fan you are, few people want to be a character in such a movie. He gives Miro Noir a kiss before speaking up. We should also have a third team on standby to reinforce one side or the other in case there's something unexpected. Better to have a bored third team on standby than have a team ambushed or blindsided and have no backup nearby. Vernon calls out to the front. Miro Noir nods energetically. A good point. So here's what we're going to do. Koga begins. She moves with a sort of slowness that comes from a woman who can only get the D from her over-the-counter and black market companions. Maybe if she'd taken something from school other than the lunch money of the smaller APAC girls or bothered to do anything with her time, she would be somewhere else, but she just couldn't be asked. She had a good thing going. Check the drop point, and if there's anything good in there, bring it to the safe house. She'd never even seen the field girls. All her job was to sleep on things and make sure that no one got anything they weren't supposed to. Opening the door to the mobile home, she sighs as the lights refuse to turn on. Great, now she actually has to do something. There's a slight whimper, high-pitched but with a distinctly masculine tint to it. Her eyes widen, and she rushes into the small building, quickly making her way to the bed area where such a thing would be stored. There's something bundled in the middle of the bed and whimpering. She licks her lips in anticipation. Someone grabbed a fun-sized package. Savoring the moment, she reaches out and pulls back the blanket with a deliberate predatory glee. Then as it gets close to the little boy, she whips it off entirely and pauses. A bundle of stones and vines. There's something vaguely glowing in the middle, and she reaches in to pull out a small device making a whimpering sound. The door closes behind her, and what little light there is vanishes entirely. She breathes out a tongue of flame with blue flecks in it and chokes as she's face to face with a glaring APAC man with night black hair and tiny vines writhing along his skin. Bone chewer, she chokes out before collapsing in a dead faint, leaving Bryn Char both amused and disappointed with the results. Please tell me that the others haven't just outright collapsed. He whispers to the dark forest vines growing out from under his clothing to offer him not only protective armor, but an emergency weapon whenever he should need it. Yes and no. We've encountered no meaningful resistance, but we're going to need to dunk these women in the river when we're done. Princess Duramari scared them senseless, and my vines had them literally pissing themselves. Dale's voice echoes in his mind, and Bryn Char lets out a rueful chuckle. Well, if that's done, then me and my beloved will be having a little lunch date as we wait for the interrogation to finish, and do take your time. No rush. Vernon's voice sounds out through the woods and Bryn Char sighs. It's nice that he's so happy, but does he have to be so upfront about it? He wraps the criminal bitch that's also likely a pedophile in vines and warps her to the cave in the dark forest that they'd been using for interrogation. He can sense that she appears right next to the other three small fry. Well, that was disappointing, he remarks as he exits the mobile home. Princess Hilgjut hops down from the nearby rooftop and says nothing. She's still alive. I'm going to save my wrath for the higher-ups. The scumbags at the lower level, the carrion feeders and opportunists will be handed over to whatever authorities have the time for them. I'm going after the big prizes. So if I go in there, she asked cautiously, a few deliberately tripped circuit breakers and a collection of rocks and branches in the shape of a child. No blood, no death. I heard of your reaction earlier, and this is a big change. I've had time to let myself think. The fires of rage still burn, but I'm going to make them burn cold. Or rather, they will burn so hot and so cleanly that all my foes will feel as cold, like taking a blue flame to the back of someone not fire-resistant. Just blue? Hilgjut asked softly. Green flames radiate so much heat that they die too fast. You need it colder, but red, yellow, and orange are so cold that the pain overwhelms them. I generally just kill or defeat my opponents. Messing around is a good way to get hurt. Hilgjut notes and Brinchar just raises an eyebrow. He says nothing and holds out his arm for her to take. She puts her hand on it in trepidation, and reality shifts to find her in the forest again. He steps away and walks into the village, lost in his own mind and memories. The information they pulled out of the criminals wasn't much. The cell was small and disconnected from the rest. However, it did have the name of the regional boss. The entire gang was decentralized and designed to move at the first sign of trouble. Understandable considering that Brinchar put not only a massive target on them centuries ago, but had placed a sense of paranoia into their society. This leads to Koga, and many men questioning why the Orga girls would even still exist at this point. Surely rebranding or altering the organization would be smart, if not dissolving it entirely. They're likely copycats leaning on the reputation of the ones I slaughtered long ago. The name Orga girls is burned into APA cultural memory, especially thanks to those idiot movies. Surely there's something similar in human-controlled areas, some names or ideas that meant something in the past and someone takes them up to revive it for their own gain, Brinchar remarks when the question starts fluttering around. In all likelihood, the ones that got away from me after my rampage have gotten themselves killed by now. Do you regret that? Vernon asks him, and Brinchar blinks in confusion. Do you regret not getting each and every one? Oh yes, I even prepared a space for their skulls when it was over. But I'm still missing 5. Brinchar answers mildly as he thinks about the shrine he'd made to Zulchar. He had never seen the body, and his physical remains had been cremated to prevent possible plague. There was still one place, one small temple of memory left for his dear brother. Forever incomplete by Brinchar's failure to honor him, and tragically needed for the world's failure to deserve someone so brave and selfless. Vernon says nothing as Brinchar gets a 1,000-mile gaze to his eyes and they start to water. He does, however, offer a handkerchief that is accepted when Brinchar is abruptly aware of the situation again. Keep it, Vernon says when it's offered back, and Brinchar nods. So, what's your plan? My plan? Brinchar asks. His voice is a little more hoarse than he likes. He swallows the sensations and presses down on his emotions. These girls are your enemies, even if copycats. We got the information out of them and are planning to move on to the regional leader soon. So what do you want to do with the small fry? Wrap them up and bury them to their necks in solid stone for the guards to find. The small-time thugs are just idiots. Too stupid, too worthless to waste our time on. You were right earlier. I need to be more picky in my targets. Can't let the real prizes escape because I'm wasting time and energy on the fools that can be replaced in moments. The ones that personally hurt you are not only long dead, but likely just dime a dozen thugs. Or rather, a tri-tight per 10. That fits better. I understood either way, Brinchar notes as he thinks. How many layers do you think this goes? I got the impression that this overboss controls a single rural area. The higher the population, the more bosses will be needed, and each layer of boss will report to another until we get to the head. Eventually we'll find the final level of them, and those will be the big ones. We get all the information we can and hit as many of them as possible. We'll tear this cancerous growth out by the roots. Burn it down from top to bottom? Brinchar asks and Vernon nods. Yes, but we can't let them know we're coming, or they'll go to ground. Of course, I'm glad you understand vengeance. I thought you were just a loving little fool, head over heels for your wife, and not much else. There's a reason humans are so good at restraining dark impulses, and it all boils down to practice. Well, hopefully I get to see what happens when it's let out for a walk. Oh no, you don't want that at all, believe me. Out of Cruel Space, Part 2, 136, Not Exactly Hidden. The scratching of pen on paper generally meant a lot of differing things in the galaxy. It could mean someone who wanted to express themselves and not be overlooked, or perhaps the physical sensation of the writing was therapeutic. It was also a method of increasing hand dexterity and maintaining it. Writing small, precise letters tended to do that. To say nothing of the security benefits of having information in such a way that you must physically possess what it's written on to have it. It also was a way to ensure loyalty. Little deliberate slips could be put into the writing, lean them one way or the other, And you could add some extra meaning to the word. A bit of a dip, a misprinted letter, a jagged line. Things like that. It wasn't a code that could be trusted with the grunts, the leg breakers, the pushers, the basic organizers, and all those fools without ambition or appetite beyond their own petty indulgences were too stupid and short-sighted to be trusted with the code. Lean it to the left to reverse the meaning, the right to disregard everything in the sentence but that word. Botch the first letter to disregard everything after. Jagged lines means start again and, why am I speaking out loud? She asks with her mind in a fuzz. She clenches her eyes closed and feels off, like she hadn't had a full night's sleep despite her having an extra 2 hours. She scowls and twitches. The letter she was writing vanishes. The lights flicker despite her working under sunlight. She clutches her head and shouts in frustration. Reality crashes and the room is pitch black. She conjures fire in her hand and beholds a small man sitting on her desk, his legs folded under him and the light refracting off the glass lenses in front of his eyes to cast an eerie profile. Koga adjusts his glasses. Lean left to reverse, right to emphasize and discard the rest. A botched letter means ignore until the jagged line. But what does the dip symbolize? She scowls and levels a plasma pistol at him. Who the fuck are you and what are you doing in my office? I just lost a bet, Koga admits out loud. You were so certain she'd ask about the light first. Another voice asks, and she turns to regard the silhouette of someone leaning against the wall. She brightens the flame and chokes. A crown, a gown. There's a battle princess in her office. Mama lady, what are you doing here? Why are you in my private office? What's covering the windows? How can I serve? This was bad. Very bad. The best way to deal with a battle princess was a poisoned meal put in place by the patsy of a patsy's patsy. There was precisely nothing she could do with one of them looking at her. Nothing but beg. You could explain what the dip means, Koga remarks as he squints at the paper. It means something. I'm sorry, why is a Tret man with an eye condition sitting on my desk? If this is some kind of stripogram, I'm not unappreciative, but he needs to be a hair less curious. She says, trying to find some humor and disarm the terrifying situation of a battle princess being in her office. It's one of my virtues, Koga remarks, and Migaver giggles into her gloved hand. But seriously, the dip? She's more than a touch dumbfounded at the sheer audacity of the Tret. The entire situation is nothing short of absurd, and she's wondering if she's even left her bed yet with how surreal things have gotten. Her hand snaps out to grab her letter from the impertinent Tret, and he simply vanishes with a strange sensation of power. That wasn't any kind of teleport she had ever witnessed before. There's the sound of paper being folded, and she turns to see the Tret tucking her letter into his breast pocket. The sensation of fuzziness starts to wane as she starts to grow more and more paranoid. She staggers back and looks from the princess to the Tret number, not a Tret. You're not the one that fought in the tournament, she mutters, and he raises an eyebrow. No, I'm not. I'm someone he begged teaching from, Koga says as he sniffs. Madam, this will be a lot easier on you if you simply tell me the last part of the code. We're getting it out of you, one way or the other. She looks from the princess to the human man in her office. Her mind starts churning, and she builds up a tiny core of axiom, then unleashes it and is suddenly on a tiny pad with a tracing of Kutha gilding. She races out of the tiny panic room and towards her escape vehicle, a tiny two-person air car that looked like it belonged to someone without much of anything. It was perfect camouflage for those looking for a bank owner. You don't think we hadn't thought of this, had you? A voice asks after she slams the door shut, and she turns to see another beautifully dressed princess in the seat next to her. In fact, the dress looks identical. There's a tap on the window, and outside there's a dark-skinned human with his tightly braided rows of hair, a massively contrasting pale yellow. Last chance to make this easy on yourself, Imagar offers, and she warps back to the panic room pad and starts rushing out another direction in order to. A dark-skinned hand grabs her around the throat and lifts her off the ground. We tried to be nice. Then there is darkness. So what have we learned? Koga asks as Duromari returns. She is indeed a regional boss. She knows several others up and down the coastline, and there's a level of boss above her, and she suspects a level of boss above that. The boss above her set her up in her cushy job to money launder and to deliberately spend enough money for there to be the wiggle room of a healthy organization. So she's both a deliberate money sink and a cleaner, Koga remarks in thought. Kitchen work, then, Dale remarks, and there's some scoffing at the bad joke. How aware of the Orega girls is she? Not very, we're off the grunt work, but this woman's closer to an accountant than anything else. She knew she was dealing with criminal work, but was never directly told. Someone dimmer than her could have done the same job with no idea that they were part of a criminal syndicate. Duro Marie answers before thinking. Still, we're at the money level of the organization. Every part of any organization is connected to the money in some way. I got a lot of names out of her, other banks at this level to handle cash overflow, a general overlook of their territories, and the location of a very, very big file she suspects is full of blackmail for almost every governess up and down the coast. Our little launderer was sitting on a mountain of dirt. And where's the file? I gave Brandon the location. Duro Mari's explanation is cut off by the door to a nearby house abruptly opening. Brandon steps out and tosses her a large data chip. It's nearly the size of her palm. It was exactly where you said it was. I cracked the password on it, but the first thing you should know is that that brick is full. There are literally kilobytes of free space left, and that sucker handles petabytes easily, and it's damn near fucking full. There are planetary libraries with less in them. Not true. There are holofilms that take up terabytes of data. A proper library has hundreds, if not thousands of them to rent out. Hilgjut notes, and there's a pause among the human men. We need to get you boys out of the forest for a bit and into more public avenues. Regardless, there's still an obscene amount of data on the chip. Even if it's all in video form, it's a lot. The rot is deep, and it's getting into the parts of society that need to stay clean of that filth, unless we want Serbo to start resembling the worst parts of Centrus? Brandon asks, and there's a pause. Could we not? There may be much about Centrus to recommend, but it is not anything like how Serbo is or should be, Miro Noir asks. Can we get a look over the territories of the cartel? There may be a pattern. Vernon asks out loud, and Duramari brings out a projector and begins fiddling with her communicator. Moments later, the coasts of Serbo and a fair chunk of the inland are lit up, but only when it attaches to the coast. So there is something to do with the water, Brinchar notes as he considers. I did chase them down to a port town, however. Old age getting to you? Koga teases him and he snorts. Concussion, actually. I got hit pretty hard during that fight, Brinchar says with a grin before thinking. I hadn't thought it odd, but they did head to the water then. There's nothing but pleasure boating and the like. Most historical cities are there when they're not built around the older spaceports or the towns between them on the trade routes. Could they have gone into the water? It's possible to build in space, so building an underwater base should be almost trivial. Vernon asks, and Brinchar gives him an odd look before turning back and then considering. That would do it, but why? Well, we haven't found any major storage facilities for drugs or for slaves. They have to be holding them somewhere, and while warehouses that have had expanded interiors are fairly easy to come by, they're also all registered and regularly inspected to ensure that there's no collapsing of the waveform and having the place detonating by suddenly having a skyscraper's worth of freight inside a single-story building. If they were to use private docks and boats to pick up product from a hidden base in the water, then it would explain not only this pattern of the most dense distribution being at the coast, but it would also explain why we haven't found anything. But there are surveys to keep track of Leviathan breeding populations and numbers. Those things are dangerous above the Blackwater. Depends what they're trying to take a bite out of, Miro Noir remarks as she remembers the lovely feast that had ensued after her last encounter with one. And there are ways to repel them, sonic frequencies that agitate the beasts and drive them away. Furthermore, the surveys are a matter of public concern. They're not being hidden and are actively disclosed to anyone who bothers to look for them. Hell, it's part of the standard package for buying a boating license. You have to show you know where to get the information. Using the sonic repellers and staying in only the most recently surveyed areas, you'd be able to keep a fairly large facility, both safe and secret, so long as it was also mobile. Duramari explains as her eyes grow wide at the idea. You wouldn't even need to keep it a secret. Register it as the private condo of an eccentric private citizen that admires the Leviathans, and you're outright expected to be there. No better hiding spot, then, where no one questions your presence. Imagar considers out loud before nodding. I think we need to go through that data and see what we can about beachfront or underwater facilities. There's not much call for such a thing on Serbo. It should stand out fairly blatantly. I'll look through too. I know the names of a lot of things about it. I've been in more than a few too, Darchar Crushclaw says. Are you certain? I've been trying to keep you out of this. I'm fine, Dad. This is just me looking for a house. Nothing scary or dangerous, Darchar says with a bit of a grin. Actually, I can probably teach you a bit about underwater architecture. There's a lot of different things to account for. I think I'd like that, Brinchar notes with a bit of a smile. You two should also look for private spaceports and shuttles. There's no way they could sell an Apok boy on Serbo, so they have to be transporting them off-world, Duramari remarks before pausing and crouching somewhat to look Darchar in the face. She then pulls out a lacy handkerchief and licks it a bit before rubbing out a spot on him. Oh, you! Darchar flinches back and hides behind his father. Sorry, you're just a cute, scrappy little thing and I needed to, Duramari remarks and Brinchar chuckles. Sorry, little buddy. You're at that wonderful age where you have dignity, but that just makes them want to baby you even more, Brinchar remarks. Oh, and you're an expert on this? It's the age I was when my wives finally pinned me down. Brinchar notes and Darchar pauses. Oh, you. They talk you into healing to this age, don't they? Now, I don't ask what you do with your wives. Don't ask what I do with mine. I don't have any wives, Darchar protests. Yet you don't have any wives yet. You've got the Char family good looks and you're training to be a sorcerer, Brinchar teases. Out of Cruel Space, Part 237. Not exactly hidden. I'm sorry, you're doing what? She demands her visitors. Although there are many, many other words she'd use to describe the battle princess and goddess be-damned sorcerer that's come to visit her, her secretary's going to need a few days off to deal with the fact that she was clearly having a minor breakdown in the next room. We're uprooting the Orga girls and have found several bank owners in your area have been money laundering for them. We've questioned one and investigated the others. We need a few trumped-up minor charges to make this all look like a small power play on your personal part, so the whole nest of scum doesn't scatter like insects caught in the light, the princess says. She's a touch intimidating in her night black dress with onyx gemstones so loosely tied that they're threatening to fall off. An outright dare for someone to try something. Thankfully, few people are so stupid. Yet the sorcerer is what really has her startled. He's in a cross between an outfit out of a legend and some kind of hard-wearing survival gear. Tough pants and a pattern to blend into the background of a forest. Thick and strong boots and a comfortable jacket over all of it. Yet there are vines intertwined all over it, flourishing, blooming, and writhing ever so slightly, like serpents waiting to strike. I see, and what benefit is this to me, she asks. If they want a favor, they better offer up something. You get to clear out scumbags that are victimizing your people on the absurdly cheap, making you even more popular, and actually having something to say when some belligerent demands to know by what right you rule, the sorcerer says, and in spite of his power, she feels her tail twitch in frustration. I rule by the right of blood. It's not for those beneath me to question it. She almost spits out at the impertinent alien that was outright wearing the dark forest as part of garb. Clearly a sorcerer or not, it is not for an alien to question the way things are done upon Serbo. The right of blood only goes unquestioned so long as yours doesn't paint the walls, and being a good ruler that looks out for her people's interest makes such a scenario less likely, he answers. After all, those who justify their rule by bloodshed can lose it the same way. Are you threatening me? She demands, rising up, and the princess in black sighs. Not the most diplomatic, are you, Brandon? She says disapprovingly. I'm being plenty diplomatic. She's looking for a fight. He replies, looking back at her. Look, Countess Vin, we're taking care of a very expensive problem that has at least partially been targeting you and your territory. All we ask from you is to lie out of the corner of your mouth in a manner that stands to make you a little bit of extra money as we go after this issue. In the end, you generate some extra tax revenue, and you get rid of numerous bad actors in your lands. How is any of that objectionable? The idea that you can act with impunity in my lands. I am Countess Vin. My line dates back to the Dark Ages before unification and has held these territories since. We were contenders for the imperial throne, and it was only an accident of fate that you do not speak to the Empress of Serbo, she announces, and Brandon gives Bearman a sideways look. The princess's outfit was a veil away from being a morning gown, and the woman in question was very much the type to stick in the background until something needed to happen. Is this the point we tie her up and send out a few communications in her name? He whispers to her through the tiny twist of root that she had agreed to be placed in her ear. She simply shakes her head. I have never, nor has my line ever been so insulted as to have one of the Empress's thugs come in here with her alien pet and try to push me around. Countess Vin starts ranting as Brandon mentally starts planning exactly how to take down the belligerent. Countess Vin, need I remind you that as a battle princess in good standing, that I am part of the Empress's personal army, and therefore considered an extension of her will? Bearman asks, and apparently it was the wrong thing to say, as Vin sucks in a deep breath and seems to outright inflate in her increasing fury. I am not allowed to stage a coup. I am not allowed to stage a coup. I am not allowed to stage a coup. Brandon starts chanting in his mind as what was supposed to be the easy and boring part of his day quickly grows into a frustrating mess that has him wondering exactly how well-trained this noble-blooded bitch is and how little bulletproof that would make her. And that is why you will both be leaving. Out, 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 out! Countess Vin orders, and with a sigh, Bearman leaves, even as Brandon raises an eyebrow and simply vanishes with a strange, woodsy feel to the axiom. Oh, sorry. He apologizes to the secretary who's already ducked under her desk. I swear to God, I mean you no harm. Perhaps saying that will only make things worse instead of better? Bearman asks as she emerges from the Countess's office. Likely people can take anything as a threat, up to and including an assurance that you're not trying to threaten them. Brandon notes as he leans away and then matches Bearman's stride. So, local authorities are pretty damn hostile. Do you have any ideas? Do you? She volleys the question right back even as they exit into the hallway. I've been ordered directly that I'm not to knock over the local political structures for my own convenience or entertainment. Entertainment? She asks delicately, and he shrugs. We all have our own hobbies, he replies as he runs a hand through his hair. Okay, so Countess Vin is tripping too much on her own power to be of use. What about her family? Think one of her nieces or her daughters would be of use? I thought you just said that you weren't supposed to knock over local political structures? A coup would certainly fall into such. Maybe, but you're right. I apologize. I can get vindictive at times, Brandon remarks as he thinks. Still, this whole area is a mess. The coastal regions lost their biggest claim to power when contact with the rest of the galaxy was made some few thousand years ago and have been bitter ever since. The pastime of most royals is saber-rattling and trying to goad their neighbors into attacking them and giving them all the justification for a ground war. Every interaction is gone over with a fine-tooth comb, just looking for an excuse. And excuses are made up where none are found. Welcome to Serbo. We have a rich history and warrior culture. We're also casually on the brink of war. And the lid is kept on it by the Empress, effectively hogging all the battle princesses and ensuring she casually has an army that can crush half the planet at any given moment. It would take 3/4 of all standing nobles rising up against her all at once to even have a chance of winning a straight-up fight. Something encouraged by your culture, and they're borderline genetically predisposed to hate each other with an unreasonable passion, so that almost never happens. It has a few times, however, when it does. The remaining nobles, or the infighting within the aggressors, tear them apart as thoroughly as the battle princesses. This leads to a massive shifting of provincial and country lines. They've learned to stop fairly recently, for now at least, but their inherent belligerence is showing through. Great, just great. Even with the public slam dunk that is the Empress getting hundreds of sorcerers on her side isn't enough to get the nobles to stop being stupid. Brandon remarks, letting out a huff of air. Okay, so Countess Vin is either too belligerent to be of use or actively opposing us. We need to move around her as we only have a limit of time before we spook the Orga girls. Perhaps that could be used? We'll need some method of tracking one of them that has the clearance to go into the same hiding place as the rest of the higher-end members of the organization. But if we pull it off, we can get a large percentage of them fairly easily. Scare them out and track them to their lair? Might work. We had been hoping to catch them unawares, but that works as well. We just need to figure out exactly what this high level for retreating is, and then do something nice and big to spook them into running. After that, we just have to give the location to Bryn Char and everyone walks away happy, Bearman says, and Brandon snorts in amusement. Oh, fine. Everyone capable of walking after he's done will walk away happy. There you go, Brandon says with a grin. Shall we go? She takes his offered hand, and things seem to invert as he pulls her back to the wood. It takes a time for them to get everything across, and many of the sorcerers give out dark rumblings about everything from Countess Vin to the very concept of royalty to begin with. Thankfully, no argument breaks out as Bryn Char, Koga, Vernon, and Mironoir keep everyone on track with the new plan. Mark as many as possible, and then give them a good solid scare. See to where the vermin scatter, as there's now little way to conceal things much longer. This brings the subject to the blackmail. With Brandon off with Barry Thin, it was mostly Bryn Char and Dare Char that had been poring over it, mostly looking for a something that would hint at the suspected underwater base. But the information had been very well organized. While there were no names, there was a list of cities around the world. A hit list. So this is going to take everyone splitting up to make sure we can mark everyone. We need to know where these rats scatter to, and we need to figure out some big move that will set the entire organization running. That's an easy one. I've been doing some digging myself, Imagar says, looking up from his communicator, which had a copy of some of the files. They seem to have a pretty big shipment going out tomorrow. We hit that publicly, and with obvious sorcery, and the whole organization should run to their panic rooms. The Bone Chewer movies may or may not be believed by these people, but the head honchos are likely paranoid enough to have some kind of panic response. Well, our banker had one, and she had plausible deniability about it and everything. If she had one, then we can bet our bottom dollars that the higher-ups have it too, Dale remarks. Still, we need to put something on all of them, something from the woods to track them with. Bryn Char notes and Vernon thinks before grinning. Beloved, you have the evil smile. Mironoir chides him and he winks at her. Because I have an evil idea, my love. Gentlemen, it's time to brush up on medical conditions and a bit of botany. We've worn the woods as armor and wielded it as a weapon. Time to teach our enormous and ancient friend how to be a wart. What? Brandon asks and Vernon rolls his eyes. A wart is a plant growth under the skin. We just need to give them a wart on the skin or a flicker of mold or spores in the hair and follow those when they scatter. From that moment onwards, we can reach out and touch them no matter where they go. All right, I think you need to brush up a bit, Vernon. I'm pretty sure warts are viral or bacterial in nature, Dale says as he looks over his communicator for confirmation, and Vernon shrugs. Is it a bad idea? Some spores or pollen in the hair or on their clothing? A seed or two stuck in a wallet or pocket, and we can track them down no matter where they go. Vernon asks, and there are nods all around. Just remember that viruses aren't plants, nor are bacteria. Right. Stick to plankton, spores, and algae for going small. Got it, Vernon says as there are some chuckles around. So what's the plan when we scare all the higher-ups to their hole? Bryn Char asks in a seemingly light tone. We use the lightest touch to make sure that there are no innocents involved, and then we let you choose, Duramari says. I've spoken with the Empress. If you want to make your own home movie about what you're doing to them, you may. Wonderful. Now there's only the question as to how to get down there if they have the underwater base. From the looks of things, it's fairly extensive and deep. Oh, I got that, Dad. I'm fully amphibious, thanks to Mom. And even beyond that, I've got ideas I've been wanting to try. Darechar remarks with a grin. Wait, you're amphibious, kid? I thought you just really liked the water. Brandon asks. Well, I do and I am, but I prefer salt water. The fresh water of the mountains feels weird on my gills. There's a sort of natural shielding from the salt in salt water, and without it breathing in water feels off. Darachar shrugs. It's just me being weird, so I didn't bring it up. To get back on track, we need a way to publicly drop a transport ship with sorcery that doesn't cause too much collateral, and we need to get a strain of the wood we can hide on people, all before tomorrow, Koga says, and people begin brainstorming. Out of Cruel Space, Part 238, Not Exactly Hidden. She was in a minor panic. As an agent of Lady Ruth, there was always some minor disaster or another. The machinations and games of the nobles never truly ceased, and as the seneschal of Lady Ruth, it was Darquis's job to keep dealings with the landed nobles and the battle nobles as straight as possible to avoid either a war or the wrath of the empress. Thankfully, Lady Ruth was as wise as she was young to the games of politics, and was eager to avoid the fate that had nearly killed her mother and had passed the throne to her. She had surrounded herself with many advisors and wiser figures to help her navigate the utter danger of noble life, and now things were getting unusual. The empress and many sorcerers were on the move. They had moved with subtlety, but subtlety only gets one noticed by the courts and nobles, especially if one has a competent spy mistress as Lady Ruth does, and a historian, like Darquis, who had spent her youth studying the history of sorcerers and their sheer impact on the politics of Serbo. Having a large chunk of a dark forest within one's homeland tends to raise curiosity and caution, a not unreasonable one, as all around the coasts of Serbo sorcerers had been seen in the company of princesses. This had Lady Ruth asking the Empress, very politely, if there's something she should know about. The answer had been as vague as it had been terrifying. The sorcerers were furious, and she had sent her princesses to accompany them and attempt to contain the damage. That by itself was enough that Darquis's first impulse was to hide under her blankets and wait for the screaming to stop. But then she had thought about it and had reported how odd it was to Lady Ruth. A sorcerer in a fury acts quickly and decisively. Oftentimes the fury is something old and forgotten about by the transgressor, but a deeply and personally nursed hatred on the part of the sorcerer. But things had been so contained, so controlled, more akin to special forces or the assassins of other races. The sorcerers moved subtly. Oddly dressed men with the forests wrapped around them, accompanied by battle princesses in their royal finery. Sometimes there wasn't even damage or someone vanishing, as those more controlled in their fury might inflict. They would just appear somewhere, appear to glare at some figures and then vanish. No one knew what to make of these strange movements, but it was always the same: an undoubtable sorcerer wrapped in the dark wood, accompanied by a battle princess in good standing. That the sorcerers had apparently shorn their horns and tails, or hidden them, but it could go either way with sorcerers, was terrifying in implication. Either other races were learning the arts, meaning that there was likely to suddenly be a great many more sorcerers, or something had made a point of hunting the sorcerers, and they were attempting to retaliate with the aid of the Empress's personal army. Either way, terrifying. Something that she can't push from her mind as she beholds the strange duo on the rooftop. A dark mane of hair pulled back into a bun, a pearlescent gown for a dress, and a slim but unimaginably confident figure for the princess, and a scrappy, scruffy figure, his clothing the tones of the earth, and both tough and practical, with living leaves and vines woven along it. His shoulders and upper torso are covered in a blanket of moss that moves like a cape that he'd outgrown as a tiny child. The sheer contrast is nearly enough to give her whiplash as both figures glance in her direction. The princess dismisses her, and the sorcerer smiles. He has a bowl of something in his lap and is using a pair of twigs to scoop up its contents and eat it. "Hello there. Is something the matter?" the sorcerer asks between bites. She likely has been sent to see exactly what's been tripping all the bioscanners. How you can eat that madness is beyond me. What? Taco salad's awesome. The salt content is obscene. The chemicals in there would freeze me to death, even as I felt myself burn alive. No thank you. It's why I didn't offer you any. I know it's bad for you, but damn it, I'm hungry and I want a fire in my gut, the sorcerer volleys back. Not to mention I needed something I could eat with chopsticks. No way I'm losing that bet to that smug prick Koga. Excuse me, but what's going on? Their Quiz asks and gets another glance from them both before the sorcerer shrugs as he keeps shoveling down whatever a taco salad is. The sorcerers are well and truly provoked, the princess remarks. They're attempting to rise above their rage-born roots and have been confronted by someone trying to kidnap one of their youngest while he was visiting family. It should have been a moment of innocence and gentleness that made Serbo stronger without maiming her or her people. But some beings can only bring disaster to those around them, so the sorcerers are retaliating. I and my sisters in battle are with them to ensure things don't go too far. That's a chilling thought. If someone had managed to provoke multiple sorcerers, then the damage could be obscene. But what could the princesses do to stop them? Unless there are a great many more nearby she has no idea about. And what are you doing here specifically, she asks, and the sorcerer points out with the sticks he's been eating with to the shuttles being loaded. One of them is being used by the Orga girls to transport product and payment off-world. Product in the form of kidnapped children, payment for drugs. We're not sure which, though. The job of myself and the good princess is to act as backup just in case something goes wrong with the others already looking into things in this area. We're also extra eyes in case something causes one of the flights to panic. It's not a guarantee, but that one will be our compromised shuttle. The Orga girls? But that's just an old name that the occasional stupid gang uses to make themselves sound more competent than they are. No, they're not. We thought so at first, but we traced the attempted kidnappers to a safe house that had a money trail to several major banks. The owner led us to several other bank owners, and the trail just grew wider and wider. The Orga girls are alive, organized, and just beneath the public eye. The idiot gangs using their names are their lowest of the low. We've uncovered a library's worth of blackmail that they've used to keep themselves away from scrutiny. The princess notes, and suddenly the sorcerer twitches. Shit, he says, putting aside his bowl and chopsticks. Their Quiz risks a look into it, and it seems harmless. Definitely not something an Apok could eat, though. Too much plant matter. It would go down disgustingly and come out even worse. One of the shuttles blasts into movement and hurriedly closes its cargo bay doors. It lurches upwards as below them, the doors of the building are flung open with a roar. Yep, he's pissed. Is that Morgar-kun? Their Quiz demands in shock as one of the most recent sorcerers to emerge from the dark forests races towards the shuttles below her. Yep, but he hasn't asked for help yet. He's just pissed off that he's been found out so easily, the sorcerer remarks as he stands with a foot on the ledge, ready to leap. We have at least smoked out which one it was. Apparently he was confirming things when someone tied to the Orga girls overheard him and told them to go. So what's his big plan to down the shuttles? He did nothing in the process of his investigations. If his plan fails, I've got a couple backups I already set up, but we need this big and noisy to get all the attention we can. He remarks, and their Quiz flinches as Morgar-kun, the man that personally tried to besiege the capital of Serbo, by himself, rips up a chunk of the landing pad 3 times the size of the ship and hurls it after the fleeing shuttle. The sorcerer next to their Quiz scowls at the sight before grinning as he tracks its velocity and apparently likes what he's seen. That's going to kill so many people, the princess mutters in horror. It'll hit the upper part of the Jawbone mountain range. There are no towns in that area, and even if it causes an avalanche, the casualties will be minimal if they exist at all, the sorcerer says as the shuttle rises up. Still, he promised at least 3 solid plans, and sneaking failed, smashing failed. Where's the third morgue? They feel the axiom, twist and shift, and there's something rising up from the gouged hole in the landing pad. It seems small and thin, and the sorcerer outright cackles at the sight of Morgar-kun, collecting it into a single small stick. Oh, this is going to be good, clever. The sorcerer notes and picks up his meal again and begins to all but inhale it as if his eating somehow expresses his eagerness. What's he done? The princess demands, and the sorcerer chuckles. Just watch, he says, pointing even as Morgar-kun throws the stick like a tiny spear, and it launches with enough force that, There's a sonic boom followed by an unholy crashing clang as it embeds itself into the underside of the shuttle. While impressive, that won't drop the shuttle. The princess remarks somewhat dryly. Keep watching, the sorcerer says as he finishes his meal and tucks the bowl away under his moss. The ship suddenly dips and buckles before beginning to freefall entirely. Then as it falls downwards, branches burst from the sides and engines and front bridge to unfurl gigantic leaves that slow its fall, even as the stick grows larger and larger as it reaches for the ground with gnarling, grasping roots. In less than a minute, there is a towering tree with a shuttle tangled up through its branches, and the sorcerer is outright applauding as he stands up and hops off the building. The princess follows, and Xueting briefly panics before jumping off herself and then flailing as her nerve breaks. The landing pad below suddenly bursts into enormous flowers that break her fall and let her down gently. "You okay?" the sorcerer asks. What's going on?" she demands, and the princess gestures for her to keep up. She rushes forward and matches pace. "We're hunting. Right now, we need to give our prey a good scare and get them to reveal themselves and scatter." The princess answers, and to hear that is chilling. "Not much for the warrior ways, are you? I didn't expect you to suddenly panic like that," the sorcerer remarks in a chiding tone. "No, I've preferred my battles and wars to be in written form and not something I'm in the middle of," she admits, and the sorcerer nods as he walks up to Morgark, who's standing with his arms crossed and simply observing the damage he caused. "So we've even got a professional witness? Excellent," Morgark says, and Xueting flinches back. "And what did I do to deserve that?" You're Morgark. I remember that day," Xueting says, unable to do much more, but keep both the princess and the sorcerer, whose name she doesn't know, between them. "Oh, well, why are you worried then? The empress and her elite guard hit me so hard I woke up a week later in the palace and was promptly brought to her to explain what my grievance was. She sorted it out, and I've been peaceful since." Never mind," Xueting says before looking up at the shuttle with the gigantic tree growing out of it. "Come on, you're the type to chat about this, I presume. It would be best if you saw this." Morgark remarks, suddenly vanishing, and the sorcerer sighs. "Ma'am, if you want to figure out what's going on, please take my hand," the sorcerer says. Xueting just stares for a moment as the princess holds his wrist to allow Xueting room to grab. She reaches forward, and when she grasps his hand, everything warps, and he suddenly pulls her back, away from the edge of the branch that she's now standing on. "Took your time," Morgark says as he taps the edge of the down shuttle with a knuckle. "Get our witness someplace stable, then help me. I need someone to catch." "Ma'am, please keep the lady safe," the sorcerer says promptly, all but handing Xueting to the princess and vanishing to reappear next to Morgark, who then wrenches open the side of the shuttle with his bare hands. Children tumble out of the newly made hole, but are quickly caught and placed down gently by the sorcerer, even as numerous leaves and branches fall out of the bay as well. The children are to the last, fast asleep, with specialized restraining neck braces on. Aren't these designed for livestock? Slap them on a living thing, and they slip into a coma but are sustained by it? The sorcerer asks as he casually breaks off the neck braces one after the other. "They are. They also find a great deal of use in the slave industry," Morgark remarks, and then thumps the side of the shuttle hard enough to send a low clang through all of it. "The slaver bitches are still in there along with all their non-living product and payment. They're not going anywhere, and they're not getting out unrecognized. So let's get these children home and then see what happens next. Yep, we've sunk the ship of anonymity, so let's see where the rats swim to." You keep using that word. What is a rat? A small scavenging animal with a bad reputation for carrying disease and sneaking into all sorts of food stores. They also have good instincts, so a guaranteed way to tell if things were going very badly was if the rats were retreating from the area. I suppose the comparison does make sense. Xueting is at a complete loss for words. Out of Cruel Space, Part 239, Not Exactly Hidden. Brinchar, A few moments, if you will, Vernon says, and the previously humming sorcerer nods and follows him a few steps to the side. Have you found something? I believe so, but I've also been using a touch of axiom to enhance my memory and improve my mental focus. I cannot help but recall that when we first met, you claimed to have run away from home at 6 due to life-lacking focus in finding the woods before the woods found you. Vernon says, asking without really asking. I skipped the more morbid and cruel details. What should have been running away as a child getting huffy with their parents would. Turned into a nightmare when Zulchar and myself were a respectable distance from home. Roughly at the point we were about to turn back. Had the Orga girls waited even a minute longer, they would have had the room they needed to catch me before I reached the forest. Ah, I see. I apologize for reminding you. Vernon says, remembering a few times he had threatened to run away from home, mostly because his father had thought it hilarious and had brought it up before he left Earth, stating that this time he couldn't make it back in time for dinner. It's all right. It's good you're paying such attention. Now, you said you found something? There are many of the smaller groups, the ones we thought weren't that important, heading to individual safe houses, but many, not all but many, of the ones we suspected to be higher ranking have all teleported. These teleportations scrambled things for a bit, but it's all coming from the ocean, from the area where your son has been saying the underwater base is. And it's not easy to get down there. Clever. Wait, how old is the base? My first attack gave me a trail that led straight to the coast. And that's where they escaped you, I'm presuming. I don't know for certain yet, but your attack being stopped at the port likely encouraged the Orga girls in their use of an underwater safe house and storage facility. Do you think that some of the originals may be alive? Bryn Char asks as several faces crossed his mind. Possibly, but don't depend on it. They're criminals, they're aggressive, and have a disregard for the normal ways of doing things, which is usually safer. Their own hubris or incompetence could very well have killed them already if random chance or violence hasn't already done so. Although if you want to feel better, you can imagine that they choose death instead of possibly facing you at some time in the future. As fun an idea as that is, I don't think that's the case with things, he says before thinking, and then smiles widely, although that is a very pleasant idea. How are the children? Vernon asks for a change of topic. You and Morgakun took it on yourselves to bring them home. Did things go well? Oh, very well. Lots of dramatic tears and some wailing. They had all been reported as lost or missing, and not kidnapped, though. It makes me wonder how many missing children are actually stolen and not the victims of some misfortune. Bryn Char asks as he contemplates things. Probably far more than we'll ever be comfortable with. They start early and bold. They tried to get you at 6, and you spent what? 6 years in the dark forest before anyone heard from you again? 9. I was 15 when I left. 2 years too late to save my brother's life. Ironic, really. Had I spent less time mourning his death, I might have prevented it. Bryn Char says as his eyes start lighting up and the tiny vines poking out from under his clothing start to writhe and lash around. Vernon swats him in the forehead. None of that. We all make mistakes. We all screw up. The only question is, are you going to repeat that mistake? Never. Bryn Char nearly snarls at him. Then that's that, Vernon says before stepping away and then tilting his head. Come on, we've been having the princesses go to speak with the local landed ladies to encourage them to find the safe houses of the pettier parts of the organization and engage in some good old-fashioned character assassination and slander. By the time this is done, the vast majority should be social and political pariahs. They deserve worse. Pfft, they're the breading on the meat, the garnish there to distract us from the main course. Come on, I've got something to show you. Vernon then leads Bryn Char to a small dark hut that smells foul. The mushrooms in here are connected to the spores I got on the girls. I got lucky, and at least half of them lead to that underwater base now. You can hear it from any part of the forest, but they came from these shrooms, so the whispers are loudest here. You're listening in on them, Bryn Char notes as he holds up a small tongue of bright yellow fire in his hand to better see by. The table where the mushrooms are being grown is the source of the foul stench, but the mushrooms have many medicinal uses. including the use of causing whoever you gave that dose to needing medicine. Vernon reaches out and taps one of the mushrooms, causing it to glow. Brinchar leans in as soft noises come from it. You don't get it, you idiot. This isn't a random attack. We lost contact with several groups before this happened. This was planned. Someone is coming for us. Brinchar outright twitches. He knows that voice. But Morga-kun? Wasn't his big issue about loan sharks in the capital squeezing his family dry? The second voice is unfamiliar, but is one he's putting down as needing to be dealt with. Doesn't matter. Last time we were so sloppy that we spooked someone into being a sorcerer, there was a fucking trench carved into the planet as they chased us down. Don't look at me. I wasn't even in the family business when this would have happened. Sorcerers take years to grow and develop. Regardless, when this blows over, we need to make sure that the grunts understand to hit the kids with a damn sleeping effect before moving in. The first voice grumbles and the glow fades. A recording? Brinchar asks. It happened about 20 minutes ago. Most of them are just playing the audio from news feeds or music. A couple have muttered swearing and the sound of footsteps, and I think I'm picking up some light snoring from a few more. Vernon explains and Brinchar nods. That first voice, I know her. She was either there or studied her history enough to understand the level of threat aimed at her head, Vernon confirms. I've overheard a few other things, but as conversations go, that was the really juicy bit. Is it possible that the ones that I missed so long ago are still alive? Brinchar asks and Vernon nods. It is. Maybe it's even likely. There are a lot of things to consider, but you would have been easy to avoid, especially if they made a point of never being in the same circles where you or your wives would be. After I was brought out of my rage, I mostly stayed with my wives and occasionally visited family. I got my education mostly due to sheer boredom and a desire to do something that wouldn't piss everyone off. Brinchar considers, and Vernon nods. From what I understand, it's considered a measure of trust between the Empress and her subjects that the location of her princesses is public knowledge. If you were sticking with them, then it would have made you very easy to track from afar, and therefore very, very easy to avoid. I was effectively under house arrest for the first century. I went nowhere without at least 3 of them, and they did their best to keep me distracted. Speaking of, where are they? They're not among any of the princesses assisting in this operation. Well, I may have helped them train over the years. They are to the last, part of the Empress's personal guard. From what I recall, it was my Ari that knocked Morgarkin off balance before the Empress slugged him so hard he woke up a week later. Vernon snorts at that little revelation as he mentally sighs with relief. There was a fair amount of affection when he said Ari, so although old wounds were opening, he wasn't directing the pain and frustration at the people in his life currently. It was still somewhat strange to him that husbands could be won in battle, but from every angle he saw things, the girls were happy to have someone of value, and they quickly did all in their power to make sure the men were happy to be had. It was a strange way of things, but it seemed to work. Not that he would ever have to worry about it beyond worrying for his friends. He and his Miro Noir wouldn't let it happen. Whatever conversation would have emerged next is interrupted by a cheer from the middle of the village, and Brinchar raises an eyebrow to hear his son whoop for joy. So he's made progress? Vernon asks. In what? Brinchar asks, somewhat alarmed that Derchar had been up to something he was unaware of. The boy may be in his teens and at a better place than Brinchar had been in his own youth, but he's still worried. He's been dabbling in a dozen different directions, so it could be anyone, to be honest, Vernon says as they head out of the mushroom hut and deeper into the village. Near the pools they dug out and had been maintaining a small fish farm. It was a good way to get the younger sorcerers to respect the nature in the water, as well as provide more meat to be eaten. Also, learning how water flowed into and around it taught quite a bit as well. Derchar is standing on a gigantic swarm of wriggling fish that moves with him as he walks across the pond. Not on the water, but on the fish. He's taking control of them. Interesting, Vernon notes as he considers as Brinchar takes a few more steps and openly considers. Hey, Dad, I think I might be able to scale this up. Who wants to ride a Leviathan? Derchar announces with a whoop. Several of the princesses join in, and the sorcerers look curious. "How did you do this?" Brandon asks, and Darchar jumps off the teeming mass of fish, and they scatter before he even lands. It's clear that he's given up control over them, and they're spooked by the strangeness of what happened. "It's all about the food. I was able to pour power into the plants growing in the water that they feast on, and I managed to get a few to move before I pushed more in. If we can imbue some local fish to the degree we can control them, and then get a leviathan to eat them, we should be able to control the leviathan," Darchar explains, and Brinchar considers. "All right, you've done an amazing job, son. Now, I want you to let me get back to that when I come to terms between wanting to protect you a great deal and the fact that I was doing far, far worse and came out all right. Trials of parenthood," Dale taunts him. "I've been through this with my daughters. It shouldn't be so hard with my son." Brinchar notes, and there's some good-natured chuckling. "Can we go visit them when we're done with this?" Darchar asks, and Brinchar smiles. "That sounds wonderful. What do your wives think of my mother?" Darchar asks, and Brinchar thinks. "They think that she got very, very lucky, and it's very, very unfair that she got so lucky. But they're also mature enough to not do anything more than be snippy," Brinchar remarks before grinning. "Especially since she's willing to share some information." "Oh no, sweet tides, they want the baby pictures." "Yeah, they already have some. I was keeping it quiet before. But your mother and my wives have been talking and are getting along fairly well," Brinchar says, and Darchar suddenly goes still with his eyes wide. "Well, that's a good thing, isn't it?" Brandon asks. No, it's not. Mom's too huggy as is. An army of princesses on top of that is too much. How about we focus on taming a gigantic monster of the deeps and then using it to sneak up on the underwater evil lair full of kidnappers and drug pushers, so we can unleash your ancient serial killer father to express the fullness of his displeasure and Jesus tap dancing. Christ, this is actually happening, and I'm a part of it. Oh, dear God, Dale says out loud before walking away with a stunned look on his face. Well, you heard the man. Let's do the ridiculous thing to go to the ridiculous place full of ridiculous people and send in our most ridiculous person to do ridiculous things. Vernon says, barely able to keep himself from laughing. Brinchar only rolls his eyes. He's got his target, he's got his location, and it looks like his son is about to provide transport. He can almost smell the blood. Out of Cruel Space, Part 240, Not Exactly Hidden. So the plan is that after Darchar takes control of the gigantic horror that would snack on megalodons, we conjure a bubble of air and keep renewing it as we use the giant beast to sneak up on the submarine base of the Orga girls. After that, we take control of security and post some bully boys in their evacuation routes to let Brinchar unleash the beast. Yes? Is there something the matter? Why don't we just rent some kind of sub? I think I even saw someone that owned one designed to hunt leviathans that we could probably commission the captain. Subs have an IFRF and get pinged fairly easily. The base would be on the lookout for them. But it's in the middle of Leviathan country down there, so if we ride a great beast, we can instead effectively sneak up on the base on the back of a creature that could take a solid bite out of it. Quiet, he's coming back up, Brinchar calls out, and everyone crowds around the edge of the water. The coastline goes straight down into water so deep that the leviathans are a risk directly below. It's maybe 50 meters at most before the things start actively hunting you, which is great for people looking for a solid meal, but hunting out of season or poaching can get you in a lot of trouble. Vernon had dodged a bullet in that Miro Noir has a license due to being a princess, and it was indeed in season. The water darkens, and off the coast, Darchar rises from the water with a vicious grin on his face, and his arms crossed before the water below him erupts as a massive creature with enough fangs to qualify for having a forest of teeth. Along its back and the front of its maw are numerous phosphorescent patterns, likely to lure prey in. We have got to get that kid a flying V and wrap him in spikes and leather. What? Brinchar asks and looks back in incredulity. Oh, come on. That was awesome. Kids basically walked off a heavy metal album cover. Is the answer Brinchar gets, and he rolls his eyes. Hey, are you all coming or what? Darchar asks from on top of his gigantic monster. Some teleport and others jump, but at his call, the entire crowd lands atop the Leviathan. It's only a fraction of the main group. Most of the princesses are making sure that the smaller cells of Orga girls are being properly rolled over and arrested by the ladies whose lands they've taken refuge in, and of course, many sorcerers are going about making sure they get found to begin with. Regardless of how few of them are present, if things were broken down to basic math, where 100 normal apuk measured out to roughly one battle princess, then they still had enough force to bring to bear that there simply wasn't enough room in 3 enemy submarines to match them all, especially once you consider that the average sorcerer is considered a match for a half-dozen princesses. Is everyone ready? Darchar asks as the Leviathan slowly creeps back down into the water at his command. No one says a thing. Is that good or bad? It's good. We're just taking this seriously now. We're fine, Vernon says as he focuses and captures the local air and thinks. Then there's a whisper on the axiom, followed by a roar, and a series of small needles made of the brassy-looking kutha fall into his palm. All right, ladies and gentlemen, these are your lifelines. If you get forced out into the water, it will keep you alive and safe. Stick them into your clothing and remember it in case of emergency. So these will keep us from drowning? Brinchar asks as he sticks his in, and Darchar outright refuses. It will keep a bubble of fresh air around you. You just need to run some axiom through and then breathe deeply. I also suggest using it in general. The water down there will squeeze with the force of a mountain on all sides and freeze so badly that you'll go into shock fairly quickly. If you're not ready for a deep ocean trench, then use the pins. I'm outright eager for it. Which reminds me, could you exclude me from the bubble you're going to be making on the way down? Darchar asks, and Vernon nods as he finishes handing out the needles. His own is stuck in the collar of his shirt. The Leviathan dives down, and the sea rushes in before washing around of them. In moments, they're bouncing somewhat at the sheer angle the beast is diving at, as a massive bubble of fresh air keeps everyone but Darchar dry and breathing easily. In moments, the light is almost entirely gone, with only the twisting pale blue blurs along the Leviathan, several of them twisting under them. They step off the twisting marks so as not to break the pattern. Everyone looks up as another Leviathan, this one with tentacles, passes by overhead. One of the tentacles brushes against the bubble, and Vernon frowns as he watches it skid off the barrier he's set up. There's an outright field of sharp horns on the underside of those tentacles. This thing could flay a whale alive in a second. I wonder how it tastes. Vernon, it's not hunting season in this part of the ocean, Miro Noir chides him. It's aquatic. Wouldn't that make it fishing and not hunting? Koga asks as he watches the large creature fade into the distance. It has a slightly more jagged pattern than the more crocodile fish monster they're on now. He needs to test the local grain and seaweed, see what could be used to make sushi. He wonders how some of these beasts would taste with wasabi or soy sauce. He shakes his head and refocuses, adjusting his glasses as he feeds a little axiom into his eyes to increase their sensitivity and open them up to a slightly wider spectrum of light. The continental shelf may break off terrifyingly close to shore, but it's not the deepest point. He understood this geographically from his studies, but to see the trench below open up like a great yawning blackness is absurd. Even more absurd are the schools of smaller leviathans, each one moving silently and without phosphorescent markings to keep them hidden from the larger adults. Apparently, evolution had caught up to the abominations that had been made out of several species in the past. Rumor said the hybrids were cannibals. Evolution seems to agree. Otherwise, why else would the juveniles be hiding? Vernon, Brinchar says as the slight sensation of the woods increases as they go down and down. There is no longer any natural light from above. Only the glowing animals and plants along the sides of the trench are visible. Yes? Vernon asks as he continues to focus on the bubble. Keep my son away from what I'm about to do, he says, and Vernon opens his eyes to regard him fully. You once offered to place the cameras and help with my revenge. I want you to keep it pure instead. This is between me and the Orga girls. Darchar is innocent. That he's done this much already leaves a foul taste in my mouth. I understand. I'll keep him out from the inside of that sub, Vernon promises, and Brinchar nods. I can hear you guys, Darchar says from the water. Brinchar freezes with his eyes wide. I'll stay out of the stupid underwater base, Dad. You could have just said to keep out. This is a side of me I don't want to show you. What I'm about to do is something I hope no child or grandchild of mine ever does. Brinchar says, as he focuses Axiom through the needle and walks out of the bubble to stand right beside Derchar. Yay, yay, I get it, Derchar says, looking forward at the tiny speck that's slowly growing larger as some sound he can't quite hear is bothering his Leviathan somewhat. I truly hope you don't. I truly, truly hope you will never understand. This is an old, unhealing wound. It's been over 600 years and I still don't feel better. It still hurts. It will never not hurt. Brinchar says, matching Derchar's gaze and trying to find the proper words for things. I've seen the movies, Dad. It can't be that bad, Derchar says sulkily as he takes in a deep breath of the salt water and feels his natural axiom patterns and the gills along the sides of his torso work in tandem to clear his mind. It's worse. The worst that the movies show is some goofy little statue with a bucket of fake blood thrown on them. The ones that got closest are the ones that showed nothing. Those that let your mind wander at what I could have done. Yay, yay, you break every bone in their bodies, and only after the pain has taken them, you rip off the head and do goddess knows what to it. Derchar dismisses. It is so much more than that. Look, I know that I've only recently been part of your life, and you want to really know what it means to be the son of Brinchar, whatever that's supposed to actually be. But it's not what I do. It's the way I do it. This is personal to me, deeply and brutally intimate pain. I would give this suffering to no one and nothing else. I have given it to no one and nothing else. I don't even like the idea that the people at large are even vaguely aware of this. The reason I go along with it most of the time is because the stories, the movies, and what I'm about to do next will all serve to scare the more stupid and reckless away from lives like this. Away from me. I'm a monster, my child. For many, I am the monster that keeps them from hurting others. And you don't want to be a monster to me. To any of my family, not to you, not to my daughters or granddaughters, not to my wives, not to my nieces or your distant cousins, not to my surviving sisters or aunts, not to the people in my life. Then why are you doing this? Why not let it go if you hate it so much? Because it's not that I hate it or that I deny being a monster, it's that I want my monstrosity to be for those that deserve it. You don't. And to be frank, those that do don't live long. So it's not that you're about to kill them. It's not about that you're making this personal or disgusting or slow or anything. It's that you don't want that in my life. Great. Damn it, you're charred to the bone. This is me being selfish and hypocritical, yes. I want to keep the dirty, rotten, painful, and cruel things in my life away from the things I really like. You, for instance. Then why are you letting me get this close? You're both a char and a teenager. The more I try to keep you away, the more you're going to try and be a part of this. So you're in until this last dirty moment, and I'm trying to reason with you. I can handle a little blood, Dad. I'm a carnivore. I'm apuk. I like my meat raw with little tongues of flame to cook it while it's in my mouth. I know you like eating campaigner style. I do. This is something else entirely. It's so much more than blood. It's bile, too. Intestinal fluids, half-eaten food, urine and feces, brain fluids and tears in the raw marrow, shattered bones and torn flesh, all mixing together in a bouquet beyond anything you've smelt before. Brinchar half whispers, and Derchar gags at the thought. Exactly. The movies and basic descriptions can't even begin to describe the kind of hell that's about to happen. The sounds of it give normal people nightmares, and the sight alone drove several Orga girls to suicide in sheer terror. Either that or they knew there was no escape and didn't want to suffer. How bad is it? Horror movies never come close to the real deal. They can't. Only sociopaths or the psychotic truly take joy from this kind of thing, and that's something I've learned to accept about myself. I don't understand, Derchar says, and Brinchar sighs. Part of me hopes you won't for a while yet, but if I don't explain this right, you'll try to figure it out. All right, in movies in written form, there are a lot of details that are left out or missed, often for the sake of taste. Even realistic horror movies put aside a lot of details. Death rattles being one of them. Death rattles? Not important, but it's something missed. Missed deliberately because it's a weird and deeply unsettling quirk of death. It's too close to the mark, and therefore not entertaining. Yay, but there's also the fact that I'm not going in there to fight them or kill them. Fighting implies they have a chance. Killing implies a level of distance or ambiguity. Then what are you doing? Murder. I'm going in there to murder them. Murder is never a good thing. Even if you can justify it, it's still evil. I'm going into that underwater base, and I'm going to do something completely evil. To evil people. That doesn't make my actions any more right or wrong. But you're stopping them from doing horrible things and punishing them for what they've done. Yes, I am. Almost anyone you ever meet, no matter the race, will tell you that it's a righteous and glorious thing to do. To bring retribution and stopping evil. Those people have never had blood on their hands, be it guilty or innocent, and those that are happy about it, those that get excited and not because of the fight or the challenge, be careful around them. Be very careful around them. You enjoy it. In the sense that a man who's injured getting treatment enjoys it, yes, this is like lancing a pustule or a boil. Painful, disgusting, and the absolutely best thing I can do. I am broken, my son. I've learned to cover the break, but I need to let it air at times. Now is such a time. This isn't fair. You're not going to stop them from watching, from seeing this, or even taking part in this. Why am I being kept away? Because you're my son. You've only known me for 6 months. So? Brinchar snaps back, and the air bubble expands to include them both. They turn to find Vernon glaring at them both. Both of you shut up and act like you're older than 5 years old for a few minutes. This conversation is for later because we got work to do now. Brinchar, are you still up for this? Vernon demands, and Brinchar nods with a huff. Darechar Crushclaw, are you willing to keep this beast close? The whole complex has gone into silent running to avoid its attention. We can use that. Yes. Good. As requested, I'll be staying with Darechar. Koga, you and Hilgjut are on the security room. Brandon, find and shut down all the life pods and anything designed to help them escape. Trash it all and don't bother with subtle. Just don't be seen otherwise. Vernon orders, and there's nodding. Beyond that, this is your horror show, Brinchar. Just as agreed. Yay, as agreed. If you'll excuse me, Brinchar says before vanishing with a crack. In moments, the sensation of the wood increases within the base. Much more, and they'd be able to get in from anywhere on the planet. With me, miss, Koga says gently, taking Hilgjut's shoulder, and vanishing with her as Brandon seems to wink out of existence as well. Everyone else is on an evacuation and protection. I have no doubt in my mind that there's at least someone in there kidnapped. We need to find them yesterday and get them to safety. Go. He orders, and the rest of the sorcerers vanish like the shinobi that Koga was trying, and often failing to teach them to be, leaving him and his Miro Noir alone, with a sulky teenager to rain on their parade. You know, it was quite exciting to hear you take charge like that, Miro Noir whispers into his ear from behind as her arms warp around him. Oh, so you like the look of Vernon in charge? He asks, and Darechar rolls his eyes as the sap returns. Out of Cruel Space, Part 2, 41. Not exactly hidden. I told you to turn it down. There's a Leviathan checking out the repeller beacon. She snarls down to her idiot niece. Stupid girl has no idea how close they came to utter disaster. The freshly muted news feed is showing several of their highest-ranking money girls being marched into the back of patrol cars with glaring princesses to assure compliance. Isn't the whole point of those things to chase them away? The idiot asks as for a moment her heart skips a beat. There was a figure, clearly male, that was sitting in a tree that outright vanished a moment later. There were no horns, though, so maybe it was her imagination. They get curious every now and then. If it hears more than the drone of the beacon, the odds of it taking a bite go up. And with how the axiom in those monsters move, it would eat rock if it cared for the taste. Meaning our ship could be a great big Leviathan snack with a gooey center if you don't shut up. She explains in the tone to indicate just how much of a drooling idiot she thinks her niece is for needing this to be said. Why is the base even here? Wouldn't a space station or some special mountaintop condo be better? The almost terminally stupid girl demands as she puts the subtitles on and goes into sulk mode. Because those are easier to find, you idiot. Not to mention there's no chance of the dark forest being down here. Oh, here we go. Oh, the bone chewer's coming for you. Ooh, the stupid girl says, and is grabbed around the mouth and pulled in close. Don't mention that name, ever. She snarls down with sparks of warfire flickering out to die on her skin. Her niece nods as she sees the pure, uncut rage in her eyes, and she all but throws the idiot back into her plush seat. She straightens her hair back a little. I'm getting a drink. With that, she leaves. Everything had gone wrong, and they had damn near gotten a second bone chewer. Whoever the fuck started this had better be dead already, because if she's not, her thought process cuts off as there's a slight blip from her communicator. She pulls it out and raises an eyebrow. Someone's turned on the jammers. Why? She marches up to the nearest wall terminal and activates it. Security, come in. Why's the jammer on? There's no answer. She presses the buttons for the helm, and there's nothing. The engine room is just as quiet, and medical is more of the same. She looks up and sees the slight light on the security camera housing. Not only is it on, but it's tracking her like it's supposed to. She waves at it and points to the wall panel. For a moment it activates, audio only, and the sound of something snapping is heard. Like what happens when you're sharing a meal with an herbivore, all the crunchy things they go for. Security, what is going on? She demands, pressing the call button, and it activates again. Audio only, and there's the sound of something dripping. It's obnoxiously loud, like something's dripping onto the receiver. The lights cut out, and the red emergency lights flicker on to replace them. There's cursing from her niece, and she can hear the Leviathan just outside now that there's not an entire ship's worth of white noise in the way. Shut up! She snarls down the hallway as she can just imagine the hundreds of gigantic teeth just waiting for an excuse. It was long ago. I did truly know. My brother's smiling face. A voice echoes out at a soft whisper. The voice low and deep and slow. We played and raced and laughed and sang in a loving, shining place. Zul, Zul, brother true, a song and blood for you. Number it couldn't. This fortress was her sanctuary, the place she built to keep him away. Until loss of you is eschewed, with vengeance true. Aunt Eulith, what's going on? Her niece mutters, showing the sense to be afraid. Get to the life pods. Get to the teleporters. Get to anything. Run, Veer. Just run. She commands and breaks into a sprint with her niece not far behind her. He's here. He's found us. We need to run. But if we take the pods, the Leviathans might get us. Better eaten alive than what he'll do. He's real. It did not end well, and from the pits of hell came the cruel and the disgraced. The low voice of the bone chewer whispers out, somehow so close they can almost feel his breath in their ears, but he's nowhere to be seen. With greed, their sin, and lust within, they sought to have a taste. Yes, he's real. There's a reason why only the very bottom and the very top know we're the Origa girls, the bottom to be fed to this monster and us to reap the rewards. Ulath snarls at Veer. They nearly skid around a corner and rush to the nearest teleportation room. The door opens and they stop. The chamber is completely dead with even the emergency power out. Roots are starting to crack out between the floor panels and vines from the walls as the ceiling slowly buckles in. Veer takes off for the next chamber at a dead sprint. Ulath takes after her just a heartbeat later, but is still met by a closed and barred door. He bid me flee and could not follow me to the forest where it was safe. The taunting song whispers in her ear as she smashes at the door, still feeling her niece's life force. His muffled yells were my personal hell until his limbs they did break. The door opens and then she instantly runs away before she even fully register what had happened to Veer. That horrific shape, too wide, too thin, too much, everything all at once. Something grabs her ankle and she slams into the deck plating before she even hits the ground. Something wraps around her head and gags her silent. And to this day, I can only say, it follows in cruelest grace. The low, soft song continues. This time she can feel the breath against her ear as she's lifted up. Unable to move in general as something screws with her axiom, as plants writhe around her until she's completely cocooned. Then they start to tighten. Well, isn't this a lovely surprise? I remember you, the soft voice says, and clad in a dark suit. Bryn Char, the bone chewer, steps around her and into her field of vision. Tiny vines and roots writhing along his hands, neck, and hairline. It's been, 600 years. How have you been? Keeping well, I hope. She's unable to answer as the vines and roots tighten, despite everything she does to them. Slicing them with axiom just causes them to squeeze harder on either side of the laceration, and summoning up a storm of blades and shredding the plant matter causes it to just press in as somehow still living mulch and squeeze down even worse. It is rather clever of you to use your axiom to resist the pain and try to teleport away. Unfortunately, I'm a rather obsessive sort. I know my way around that, Bryn Char says in the same low, soft tone and pokes her in the forehead. The agony she'd been holding back rushes in, and her focus breaks just enough that her bones are forcibly ground together by the vines to collapse in on things. Her body's contorted into a single thin pillar, wedged against the floor and ceiling with her organs, somehow still attached and alive, hanging at random. She can hear her panicked heartbeat as something refuses to let her die or pass out from the pain. Tears and mucus flow freely to join the stench of her leaking bowels, and he softly dabs her eyes to clean away the tears. You made my brother into meat to be sold. Now you're meat yourself. Fun, isn't it? He asks softly. He then reaches down, still feeding her axiom energy to stop her from dying, as he pulls her head off the crushed mass that was once her body and turning it around as the vines let go of her mouth. Without lungs, she cannot scream. Her mouth simply works as she beholds her own distorted corpse, and then the energy cuts off and death is allowed to take her. On the opposite end of the world, the decapitated head is placed in a small alcove, angled downward as if in shame. There are many horned apak skulls looking down to the sarcophagus, carved in the shape of a child at rest. He glances towards the ancient monument, and with a wave of his hands, the moss and vines retreat from the base, revealing a childish song carved in the stone. It was long ago, I did truly know. My brother's smiling face. His voice echoes out despite being barely audible. Someone deep in the complex moves. We played and raced and laughed and sang in a loving, shining place. What is happening? She growls to herself as she beholds the moss-infested cargo bay. Where dozens of slaves in stasis were, is now a thick carpet of vegetation, as if it had grown expressly to swallow all the product whole. This is bad. They could recover from everything happening topside if only they kept enough kids to use as barter and get back on their feet. Still, this isn't the only place. These ones were just held in stasis for a few years so the heat could die down first. An easy tactic to chill the trails that investigators and their like follow. She crosses down the hall to check the next storage bay, and the door outright opens to a tangle of overgrown vines hanging from the ceiling. She brushes them aside as a strange whisper prickles at the edge of her hearing. Soul, Zul brother, true. A song and blood for you. What? She asks. Until loss of you is eschewed, with vengeance true. The whisper continues as she peers inside. She draws her war sword, serrated and with Kutha gilded runes to allow it to channel multiple elements. She carves through the vines and starts poking around. Is there anything left? There's 50 children to the room, and now a full 100 are missing. In dappled glades and forest shades, I grew in strength and shame. The voice whispers as she hacks at more and more of the vines. For though he was not there, I knew most clear that Zul faced only pain. She turns to leave to find that the path she had carved is already overgrown. She starts to slice her way out in a fury. Someone's fucking with her. Some absolute bitch thinks that she can scare her by making her think that. He bared their sin upon his skin until it collapsed within. She turns and spots a figure in the vines. Male dressed, darkly, and with madness in his eyes. It's not a joke. You're really here. She teleports out of the room and feels something grabbing through rifts in time and space after her. Her sword severs the vines and she sprints as hard as she can. She doesn't bother with words or useless pleading as she rips off the strangling vines and races hard. If she can get to one of the teleportation chambers or a life pod. She staggers back at the sight of Veer. Her entire body except her still gagged head, crushed flat and stretched across the chamber. Her horns are embedded in the ceiling, and her arms and legs are tied into the corners. The innumerable bumps along her skin tell a story of a slow and sadistic death as the internals begin pooling along the lower body. Everything but the skull and horns reduced to so many shards. It is the bonature. She races away. That way is no doubt already booby-trapped in. She skids to a stop as she beholds someone. Someone else is dead, and their body reduced to a pillar of gore, with her entrails scattered around the base in a twisted parody of a towering tree. There's no head, but he never took the heads. Not that she knew. Oh, it was long ago. I did truly know my brother's smiling face. The whispering is back. She races away and finds a doorway to the nearest teleporter to be barred. So she does something else. She goes for the bulkhead and slams her sword through the wall and wrenches it to the side to let her tear it open. If she can get the ocean in here, that should distract him long enough to... There is a hole in the side of the underwater base, and no water is leaking in. Why is no water? We played and raced and laughed and sang in a loving, shining place. The whisper continues even as a pair of hands peels back the wall from the outside to reveal a face. A very familiar face. You're dead. I killed you, she says, backing away. The bone sure is pain and death. The dead returning, is something else. Am I? The ghost says, examining itself. Must be why I can breathe underwater. Huh. How? She demands, even as the metal of the bulkhead inexplicably shuts by itself, and the hull begins to seal shut again. There was no axiom use. I killed you. I spawned my first clutch out of your overdosing corpse. Did you? A growling voice asks from behind her. She turns and is seized around the mouth by the bone chewer, whose eyes glow with an unholy fury. I didn't think you'd go through the hull. Credit where it's due. She rams the sword into his side and it completely fails to penetrate anything other than his formal shirt. My wives bought this for me. But speaking of family, you apparently stole some from me in more ways than one. She whimpers as the vines and roots crisscross over her body and start digging into her skin. I think we need to talk, Missy, about my brother's children. A scream cuts its way through the ship. Those that were asleep wake up and gather together to try and take stock of the situation. Their communicators are jammed, no one is answering, and they're on emergency power. The consensus reached is that the Leviathan they can hear right above them has done something, likely expressed some kind of electrical ability and put everything on the fritz. Annoying but solvable. People are missing though. Half the engineering crew, the Helms girls, aren't anywhere to be found, and security is absent too. Sure, the Fortress has a small crew of 30 with extra for cargo and passengers, but being down all the crew and 3 passengers is beyond. Zul, Zul, brother true, a song and blood for you. The whispers back. This time they move out in force to confront whatever the hell is going on. Until loss of you is eschewed, with vengeance true. They race to where the whisper is echoing from. Plasma, warfire, and swords at the ready. Eager to kill, eager to rip apart whatever stupid shit deluded themselves into thinking they could possibly take on. It's a corpse tree. The body violated and twisted and shifted and freestanding, with the knot that was the arms and legs taking the form of branches as the entire torso has been remolded into a trunk. Vines twist along it, drinking deep and feeding off the corpse. There's vomiting at the sheer sight. Those that keep their nerve notice something odd. Her head is missing, just gone. There's a footstep in the distance as a figure rounds the corner. My path of rage bathed homes in flames and shattered lives beneath. Countless died as I hunted strong, and my pain I did bequeath. The whisper continues, and they run. 9 women turn to flee. 8 make it around the first bend to the sadistic song of snapping bones and muffled screams. Rage guided me to the sea where defeat lay for me as an army in wait. The twisted, whispered tune continues, and there's a slamming sound and a quickly muffled scream, followed by the sound of a few bones breaking before pausing. I know you. Oh, I remember you. Oh, this is just a treat. Is everyone I missed here? The sound of breaking bones is slower this time, and somehow always right behind the 7 surviving Orga girls. Every life pod is ejected. Every teleport pad, normal or hidden, is shattered. So they do the smart thing and get as much distance as they can and join hands to focus their own axiom. They build the energy and start to phase away, just in time for one of them to be ripped away with a scream of terror and pulled into a nearby closet. The crunching sound is instantaneous and more akin to dropping a brick on dry twigs. They wrench the door open instantly, only to find her nearly pulped body rammed into the air duct, with only her gagged head hanging out. 20 strong took me on, and 8 are now gone to merely slow the gate. The whispering has started again, and they scatter. 6 run, and only 5 manage to escape the room. Oh my, oh my, oh my, Gurayor, I've been looking for you, the soft voice says, and there's muffled whimpers before the sound of snapping rings out. You really shouldn't have told me your name all those years ago. Sure, it was frightening at the time, but that just meant I never forgot. How did you stay ahead of all my search efforts? Not that it matters, I have you now. Oh, what a wonderful day. It's been a veritable who's who of who I want to die trying to scream. Who's next? His whispers heard by everyone in the base. Oh, but you still need what's left of the song I wrote. I've added a few lines now. But of course, the refrain. Oh, it was long ago, I did truly know. My brother's smiling face. His whispered song begins again, and there's a scream that's cut off. You have a wonderful bite force, miss. Don't worry, though. The head-taking is for those that have done extra special offense. We played and raced and laughed and sang in a loving, shining place. He whispers sings over with the crunching of bones as accompaniment. Zul, Zul, brother true, a song and blood for you. There's a new muffled scream. Until loss of you is eschewed with vengeance true. The bone breaking is quick, and there's some low-pitched soft humming as if the bone chewer is simply searching for the proper words. There's a scream, a thump, and the sound of him hushing his next victim. Centuries passed and prey I lacked. The sound of breaking bones begins, until you once again did show. There's a scream again, followed by a cacophony of shattering bones. Now I'm on the attack. The last 2 survivors scream as the bone chewer is suddenly before them. And the rage is back. As the vines growing from under his sleeves envelop them, he smiles. Colder than stone. You, I know you as well. You were the boss of the region. You were the one that sent those women after me and my brother that day. You targeted us deliberately. He accuses one of the 2 survivors. The other is crushed to pulp in a second with her head left alone. She looks up at him in absolute horror, foaming at the mouth in sheer terror as she thrashes every which way. But there is no escape. Zol, Zol, brother true, he whispers as he gently holds her face, then begins to pull even as his vines begin reducing her entire body into only so paste. A song and blood for you. He finishes as the head comes off. The last thing she sees is a small smile on his face as she dies. Out of Cruel Space, Part 242, Not Exactly Hidden. I'm just saying that we're all damn lucky the galaxy is the way it is. Could you imagine cross-species breeding without it? Not only would it not be possible at all, but we would have horror stories beyond all definitions. Brinchar hears someone say before he even enters the room. He pauses. Oh, please, his son dismisses. No, really. There are these sharks on Earth that have free for all fights in the womb. There are insects that are devoured from the inside out by their children. There are. Okay, enough. I don't need to hear about freaking animals and their freakiness. I'm just saying, the galaxy having a general one-size-fits-all is really, really lucky. Could you imagine if there was... No, I don't want to hear it, Darchar says, and Brinchar snorts. He opens the door and the general mood drops. That's something he's going to have to get used to. Feel better? Koga asks, and he pauses. No, and yes. He answers, and there's some nodding. It's like vomiting. The sensation is horrific, but it can save you. Save me? Do you know how many children we saved, be they in stasis, containment, or already being abused? Koga asks. No. A full third of all missing children on the planet over the past few years. We saved an army of innocent children. That would be, Brinchar begins before honestly thinking, and his eyes widen. The Empress has called in every temp worker she can get her hands on to help sort through and return home all the 400,000 plus children. What? That number was far, far too high. The ones in full-on stasis were stacked high and tight. From what we understand, the very much unlamented Orga girls would keep a child in stasis for 5 years before even touching them, then move them to basic transportation with the collars like Morgarkin found. That's when they sell them. This was a dirty job, and you did the dirtiest part, but it was still about as righteous as it gets. That does help. It helps a great deal, in fact. I was wondering if I could borrow my son for a few minutes. There's no protest as Darchar stands up and quickly follows him out. They're guests in the palace of the Empress, mostly because she expected corpses she could parade around as conquered enemies and being delivered, rescued children by the hundreds of thousands, and entire libraries worth of blackmail material was something else entirely. To say nothing of the tens of thousands of arrests going on around the world that she's pulling rank on and ensuring the sentences start at 100 years long. His revenge and personal grudge was just a small piece of a larger whole, as everyone seemed to be piling on to try and abuse the Orga girls in as many different ways as possible. Brutal death for the high-end ones, exposure and unending shame for those in hidden positions. The thugs were being rounded up like animals, and the silent supporters were having everything they valued stripped from them. Their walk leads them to a balcony that overlooks the ocean. In the past, this place was chosen for its defensive value. Then spaceflight was brought to the epoch, and it became a traditional seat of power, as if the ancient war ladies didn't just make wherever they were their seat of power. "Do you want to talk?" he asked Darchar, and there's no answer. Great. Teenage sulk. His daughters just get snippy and ignore him as an idiot man when they do this. Fine, we need to talk. You make it sound like a marriage isn't working. Darchar mocks and Brinchar grins. Good, that's a good first step. I already got most answers out of Vernon. You wanted to stop the facility from flooding, and that's why you were on the other side of the bulkhead. You saw nothing but a woman freak out, and he closed it up before I showed up. Yay, Darchar remarks, with enough something pressed into that one word that there should have been at least a couple paragraphs to let it air out. Just let it out. Trust me when I say holding it in makes it worse, Brinchar says, and Dar nearly flinches in frustration. Oh yes, because ancestors forbid that things get worse. Oh wait, no, I shouldn't say that. Apparently I'm one of my dead ancestors back from the grave. No wonder you want to spend time with me. It's sibling bonding time, just a few centuries delayed. Brinchar says nothing. I can't believe I was so stupid, thinking I could just jump in and be a part of something on this world. A whole civilization that still uses silt-sucking noble titles and absolute power in the person with the biggest stick to hit others with. Of course, I wouldn't be allowed in as Dar Crushclaw. It has to be Darchar because I'd have no business here otherwise. Brinchar says nothing. 6 months and all I learn is that I'm a replacement for someone I've never even heard about until you start freaking out about him. Darchar's rant dies down as he hangs his crossed arms over the railing and glares out at the ocean. May I speak? Brinchar asks and Darchar snorts. Can't stop you, brother. He spits out the last word like he's trying to embed it in something. All right, first off, that wretch had terrible eyesight, which makes a lot of sense as the darkness and water can distort what you see. You are not Zulchar. I've never mistaken you for him for even a moment, nor would anyone with common sense or working eyes. There's a distinctly different cast around the eyes, which are the wrong color to begin with. You have a greater tendency to freckle, and his ears stuck out more, and that's just the face. He hated water where we can barely keep you out of it. I'm afraid there's not much more on the personality front because Zulchar was killed before he could get much more. You are your own man. Yes, there are similarities, but I'm literally his twin, so between the two of us, I see him in the mirror far more than I see him in you. The huff of acknowledgement isn't as much of a reaction as he would like, but Brinchar counts it as a good first step. Now, as to your jumping in and being part of the culture, you're a man. You're welcome in every culture. I hate to break it to you, my boy, but men don't so much have a culture in the galaxy so much as we're dragged into whatever our wives are part of. They're the ones with the numbers. They're the ones that set the trends, ideas, and languages. We're just along for the ride. So sorcery means nothing? By itself, everything can mean nothing. Without the APOC culture of martial self-mastery and the overprotectiveness of the sons causing us to either stifle at our bonds and run or outright shatter for a mental break, there would be no sorcerers. Where men engage, a culture begins and often ends with what positions his wife wants to have sex in. That, the majority of men the galaxy over rarely, if ever, venture out of their own homes. You've taken the steps to become a sorcerer. That means that you don't deal with a poop culture, it deals with you. Brinchar says, looking out at the ocean, and not at Dare. And as for Apuk being primitive and savage, you got that one right. We may have all the food we need, and the starships mean that if someone wants lands or to get away from a neighbor they hate, they can just go. But we're an aggressive race. We also don't want that to change. Things are amazingly simple when you can challenge the person annoying you to a duel, and you can even say to the death and really solve your problems with some good old-fashioned murder. It's savage, Dare says, and Brinchar nods. Yes, because the corruption and self-indulgence of other races is so wonderful. The extreme taxation and unilateral removal of property, personhood, and assets is so civilized. In the end, no one has anything to brag about. There is no society or way of life that's perfect, and anyone that promises to get it right is just trying to sucker you. Yay, sure. You're not Zul, he's dead, burned, and buried, Brinchar says. Darechar makes a sound of affirmation. Would you like to see it? Brinchar offers, and Darechar gives him an odd look. I made a tomb for him, and after bringing it up, my parents let me inter his ashes there. Are you going to offer this to my cousins? Darechar asks, and Brinchar freezes before slumping down. There aren't any. None of them really lived all that long. Oldest of the bunch hit 3 centuries before she went off on a ship with a terrible mechanic. There are some surviving lines, but there are at least 3 generations apart, and the link is thin at best. So maybe someone you give a call to, but not some that has room for you in their life, or vice versa. Darechar considers out loud. Pretty much. There are a lot of them, and I will be getting in contact with them all. But it's distant. They're family, but distant. And that's all that matters, isn't it? Blood. No, they also have lives of their own, and the drama and complication of a sorcerer isn't something to force on people. Darechar says, and Brinchar sighs. There's more, isn't there? Some other concern you haven't spoken of, Brinchar says, and Darechar says nothing. I won't be angry. You were angry at them, Darechar mutters after a few minutes. Comparing yourself to the Orga girls is as inaccurate as saying the stars are cold. I don't know what happened in there, but I was paying attention, focusing on the axiom and the life energy. They were so scared. You were so angry, and there was so much pain, I could almost taste the blood on my gills. Oh, I could feel my own bones creak and crack, Darechar says, and Brinchar just nods. Yay, I know. There's a reason I didn't want you to watch. Why I didn't want you that close. Yeah, Darechar mutters. You still want to do this? Brinchar asks. Huh? The training. You don't have to keep training as a sorcerer. I'm sure your mother would understand if you just want to leave at this point. She visits often enough, but it's pretty clear she would love to have you back full-time. Brinchar offers, and Darechar just looks away. I understand. I'll give her a call. No, I just thought. I don't know what I thought, Darechar says, and Brinchar gives him an odd look. So you still want to be a sorcerer, even after getting that close to the blood and vengeance side of things? Well, I'm part of the new wave, aren't I? The type that gets strong first so we don't have to go out for revenge. I mean, could you imagine how different things would be if you were a sorcerer before you and Zulchar were jumped? Darechar asks, and Brinchar nods with a grin at that happy thought. I'd be a very different man, although likely a happier one, he says as the grin turns into a smile. And I can respect that logic. No better way to handle an injury than simply not having it to begin with. Speaking of injuries, you did offer to show me his tomb, right? Derchar asks and Brinchar nods. I think I should meet him, if only to say hello. Of course, there's going to be a bit of a smell, because I've been indulging in some of the more martial aspects of honoring his enemies. Skulls? Some fresh, even. Oh, well, I'm going to be there for my uncle, not for them. They're just decoration. Exactly, Brinchar says, and he puts his hand on his son's shoulder. Come on. Reality breaks down to their perspective, and a comforting sensation of something utterly enormous that they are both apart from and a part of fills them both. Reality comes back together at the mouth of a cave, perfectly carved and heading into the mountain. Brinchar conjures a handful of flame and leads Derchar in. It isn't needed long, as very shortly the light returns to reveal an opening from above, with a shaft of light lancing down on the figure of a sleeping child worked into a large sarcophagus. How the axiom resonating crystals are lining that shaft. If there's any light to be had, then it's amplified and sent down. It was something to work on as I mastered molding of earth and stone, Brinchar says as they fully enter the chamber. All along the walls are alcoves in which skulls are both set and angled downwards, as if in shame or supplication. He makes a point of ignoring the ones that still have flesh on them. Father and son walk up to the sarcophagus, and Brinchar puts his hand on the sculpture's head. Hello, brother. This is the son I told you about. This is your nephew, Derchar. He was worried for a bit that he was just your replacement. Pretty goofy. He looks nothing like you. No one could replace you. No one can replace him either. So don't you fret, I'm still living enough for us both. Derchar says nothing, suddenly aware that this is something very private and very personal that he's been given permission to see. But he has no idea what to do with it. I found out about the descendants one of the new heads told me about. There's an entire lineage of them. A bit of you still alive in ways I didn't think possible. I'm going to talk to them, but I won't force them into anything. They're living quiet lives. Good, wholesome, and then over. Of course you don't need me to tell you this. You've probably met a few already. Trying to feel like he's not in the middle of something incredibly awkward, and like he's not intruding with all the grace of a leviathan in a ballroom. Derchar begins scanning the area around the sarcophagus without looking at the actual walls, with all the skulls looking down. Creepy as hell, that. He then finds what's either a song or a long poem with a refrain in it, carved into the pedestal upon which the sarcophagus lays. It's written twice, once in Galactic Trade and once in Cinder Tongue. Unfortunately, reading it just makes things even more awkward and uncomfortable for Derchar, but thankfully his father finally picks up on it and moves on from his mourning. He wraps an arm around Derchar and they vanish from the tomb. Out of Cruel Space, Part 243. Love and Longing. It had been several days since the last major blow against the Orga girls. It had taken that long and an army of bureaucrats to sort everything out, as well as organize a victory celebration. The Empress was milking this hard and had invited all the sorcerers and all her princesses to it. It's like being lost in a sea of people, Vernon notes, uncomfortable at the absolutely massive crowd of people. If not for Miro Noir, he'd have simply passed on attending. Too many people, too many sounds, and too much everything. Only holding her close brings him relief. Not that he wasn't already. He was in Apuk-based formal clothing, with a bit of stitching to cover what he's lacking in the tail department. Not that one could really tell, as tailcoats and ruffles with lace sleeves poking out from under his coat sleeve were all very annoying, and he could feel the elaborate designs pluck at his arm hairs and such. Never been fond of big parties, have you? Miro Noir teases somewhat, and he nods. Not particularly, too many everythings. Thankfully, I have you to focus on my love. Something far more pleasant than any number of royal get-togethers. Oh? Well, thankfully, we only need to put on a short appearance, and we can go back to enjoying one another once more, Miro Noir notes with a smile. Her Vernon has all sorts of little peculiarities and could grow increasingly uncomfortable in larger and larger crowds. The music shifts somewhat, and he smiles. His hair moves oddly as well, as he has small, leafy vines growing in his hair. to both signify himself as a sorcerer but not disrupt the formality of the event. It was a strange compromise and likely to set a fashion trend of some kind, especially as he had talked his fellows into it. "Tell me, my dear, when was the last time we danced?" Vernon asks as he takes her by the hand and waist to lead her into the dance floor. "Oh, Vernon," she gushes with a smile. They turn together and hold each other close. "Yesterday." They sweep over the impromptu dance floor and begin to dance, Vernon visibly relaxing as he focuses entirely on the dance and her. She smiles as they dance around and spots several different interesting groups. Brenda Crushclaw is showing off something on her communicator to many of the Royal Guard, while also speaking to them and recording her son being shown how to dance in the traditional Apuk style by his half-sisters. Brinchar is sipping wine nearby and looks somewhat exhausted but otherwise very fulfilled. Speaking of the Chars, Derchar is being almost carried by the much larger Apuk girls who seem to be just straight up gushing over him. Every time he gets passed off to another one of his half-sisters, they start taking more pictures of him. To say that the Char family has accepted him in is an understatement. They seem dead set on making up for lost time. And there goes Morg. How long do you think he can keep that up now that he's even more popular? Vernon asks, and they turn to let her see Morg Arkin staying out of reach of an army of women, some of them propositioning, others trying to tempt him with their siblings or daughters. None of them are getting anything other than an amused smile as he stays out of reach and is staying just close enough to keep them coming. I'm not sure, but I am fairly certain he's going to lead them on at least a few laps. There's actually a bit of a bet among the princesses as to how he's going to finally be caught. Oh? And where are your credits, my dear? I assume that one year he's going to simply show up and have a wife. Of course, at that point, there's going to be some wonderful rumors that she's someone he's roped into taunting everyone else, and the chase begins anew with one of them carrying the other, and the games continue even further. Ah, so he's been playing for so long that no one will believe him if he suddenly stops playing. A fair assessment, although there's also the chance that he might simply trip one of these days, and the horde in pursuit may catch up. Vernon offers, and Mironoir giggles at the idea of the big, bad bachelor sorcerer suddenly stumbling and ending up underneath an avalanche of royal ladies looking to bring a sorcerer into the family. They turn with the music a little more, and Mironoir giggles at the sight of little Mux Moro getting a boost from Jeth Urla so they can better raid the snack table. They grab an entire platter of something sweet-looking and are off to enjoy their prize somewhere else. They arrive at a table on the edge just in time for Dale to arrive with a pitcher of water and a couple glasses so they have something to wash it down with. There's a hint of a pair of glasses being adjusted by an... No, that's not an Apuk. It's Koga. He's just adjusted his body language to match his surroundings and blend in. Amazing. Something wrong? Vernon asks her, ever attentive. Just that friend of yours, he's feigning being an Apuk without horns or tail and achieving it with sheer presence? Ah, Koga. Yay, he's brushed up on a lot of his half-remembered skills and such. Lost himself in the world of retraining and teaching in the last 6 months that there were times he couldn't tell what day it was. Things got really funny when he tried to train up relying on his other senses by blindfolding himself, and he had a hard time telling day or night he was so busy. Also, I think the woods were deliberately messing with him by keeping songbirds awake at night and cooling down during the day. The woods have a sense of humor? How alive is the dark forest? The woods pick up on the thoughts and feelings of those it's connected to. When Koga was training, it was widely agreed that it would be very funny if he lost all track of time while blindfolded. The woods obliged and the prank was had. If Koga was listening more to the woods and less to his ears, then he would have known what was going on. It's all very strange. I don't have to compete with a forest for you now, do I? Mironoir teases and Vernon snorts at the idea. Of course not. The woods does not think or act as a person does. There's awareness and memory, yes, it knows and it has some desires. But that's almost all there is. It is wise and intelligent, but it has none of the urges or impulses of a person. It's an abstract thing, as much a living axiom construct as the plants that form its physical self. Each little part, and each sorcerer contributes slightly, but no part is essential. So the woods are both an extension of me and an ally that asks for very little from me. Really? Oh yes. Vernon says before kissing Mironoir quickly. You have nothing to worry about. There is no competition. Oh, really? A voice says from the side, and both of them turn to behold a ravishingly beautiful Apuk in a low-cut dress the color of softest cream. Really? Vernon says, turning away without a second thought. There's a mild choking sound of astonishment, and the noble scion huffs away as Mironoir fights down her giggles. What's so funny? Oh, just how you don't even stop to consider any other woman. Do you even know who she is? Oh, probably someone born into wealth and prestige who thinks that if they just follow the directions of their personal trainer and some silly plan of theirs that they can get whatever they want without effort or thought. Vernon dismisses her entirely, and the fight against the giggles just became much, much harder. She's the granddaughter of the empress, Mironoir says softly. Whoop-dee-doo. She's not you, so she's not getting me, he asserts plainly as he makes a point of leading the dance away from the would-be suitor, and Mironoir loses the battle against giggling and all but collapses onto him. He then sweeps her up into his arms and carries her to a not-too-distant table. Can I tempt you with something off the snack table? After a few moments, she manages to get the giggling under control and coughs into her gloved hand. Perhaps some water. The children ran off with my favorite, but I shan't begrudge them that. Do you have a second favorite to point out? Or perhaps, Sark, something you'd recommend I try? Oh, don't worry about me. I just need a few moments to settle and regain myself. Although the water would be amazing, she says, and he all but glides off, leaving her to sigh as she watches him go. How the hell did you get any man to be that obsessively loyal? Someone behind her asks, and she sighs in satisfaction. Okay, that sounds wonderful, but I do need words to understand you. Give and receive. Give and receive. I struggle to be as loyal as him, and that makes him put in all the effort to be as loyal to me. She sighs in happiness before turning to see the granddaughter again. You want that kind of man in your life? Be ready to make sure you're the best thing in his life. And you can't do it by breaking other things, but by being the best for him. Can you do that? She says nothing, but slinks away, looking thoughtful. Vernon returns with a heaping platter that is the entire snack table in miniature, including a few snagged snacks from the platter the children stole, and a hefty pitcher of water with a pair of glasses. Thank you, Vernon, she says, and notes that he's relaxing as he's closer to her again. They're going to have to leave soon. As much fun as a party can be, Vernon is far from fond of them. A pity. It's odd that someone who can bring in so much excitement dislikes such things, but it's those little quirks that makes a person go from admirable to lovable. So we've had my little excursion and plans. Is there something you'd like to do? He asks, and she nearly snorts the water she's been sipping. Vernon, did you just compare a murder stroke against one of the most dangerous and pervasive criminal organizations in the history of the Epoch to an afternoon's entertainment? Are you saying you didn't have fun? He asks, and she has to set the water aside so as not to spill with her suppressed giggles. I'll take that as a yes. Oh my goodness, Vernon, she says before just looking into his eyes for a time as he looks back into her. The party seems to melt away, and by the time they regain their senses, they're both leaning right up against one another with their foreheads touching. To be specific, they regain their senses when they detect a pair of small figures reaching around them for the tray of snacks Vernon brought. You both already had most of a platter between you. I think you've had enough, Vernon says as Mux Morrow and Jeth Erla freeze. I told you two it wouldn't work, Dale says, walking up. Come on, you little troublemakers, back to your table. Both children bolt, and Dale watches them until they're in range of their own mothers corralling them. Phew, big party. Not really my scene, too formal and stiff. I'm almost afraid to move in this lacy mess. They're not the most comfortable, no. But so long as Mironoir likes it, I'll wear it without complaint. My dear, I want you to be comfortable and content, Mironoir remarks, and he smiles at her. And I know that these events are important to you, my love. I want to be there for you, he says, and she goes doe-eyed in an instant. Not to interrupt your little personal party here, Dale says, and both turn to him. I need some advice. With? Mironoir asks. Dealing with Apuk woman, actually. You see, both Jeth and Mux come from single-mother households, And well, I've been more or less the big brother figure during their training, and well, they've taken it more like a father figure, haven't they? Vernon asks. And that would mean that both mothers are very, very interested. Mironoir adds. Yes, yes, that's exactly what's going on, Dale says, and Mironoir claps. Congratulations. Hopefully things work out well. That's, all the advice you got? I don't personally know either woman, neither are warriors or princesses as far as I know, and therefore, I don't have any advice beyond the most generic things you could think of. Just be yourself and don't lie. Oh boy, Dale says. Relax, these are just some honest, hard-working single mo. Oh, you poor bastard. Everything about this situation screams rom-com to you, and you're not sure whether to run screaming or race forward. Vernon begins to placate Dale before coming to a sudden realization. Yay, he says, and Mironoir titters into her hand. Not very helpful, ma'am. I'm very sorry. Out of Cruel Space, Part 244. Rack and Roll, Xueting, Shadows of Centris, Koa's Conundrums. Marissa's eyes brighten as the large figure of Koa steps through the doorway. It's so good to see you, honey. I'll be over in a minute. I'm nearly done with my current customer. That's all right. I understand if you want to take a minute, Mrs. Saofang says as Marissa returns to brushing out the final little touches in her mane. Oh, no. You paid up front, and that means I'm not done here until the job is done. As tasty as my husband is, I still have professional standards. She chides her customer as she works teasing out flowing spirals that would catch in the wind exactly as the customer ordered. Oh, and how tasty is he? The enormous blue and gray Canador asks, and Marissa giggles. Now, Mrs. Saofang, it's rude to kiss and tell, although there is a great deal of kissing involved. After he cleans his mouth, he's a human, so he's fond of foods that would make even your mouth burn. Hawaiian I may be, but the Cajuns really know how to cook, Koa remarks from where he's leaning against the wall, not too far away, but thoroughly out of the way. When he can resist putting in enough salt to shrivel my lips or the chemical weapons he considers a garnish, it's really good. But there's just so much of it. I've gone up both in both cup size and a hip size. Marissa compliments, and her customer starts chuckling somewhat at the idea. Oh my goodness, so he's a chef, is he? Right out of the, what do you humans call it, a mess hall? That's one of the names, yes, but I'm not a cook. I just like to cook. Koa corrects as he simply watches his tallest wife work. That he has to make that definition and is not considered a pig is still somewhat amusing to him. Unlike that cretin Amadi or Reggie and his bucketful of issues, Koa wanted to slowly take in how aliens did things and actually understand without skipping the first 50 steps. Of course, the curious case of Herbert would make the argument that the first step is to have as many brides as possible and try to juggle that mess. The fact that there are entire swaths of the galaxy which have that kind of union as law would support that Herbert was both more and less normal than most. He watches as Marissa finishes using the long-toothed comb to finish curling the long strands of hair, occasionally pausing to use what looks like a butter knife to renew the layer of gel on it, all to style the long, flowing tresses of the Canador into a huge series of bouncy drill shapes, something that he would swear would take industrial strength curlers and more than a little bit of raw bullshit is finished right in front of him. All the while, Marissa is waxing long about his cooking and how there's always so much and she just feels guilty not eating as much as she can manage whenever he cooks. You know you're allowed to tell me I made too much, Koa remarks in an amused tone. I won't be offended. Humans like myself have extra organs and denser muscles and bones. We need all that nutrition to keep ourselves going, Koa remarks, and it's very true. The average human adult, if living a fairly sedentary lifestyle, uses up about 1,200 calories a day in basic biological upkeep. A Tret? Half that. The sisters eat more than me and they're metak, Marissa says, and there's an amused snort from Mrs. Saofang. They also have physical jobs and are heavily pregnant. You've got one in the oven and they've both got at least two. Also, you get to sit down a bit more often than the girls, Koa remarks. So if you're not a cook, Then what do you do for your people? Mrs. Sawfang asks. I'm just a boots-on-the-ground soldier, training-wise at least. I'm one of the integrators as the slang's been going around. My more unofficial job is to get used to the galaxy and get the galaxy used to us so we can better fit in as part of it. You know, figure out all the little missteps and make the first mistakes so that they don't become a bad habit. Koa explains as Marissa gets to the last little bundle of Mrs. Sawfang's mane. Oh? Anything really interesting? I hear daily exclamations that Centris is insane, and the story of how I met Marissa required me to show up in person to confirm that I wasn't just playing a prank on someone. Koa remarks, and Marissa giggles at the idea of something so simple and mundane as a bachelor barn being unusual. Oh, tell me, tell me, tell me. Nothing exciting. I got a call from the bachelor barn and went for an interview. It took 3 minutes, and I had my first taste of my husband, Marissa says with a somewhat scolding look towards Koa for playing it up. For you, it's not exciting. There were several betting pools on the Dauntless that I completely shattered with that report. We had guesses every which way as to how matchups were done, and the problem is that it seemed that our every guess was right. So how do you pay out a bet when every possible outcome is a winner? Koa asks as Marissa finishes up with Mrs. Sawfang. There you are, ma'am, a deep wash and styling, Marissa says as she presses a foot pedal, and the chair with the enormous Canador slowly rises up. The chair straightens up and the enormous super predator rises up and stretches. Oh, thank you, little lady. Sometimes you just need to spoil yourself, you know? Mrs. Sawfang asks before finally getting a look at Koa that isn't out of the corner of her eye. I think I've seen you before. I have made public appearances, yes. Ah, the charity ball. You were in the band that the humans brought in when the other performers lost their nerve. I'm the opening singer for bass and brass, Koa says, dropping his voice to a more singing tone that makes his already velvety tone darken into something that curls Marissa's tail and puts a dopey smile on her face. I thought that was the case. You boys really set imaginations on fire that night. Clean-cut, sexy men, and when the danger drops in, you pull out powerful weapons out of nowhere and make a joke out of your enemies, Mrs. Sawfang says before thinking. So, I have several granddaughters at the age where they start looking into boys pretty hard. I'm here to spend time with my wife, Koa remarks and gets a smile that has a forest of serrated teeth. I know, so loving and affectionate. I know many of my girls that could use a taste of that. I got lucky with their father, but I don't think I'll have an easy time finding a cute little Canador boy for them all, Mrs. Sawfang remarks, and Marissa looks conflicted as Koa gives the massive lion shark woman an even look. All right, look, lady, I haven't been out in the galaxy long, but for the love of God, it's got to be crass as all hell to try and muscle in on someone else's marriage for the sake of your granddaughters, Koa says, and Mrs. Sawfang's eyebrows go up. Oh? It's a marriage. You talk to my wives as well as me, Koa says, and Mrs. Sawfang slowly turns to Marissa. Well, she asks slowly, and Koa steps between them. Do not intimidate my wife, he says slowly, and the Canador leans down to look him in the eyes, prompting him to roll his shoulders to get them nice and loose for if he has to take this to a physical level. Oh, and what do you think you can do about it? She asks as Marissa backs away and rushes into the back. The entire salon was partially paying attention before, but now no one's even pretending to be looking anywhere else. What I need to, Koa remarks as he mentally gets ready to fight and kill the woman if he has to. You need to leave. Now thank you for your custom. Now please leave, Marissa says, emerging from the back with what looks like a large boxy gun that Koa can't identify. Oh, feisty. It looks like I found the right group, but perhaps not the right time, Mrs. Sawfang says, standing up fully and backing away from Koa. He smiles at Marissa, who keeps the weapon on Mrs. Sawfang until she leaves, still smiling and then walking away. She then lowers the gun with a sigh of relief. Hey, you did great, Koa says, hugging her gently and kissing her on the cheek. What is this anyways? If it was plasma, she would have laughed. It's a shard launcher, very primitive, but it uses magnetic to hurl sharp metal shards fast enough to cause them to superheat in the air, Marissa says softly. A wonderful toy. he says as she lets him take it, and he makes a point of not letting it point at anyone. Are you all right? I'm not a fighter, she says, taking a breath. I'm a businesswoman and a stylist. It's okay, Koa says, holding her close. He kisses her on the forehead and she leans into him. This is wrong. I'm supposed to help keep you safe, but you step between me and a Canador. A Canador? I'm also armed, armored, and battle-trained. We brought you into this not because of fighting skill, but because of a powerful mind with a clear view. And sometimes a mind like that lets you know where you're lacking, and that can hurt. But having the presence of mind to know your failings is part of this. But if everyone's a fighter, then no one gets nice things, because we're all too busy bonking each other on the head and taking what the other person has, Koa says, and she leans into him for support that he gladly gives. Come on, let's put this thing away so we can get down to what I came for. And what's that? She asks, standing up a little straighter. There's a park a few spires away that I've been wondering about, and a walk through nature is better with one of your wives by your side, Koa says, giving her another peck on the cheek. There's a cheer from the salon. Go on, boss. We've got an hour until our next scheduled appointment, and you need a bit to unwind after something like that. We can cover the walk-ins easy, her receptionist scheduler says from her spot, going over the schedule for the day. Well, come on. I want to spend time with you, and you seem to have a gap in your day. Let's be together and let the worries of that unfortunately pushy Canador slide, Koa says gently. But she could be waiting outside. If she wants her life cut short, that's on her. You scaring her out and getting her to back off saved her, because if she kept pushing, I would have drawn my own weapon. So you are armed? She asks, and there's a flicker, and Koa has another weapon in his left hand as he holds her shard launcher in the right. Always. Trained to use it too, so we're safe, he says before tucking away his sidearm again. By the way, where's the safety on this thing? Oh, it's the little lever there, I think. All right, now, let's get this put away and get rid of some of that stress my showing up brought. Oh, it's not your fault. You categorically would not have had that conflict if I didn't show up. Therefore, it's my pleasure, my duty to ensure that you're well and truly relaxed after that. Your pleasure. Let's see, a beautiful woman by my side in a public park where we can duck out of sight to really, well, not in front of the others, Koa says, and he pulls her into the back. Koa, that's just, I put the stress in you, so I'm going to take it out. That sounded better in my head. That sounded much better in my head, Koa says after closing the door behind them. Marissa can't help but smile at the goofy flub, and he shrugs and sets the gun down on a side table. But really, are you all right? Even among more violent races, not everyone's comfortable with what just happened. Are you okay? She pulls him into a deep kiss and gets a proper taste of him. And that taste is an obscene number of pheromones that kicks her emotional axis right into the horny zone, and the slight taste of the mouthwash he's been using to keep the taste of his preferred food well and truly away from her and the others. Because he's considerate that way. I am now. Out of Cruel Space, Part 245, The Dauntless. To call it a good day for Admiral Cistern was an understatement. Yes, there had been a political slam dunk on Serbo that the Empress had personally thanked him for, giving the undaunted an even firmer ally than before, and showing many people just how much they can benefit from humanity. Not only were they testing the first few null-capable tugs to allow his plans for Dauntless-class ships to become fleet builders, but he had even better news. Answers had come from Earth. Lanso 3 had breached the edge of Cruel Space and broadcasted ahead, and he had a response from his sons. So many questions and numerous complaints about their mother, a borderline report of what they've been up to, and even a few blessed pictures scanned in. How Linda had gone from such a sweet-tempered and self-sacrificing woman to an entitled witch still confused him. He still wondered if he had done something wrong. Of course, he can't actually find a smoking gun for any mistake he made. He just did his job and took good care of her, and it all fell apart. But back to his sons. Peter was aiming to be a surgeon. There were long years ahead of him, and Edmund had been playing around in a small band with his friends. They had no performances, but they were mostly just a bunch of kids playing around. They liked music, but not enough to make a career out of it. They'd also gotten his message. They knew they were still very much wanted and weren't totally sure. Leaving the planet wasn't something to be done lightly, and there didn't seem to be much way back if things went wrong. Both valid concerns. Concerns he's addressing. It's likely a few years away, but he will have his sons. But to do that, they needed a way to get them through cruel space with ease. He had spoken to the lab boys about this, and they had several different avenues of study. Unfortunately, just replicating the current axiom-based suspended animation wouldn't work. It relied far, far too much on the fact that most races with axiom would in fact be sustained by it as well. In fact, it encouraged it so heavily that it even worked moderately well on humans, albeit the person coming out would be groggy and ravenous compared to the average galactic citizen. Still, it was data and it was important. Every failure was just another step towards the right answer. Every setback just revealed another avenue of attack. Straight-up suspended animation and cryogenics both had major downsides without axiom as a major boost. So they were thinking of a combination. It would make waking up miserable, but an hour or two of being cold and uncomfortable was better than months and months of nothingness. At least in theory. There was a lot more testing to do before this idea was ready for human trials, and the real test would be in cruel space itself. Still, his sons were not lost to him. They still wanted him as a father. His time as a husband may have stumbled and failed, be it due to his own choices or otherwise, but he had at least succeeded as a father. You seem to be in an excellent mood, sir. I take it your son's message went well? It has indeed, Philip. My elder boy is going to be a surgeon, and my younger has a proper head on his shoulders, appreciating music and its great value without deluding himself. He's not the Jimi Hendrix, and he knows it, so he's simply using it to stay good friends with his friends. There are certainly far worse distractions for a young man his age than music, Sir Philip remarks. It also gets him consistently out of the house and away from Linda. How a woman that sweet could turn so sour is beyond me. Sir, you know as well as I that sometimes you can do everything correctly and still fail. You made the best choices you could at the time, and it didn't work. Sometimes that simply happens, Sir Philip notes. True enough. Speaking of, how have your own communications been? Good news from the family, I hope. Indeed, although I'm not there to give the proper stink eye to my granddaughter's latest paramour, Sir Philip notes, and there's a snort of amusement from Admiral Cistern, because heaven forbid that a young man goes unglared at. Well, pardon me, sir. I happen to have a very beautiful granddaughter. Ah, the classic problem in patriarchs. You want beautiful daughters and granddaughters, but you're not the only one that appreciates the beauty. Indeed, sir. Indeed, Sir Philip agrees. I'm not entirely certain of this. Captain Smith is a generic name clearly covering up an actual name. No doubt there are many upset individuals on Earth whom think our report to be exaggerated. They're coming to either confirm the truth or deal with us, Sir Philip says, and Admiral Cistern nods. As I thought, they've reported Captain Lake as alive and well. But I have some doubts. I hope I'm wrong, but we will have to act as if Earth itself may be hostile due to subversive elements that take the facts of the galaxy at large as personal insult. Admiral Cistern considers, and Sir Philip nods. Indeed, sir. In your professional opinion, how many of our new crew will be assassins and how many will be spies? It honestly could go any way imaginable, sir. In truth, they only need one of either. Nations paranoid of subversion tend to be the types that spy on others, including their spies to attempt to understand what they understand. There are also those that believe that a single agent is sufficient for any task, grossly underestimating the capacity of their opposition. I've had run-in with some individuals that believed so deeply in the rightness of their mission that they assumed it simply must come to pass and did not even conceive of failure. I see. We're going to have to scan the Lance a few times and search it top to bottom for stowaways and unregistered cargo. Hopefully a debrief in a semi-public area so they can simply look around and verify what I'm saying will suffice in defusing this bomb. If not, there may be some ways around this. We are still technically in control of a few organizations that we've not fully informed as having been beheaded yet. Many of them have gone underground longer than the time span since we dealt with them. If we need scapegoats, then we have them, sir. I understand. Hopefully it won't come to that. But if wishes came true, we would all be in very different places, would we not? I'm fairly certain at least a tenth of the crew would be the greatest rock stars to ever live simultaneously. Sir Philip remarks, and Admiral Cistern does not snort, but it is a near thing. So we have to prepare for our guests. Providing that nothing goes wrong, they will be here in a week. We best put our EFL agents on standby to ensure that they have rescue nearby should anything happen. There's no doubt that the unusual ship has been noticed if it hasn't been outright observed exiting cruel space. After we emerge into the galaxy at large, there's no doubt a fair amount of attention being drawn there. There is, sir. The design and build of the Lance-class vessels are known. Few people understood what it was for, but it was indeed observed entering cruel space without slowing down. Now they're observing it exit cruel space. It will not take long, if it takes any time at all, to realize that it's a null-capable vessel of a smaller class than the Dauntless. Hopefully, with it being considerably smaller than the Dauntless, it will be able to avoid notice for a time. I sincerely doubt being targeted by slavers and pirates will improve the disposition of whatever observers have been sent to assure that things are going well, Admiral Cistern notes before pausing and thinking. Although, we could not pay for a better demonstration of the way the galaxy is than some random horde of alien women swooping in to take them as slave husbands before being rescued by our men. It would certainly illuminate the need for the undaunted and verify all the information we sent them. Such things leave a trail, sir. They're also rather prone to backfiring on top of the retaliation when they get found out. When, not if. False flag operations are very, very difficult, especially without professionals. Of course, professionals have their own habits and hobbies that can give them away as well, Sir Philip warns. It was just a thought, nothing more. Although we should have our loose-leash agents along the galactic lanes alerted to the possible need to rescue or escort should the worst-case scenario occur, Admiral Cistern notes, is the chainbreaker still mucking about at Octron Spin? Yes, sir, Sir Philip says, and Admiral Cistern smiles. They would be perfect. A small growing force with the humans clearly in charge and undoubtedly have benefited from the galaxy at large. They will have stories enough to fill entire libraries about the dangers and benefits of the galaxy, and with something very rare, an alien male to confirm things one way or the other. Admiral Cistern considers out loud. Not to mention there are numerous different alien ideologies interspaced among them. These Crimson Hewers are akin to a cross between mercenaries and the Mongol hordes. Miss Powercoil is a proud member of the Synth Ascendancy, which is an excellent and understandable starting point of alien religions. Sir Philip encourages the line of thought. It's a good one. They also reported having an absurd amount of captive criminals, which will be a good way of showing how untamed much of the galaxy is, and give them a visible demonstration at the sheer amount of alien life, and the predominance of women among alien races. Admiral Cistern continues considering the situation further. In truth, he's already made up his mind, but it's best to continue to consider things even after having decided on a course of action. A previously unconsidered fact may crop up after all. Do not forget, sir, that they also have numerous weapons and tactics they can demonstrate in order to show numerous advancements. The sheer amount of looted laser and plasma weapons, on top of the modified variants they availed themselves on board the space station, would be a boon. Add that to the unusual mission report they had sent me. If they have recordings of such, then there's a good chance that the observers being sent would be ready to believe almost anything by the time they arrive. Very good. I can think of little reason to not contact the Chainbreaker with their new mission. Can you, Sir Philip? No rational or non-paranoid reason, sir? Sir Philip says with a bit of a sniff, which means yes, but the utterly absurd can still happen. Let's hear them regardless. The group is racially mixed, and there may be someone with enormous prejudice in the observation team. While possible, the chances are unlikely. Furthermore, I don't think a racist will favor an alien over a fellow human, so that will likely blunt the impact. There's also the chance of personal scuffles with them. Several of the Chainbreaker had military or legal aim careers before all this began. Mr. Engel's entire family is drenched in German politics. Mr. Bravo left high school to go right into the military, and become a very skilled but very arrogant pilot. He may have been one of the best, but they were very much getting rid of him. Mr. Brown has received an acquittal for arson. There is no confirmation, but Mr. Chabalal has apparently been part of an underground fighting circuit. Any one of them could have enemies from the past, but the likelihood is effectively non-existent. Sir Philip lists off as he pulls out his communicator and quickly confirms that he has all the facts straight. Notably, his pronunciation of Chabalal is spot on. And there's more, as I recall, I understand. Personal gripes and prejudice. Thankfully, those are things we thoroughly know how to deal with. Admiral Cistern says, "It appears I have a call to make. Before I do, though, may I assume that the rumor mill already has the entire ship aware of the approaching Lance 03? Oh my, yes, sir. The entire ship is quite aware. No doubt that means it will be tonight's headline here on Centris. I look forward to finding out where the latest leak is and expressing my displeasure at such sloppy operational security. Try not to have too much fun. You may strain something." Admiral Cistern teases and gets a dry look from the older man. "I'm just looking out for your health." "Of course, sir. Thank you for your consideration." Sir Philip just takes it with a bit of a smile. "Incidentally, have you read the report on your desk yet?" Admiral Cistern looks to see a report on his desk that was not there when he stood up and turns back to find Sir Philip gone. He is unsurprised by either event. "Have I gotten that predictable?" Sir Philip asked from behind him and out of his peripheral vision. "You like to pull off your magic tricks when you're frustrated or bored. I apologize for the cheap shot." Out of Cruel Space, Part 246, A Scion of Many Worlds. The first week after getting back into contact with the Dauntless and properly swearing himself back in as an Undaunted was both hectic and slow. Things did not move fast in medieval societies, even with bullshit magic to help facilitate communication. The Order of the Starseekers moved relatively quickly in allying themselves with the Undaunted as they used his beacon/radio more than he did. They were so full of questions, and the limitations of the device, being audio, only had made things into a fascinating game of almost broken telephone. The lack of a visual aid and the lack of ground-level information allowed for the most hilarious misinterpretations he's seen. The concept of the fourth state of matter plasma, healing comas, non-Euclidean geometry, and other such advanced concepts was just one hilarious bit of entertainment. Horace had only needed to see the picture of a star and observe a plasma gun go off to really get it. The explanation of exactly what null was and what it did had been another winner, as had the idea that most people of the galaxy live a few hundred years instead of under 100. They'd even managed to get a few doctors and some mathematicians in to really blow the minds of the local scholars. He had officially been sworn in as the Martial Master of the Starseekers. He also had a promotion upcoming once there was official contact between Lakran and the Undaunted. The ceremony itself had been small to the point of parody. Apparently, tradition had the entire branch that someone was being made the master of attend. In this case, that was no one, but his friends in the form of Magrica and his recruits were able to be there. First thing he did was swear in his girls as Warriors of the Stars, the official title for the Order's martial branch. Very fancy. The official uniform was a long cape in black with numerous little shocks of white to simulate the stars in the sky. Magrica had had a good laugh at the fact that hers was so large in comparison that she was able to tie off the ends on branches and turn it into a little hammock. Thankfully, the capes were thin, and the brooch that kept it all on was easily unclasped. The whole thing was made to come off easily so it couldn't be used to limit him. It also didn't interfere with his wings, as it was also made for winged races like the Saramali. Although he was literally the first Earthani to ever wear the star cape, the name made it sound more impressive than it was. It was cloth woven from a naturally black, fibrous plant that also had little bits of white cloth sewed on. Of course, the Grand Midwives hadn't been happy. Lady Aelure had woken up, and there was drama about the consequences before being presented with the radio and speaking with it a bit. She had then pulled out some kind of orb to consult with the heads of her order. She had then been recalled, and Jasper had focused on training up his recruits a little more as he improved his own abilities and physicality as much as possible. His goal was the rest of the bandit clan the girls were once part of. Get them on board, and just like that, the Order of the Star Seekers has a small army, albeit a low-quality one. He had questioned them about everything about the bandit clan as he had trained them, making sure to get a crystal-clear idea of how it all went down. The whole thing was a massive band of disorganized and disaffected thugs. They had been ripped from their homes and forced to the opposite side of the kingdom, and then thrown away minutes into the training when plans changed. They were pissed off, directionless, and hungry. They had no survival skills, no organization, no drills to stay strong, and half the time didn't even bother purifying the water they drank from, leading to the numbers always being pared down by some poor woman getting the shits and passing on. They were down a full tenth of their number and mobile by pure necessity, as they were about as easy on the environment as a pyromaniac, and things just weren't getting better. The plan was nice and easy. Show up, offer carrot and stick, take control, and whip them into shape. One of the main reasons the girls had stuck with him so readily was that he got them all fed and fixed up their stuff. The carrot he offered may as well had been an entire buffet table for how shit their lives had been. He was going to deal with all of that once he took control of the clan. Get them to start eating better, hunting smarter, foraging more skillfully, and actually boiling their damn water before drinking it so they stop dying of dysentery or whatever's killing them. Then when that's done, he'll get them actually training with their stolen weapons until there's something more than a joke. The final polish of this first level of training was over. It was time to move. They had almost been attacked before they were recognized. All it took was some armor and their weapons being in good condition to make them completely unrecognizable. They also had come to a compromise with armored skirts rather than the greaves and pants that Jasper really liked. Couple that with solid breastplates and strong helmets, and he had them geared up in what he called Roman style. He had also gotten them each a spear, a massive shield, and a small sword. Unfortunately, they couldn't bring their new toys in, as their repaired ones were already at risk of being stolen as they walked in with their helmets off. Their new capes flowing behind them as high above Magrisa and Jasper both waited for their signal. The small tent in Lean-To's city has nearly 100 small fires already burning in the early evening, and there's a bit of gagging at the sheer stench of what food they could get half rotting, as smoking is a tricky thing to do. Open shit pits, and the stink of some girls trying to get some kind of tannery going. Being drafted for the army and then thrown away when the neighboring nation failed to be provoked left a lot of girls untrained and pissed. They were recognized and no one stopped them as they went to find the lady's tent. It was in the middle of everything and slightly elevated as she preferred, which had led the woman to several bad nights of sleep in the past and had given everyone a bad day. Sleeping on an incline is no fun. "The hell is going on?" The familiar voice roars and from out of the fur-covered dome and stomps out. Aramenta, like everyone else in this army, turned bandit clan. She seems to drink in the light around her and knows enough about her axiom use to be an absolute horror in battle. "Who the hell are you and why haven't you—" "Wait, you're Aramenta too. You're too clean to be one of us. Who are you?" "Actually," Lena begins as the rest of the girls step to the side into a semicircle. "We were, but he intervened." "He?" the lady asks just before Jasper slams into the middle of the semicircle, and a shockwave rocks out and up the hill to blow her backwards and rattles half the camp awake, no problem. The bang is loud enough that everyone comes running to see what's next. "Who the hell are you?" she screams out in a fury as Jasper unfolds and rises up and up and up. The past week had seen him grow massively. All the food, all the power he kept drawing from the area around him had his entire physiology shift until he resembled no Earthani to ever step foot on Lakran, tightless or otherwise. He's broad of shoulder with thick arms and legs and unnaturally tall by Earthani standards. Jasper has physically shifted himself from the slight, frail frame of most of his kind have into a clear powerhouse. Straps of bronze riveted to his leather vest. His arms are almost completely free, with heavy gauntlets to aid in his punches. His legs are heavy armored, and from his thighs are a pair of massive swords sunken into expanded sheaths so that he may carry the large weapons without tripping over them. There's a pause as the lady takes in the sheer presence, then notices the matching capes. "So, the Star Seekers have—" "You are Lady Dusk?" Disgraced noblewoman of Meru and former leader of this raggedy band of would-be warriors? Jasper asks in a booming, carrying tone. Former? Who the hell are you? Lady Dusk demands, and Jasper smirks at her. I am Jasper Blue, Sergeant of the Undaunted, Marshal Master of the Order of Star Seekers, and now the leader of this band of soon-to-be warriors. Excuse me, Lady Dusk screeches in rage. You're excused, Jasper says smugly as Magrica slowly lowers down from the sky. Clearly she hates the stink of the place and has nothing good to say about it at all. But she lands on his shoulder regardless and slides down with a spin to saunter off behind him. Lady Dusk is clearly out of patience as she charges down at Jasper and receives a brutal backhand that carries her into her tent. Try it with an actual weapon, you idiot. Jasper calls to her as most of the clan seems paralyzed and unsure of what to do. There's only a pause and Lady Dusk emerges with an enormous mace and fire in her eyes. Much better. Now then, fool who has led these women to desperation and doom, let us do battle, he states loudly as he slowly pulls out the massive blades that are just a little shorter than him. He had personally shaped them from crude iron pulled out of a nearby mine. They were big, scary, and in the flamberge style, for both a sense of the exotic and an extra advantage. What do you want? Lady Dusk asks, her clear intent to charge, suddenly dulled by the massive swords easily held in Jasper's hands. The clan. All of it. You have been harassing the Order of the Star Seekers, and they have sent me to deal with you as I see fit. While most would content themselves in baseless slaughter, I instead see potential. Potential to turn this sad band of dying miscreants into actual warriors. I have already taken 6 of your number and molded them into greater things. I offer such training, such equipment, and such possibilities for all of you. A time of great change is approaching. Will you be swept away in the tides of change, or will you rise to the occasion and ride the wave to glory? Jasper announces, remembering the quick and dirty speech lessons on what to say and how to say it. He had to look both larger than life and mundane at once. He had to be someone they could see as one of their own and as a figure they could believe in. He needed both style and substance, so he cribbed his notes from fantasy warlords and dark sorcerers after asking some nerd squad for advice. They almost talked him into introducing himself as the Dragmeyer. Magrica had thought the whole thing was nothing short of hilarious, especially when she had been told that her going around and basically leaning on him all the time was the best way she could to present herself. Thankfully, she was already down for basically always cuddling up against him, even when he was being as loud and as boisterous as possible. Glory? You think you can just? Lady Dusk demands with her face contorting in fury, and she slams the massive two-handed mace into the ground. Where was the glory when we were abandoned by our Duchess? Where was the glory when we were sent to die at the slightest hint of inconvenience? I hadn't arrived yet, Jasper says. And you think you're glory itself? She screams at him in rage. For you and yours? Yes. Jasper responds, deliberately provoking her into a berserker fury, and she charges him with the mace held high. He plants his 2 swords into the ground and steps forward, cape snapping in a wind that touches him and him alone and catches the head of the mace in the palm of his left hand. You have been betrayed, Jasper says, pushing her back with his left hand alone. She skids along the ground, her feet digging into the already churned-up earth, but her boots have nothing on the fact that he's actually grabbing the ground with his foot claws and pushing forwards. You have been abandoned. Shut up. You were cast aside by the corrupt and the stupid to die of sickness and starvation. You were all the young daughters of city folk and torn from your homes, taught how to put on armor and then cast aside before anything else could occur. I offered to complete your training. Silence! Lady Dusk is almost rabid as she tries to regain control of her mace, but Jasper's claws have dug into the metal, and the only way she's getting it back is in pieces or with his help. I offer to feed and house you, he continues. You what? That one threw her off. I offer honor and glory in a true and just cause, Jasper declares. I do not ask for your lives. I ask for loyalty to be returned. Stand with me, not against me, and I will make you stronger. I will teach you so that even if you choose to leave my service later, You may thrive in these wilds in which you now barely survive within. Why? Lady Dusk asked in shock. A drowning soul offered the hand of salvation from an unexpected direction. This world is bleeding, breaking under its own weight. What happened to you was a crime, a tragedy. I am undaunted. There is no challenge I cannot conquer. I will save this world, and I'm starting with you, Jasper says, and she stares at him. Will you come with me? She stares at his offered hand before looking to see that he still has her mace firmly gripped and thoroughly stopped in the other one. Her mind is whirring and churning. He can see the gears grinding behind her eyes, and it's all he can do to not smirk as he sees her come to her decision. A blaring low horn sounds out over the distance and comes from the west, from the direction of the Miru border. That's... Lady Dusk does not finish the phrase. Magrika, can you take a look, my love? Jasper asks the Metak warrior, who launches into the sky with ease and circles around before shooting down. Miru army. Their flags are red over green. Slaughter banners. They're here to kill, Lady Dusk says in flat terror, and Jasper pats her on the shoulder. Not today, they're not. Today they fail. Out of Cruel Space, Part 247, a scion of many worlds. She follows the titanic Urthani as he sheathes his blades and walks towards the advancing army. She has to make a choice. She was never trained for this. Never did his before, and... Everyone pack up. Everything worth taking, you take. Head for Aridus Valley, he bellows out with a loud carrying tone. Lena, Jane, Erica, Millie, Aqua, Ariel, help them get organized and moving. Lady Dusk, Magrisa, you're with me. Why am I with you? What are you doing? She demands, having thankfully been given some kind of direction. You are bearing witness? Magrika is going to keep you safe. I am dealing with your enemies. What? Why? Well, to be honest, wasting Magrisa's talents on the rabble coming for us is just criminal, so she's on protection duty instead. What? Protection is always an honorable and worthwhile duty, unless you don't want to be protected, Magrika notes. Not to mention it's easy, especially when you're getting a show out of it. A show? That's the Miru army under slaughter banners. They're here to exterminate us like vermin, Lady Dusk exclaims as she just numbly follows the twisted Urthani warlord with what she now recognizes as a mountain clan metak serving as protection. Thankfully, her girls are striking camp and retreating. Maybe some will even get out alive. I'm not worried, Magrika notes as she keeps up despite having the shortest stride of them all. What am I missing? What have I not seen? Lady Dusk asks. If this mad Urthani is going to try to defend or buy time for her people, he fights with a ferocity that would make any mountain clan proud to call him kin. He also trains without end. If he is not training others, he is training himself, drinking forever upon the power that surrounds us to not only sustain himself, but grow stronger and stronger, Magrika says before letting out a laugh. Besides, if he fails, I get to swoop in and extract a favor. Either way, I win. But Jasper is facing hundreds, she says as they finally breach the edge of the camp and get a clear view of the massive force coming down the road. Thousands. Jasper's pace speeds up, and he marches out ahead of everyone, drawing his massive swords before planting them to either side and crossing his arms. He is no longer approaching the army, it is approaching him. We need to run, Lady Dusk says as the army gets close enough for her to see the heraldry. The image of a woman impaled through the chest and into the shadow by a spear. The Night Slayers. We need to run now. What? Why? They're the Night Slayers. Their whole job is to cleanse anything in Miru's borders that isn't of Miru. They spend their lives learning to hunt. If we don't get to Aridus Valley sometime yesterday, then they'll slaughter us like beasts. But you're from Miru. We were cast aside. We're not from anywhere anymore. Dusk, no longer a lady in any stretch of the imagination, says with mounting horror. Why didn't you tell me it was the Night Slayers? I would have already started running. My girls would be running faster. All the fancy crests and symbols all blur together. The only reason I even mentioned the banner is because all sorts of armies use them to declare intent, Magrika says, casually grabbing Dusk by the leg with a wing to stop her from running. Just watch. But they're going to. Watch. Dusk grows more terrified as the army approaches, only to stop right in front of Jasper. It's clear that they recognize the challenge. Orthani, you are trespassing in the Miru Kingdom. In light of your people's peaceful ways, the head of the column begins to announce in an airy tone, clearly dismissing him as a threat despite the fact that he's easily head and shoulders taller than their largest warrior and has gigantic swords embedded in the ground to either side. I am Jasper Blue, Sergeant of the Undaunted and Martial Master of the Star Seekers. You approach Aratus Valley, turn back or be destroyed. He cuts off the noblewoman's speech. There's a moment as the army tries to process the idea of an Orthani cutting someone off, let alone threatening an entire army, seemingly alone. Oh, will we? Shall that Mitak be doing the fighting? Or perhaps the disgrace back there who's trying to run away? I don't see an army here, so how do you propose to stop us? With violence, Jasper answers simply. No inflection, no hint of boasting. He's just stating a simple fact. Are you insane? She asks, and he lets out a low chuckle. What's so funny? I'm far from insane. I am simply aware of what you are not. And what am I unaware of? Many things, Jasper remarks bluntly, and the woman at the front of the formation visibly loses her patience. And now I'm done entertaining this madness, she says, unsheathing her axe and prompting Jasper to pull his blades out of the ground and give them a casual twirl. The head of the Night Slayers charges in a blur, her axe low, with intent to split him from groin to gut, and with a spray of bright red blood lands in pieces behind Jasper. Her legs, torso, and arms sliced off in a quick movement of the two massive swords. Blood dripping from the massive blades, Jasper holds up the right sword and licks it with his proboscis. Did she suffer from gout? That was the final straw as the army rushes at him, and he countercharges directly into the middle of them. He moves his swords in a blistering dance of death, too fast for it to be natural, as he runs power along the edges of the flambergs to tear as much as he slices. The armor they wear proves completely ineffective, and his every swing takes multiple lives. Blood flies as he uses the sheer density of the army against itself. Only 4 or 5 people can get close to him at once, and that's not only not enough, but they have to watch their swings or risk hitting each other. He simply slaughters every which way possible, his antenna giving him perfect perception of the area around him, allowing him to dodge attacks that he cannot see and punish anyone who gets too close for even a heartbeat. In seconds alone, he's killed dozens, and then he starts to pull at the power to do something more exotic. Mid-swing, he gathers even more energy around the tip of his right sword and agitates it until it ignites. By the time the sword slams into the ground next to the soldier that wisely dodged to the side, there's a growing fireball that then destabilizes and detonates out in all directions, killing those closest and staggering the rest even as Jasper's smile grows. How is she doing this? How can one stand against so many? Dusk asks in shock as she simply stares. It was nothing short of a slaughter, but not in the direction anyone sane would have considered. Jasper's moving too fast, hitting too hard and too aware of his surroundings to so much as slow down as he cuts the army sent to slaughter her and hers down to size. He's like us from the mountain clans. He's not satisfied simply being able to do something. He has to be able to do it easily, to make even the greatest trials simple. Me? I make a mockery of the greatest beasts. Him? He makes a complete joke out of enemy warriors. Him. What? He's from very far away, a type of being called a man. Think like the male half of animal races, but an Orthani instead of a beast. Magrika explains and shrugs. He and his is like her and hers, just the right way to speak of him. Am I being lectured on proper grammar by a mountain savage? Yes. While an Orthani slaughters an entire army that previously struck deep fear into your heart, Magrika says, as Jasper slams his swords into the ground, rips the energy out of the air into a gigantic ball of fire that he then turns and elbows so hard it distorts and takes a massive chunk out of the army. You'll also notice that he's getting more creative, more terrifying, and more effective as he moves, slaughtering more and more as the army suddenly breaks away at all sides, and Dusk gasps to see what was at the opposite end of it. The archers open fire as the new weapon, something she had only heard whispers of before, is aimed right at Jasper, even as he swings his oversized sword so hard that the blast of wind they bring about deflects the arrows. There's a deafening bang and an almighty clang. The two swords hit the ground and embed themselves deep enough to stand upright. Jasper uncurls and holds the caught cannonball in one hand. "I didn't think you had gunpowder. This could be interesting." He notes tossing the massive iron ball up and down in his hand as he examines it. Not many markings. You didn't rifle the barrel, did you?" Whatever the answer to that question is, he doesn't wait for it as he takes a step forward and in a blurring motion hurls the cannonball right back. It slams into the upper lip of the weapon and sends it careening backwards, crushing several unfortunates and then breaking open the cases behind it. "Right then, let's get back to it. Everyone against me again." By the time he finishes plucking his blades out of the ground, the entire army has run. The slaughter he committed had been absurd by itself, but deflect an arrow volley and then catching and returning a cannonball was simply too much. "Very good. Run. Tell your masters that the Order of the Star Seekers and their holdings are protected," Jasper calls after them before flicking the blood off his swords and sheathing them. Miraculously, there's no blood sticking to him either. His gauntlets and armor are pristine, and his fur shimmers as if freshly washed. Dusk simply stares at him in shock and awe as he calmly walks up to them both, and Magrica chuckles. "I'm not sure if I can give you full credit, big man. You let most of them run. I'm hoping they come back with an actual challenge next time instead of one or two surprise toys. The archer volley and cannon blast at the end were the only good ideas they had, and they still screwed them up by giving me way too much time to react," Jasper replies calmly. "How?" Dusk asks, openly gaping. "How?" It's simple. Training, lots and lots of training, as well as learning to draw on and grow stronger with every breath, thanks to the axiom around us. There is so much you can do, but so few consider it because it's simply there. Part of your body is made up of darkness manifest. Doesn't that intrigue you? Does it not make you think and consider? A shadow cannot be grasped, cannot be stopped, cannot be stilled. You could make yourself untouchable and unstoppable if you would only try. What do you want from me? Loyalty for loyalty. I will hold faith in you if you will hold faith in me. I will teach you the secrets of my strength so that you may nurture it within yourself. All of Lakran is upon the brink of war. Travesty and tragedy are common. This needs to end. This pattern of barely contained madness and rage must be broken. I have allies coming to help bring Lakran out if it's misery. However, the more work we get done now, the less there is later. "But what do you want?" Dusk asks him, and he considers. "I want full pantries and fresh, clean water for all. I want families to come together without mourning the loss of loved ones slaughtered by the stupidity and greed of their supposed betters. I want to live 1,000 years and look back to find that I have forged paradises. I want to reunite with my brother in the stars. I want to speak with my family, still trapped in the dark places beyond the stars themselves." Jasper explains, gesturing up at the sky in a grandiose manner before looking down at Dusk again. "From you, however, I want you to join me as I grow stronger. I want your help in bringing some stability to this region, at the least, if not many more, perhaps all of Miru. I want your honesty. I want your advice. I want to share a meal with you. Shall we?" "Are you planning conquest?" Dusk asks slowly with wide eyes. "I haven't decided yet. The grand midwives will oppose you. No woman wants to fight without knowing that she has a daughter back home to carry the family. Many of us simply do not." Dusk begins to explain but trails off as Magrica snickers. "What? Is he a midwife too? I'm a man. The midwives emulate poorly what I do. I can ensure the next generation. However, if you don't believe me, then understand that my time here is likely limited. I only ask you to be defensive. Everything else you have the right to refuse. Help me protect Aretas Valley, and I will consider all debts paid." "Limited? Limited how?" "I have said many times now that I am a sergeant of the Undaunted. The Undaunted are an army of those like myself. I have been taken from them and left without means to return. I have, however, let them know where I am, and even now they come to rescue me. There is a chance, a very good chance, that they will require me to leave this place. If it is required of me, I will leave. And if they require you to stay, what then? Dusk asks to try and trip him up and get some idea as to what she's getting into. If they want me to stay, then it will be to help bring this world back into the galactic fold. There would be an enormous amount of work to do, and having local warriors willing to help us would be even more important. And as much as I can offer, and I can offer much, the Undaunted as a whole can offer much, much more. How much more? Eternal youth to begin with. What? A guarantee of children if you want them. Guaranteed. Arms and armor more powerful than anything you've imagined. I can imagine a great deal. Can you imagine a weapon that can reduce stone to smoke? I cannot. Plasma weaponry. Very dangerous. Very powerful. Very easy to get a hold of, Jasper remarks. Why? Dusk asks, and Jasper gives her a curious look. Why would your people help us? Bring such gifts from beyond the stars? If it's real? As far as my people are concerned, this whole planet is in need of rescue and is overdue for it by over 1,000 years. Help is on the way, Jasper says, and Dusk just stares at him. I don't understand. You will, but first let's get your people safely to Aratus and well-fed. Also see to those who are sick or injured. After that, I'll be showing you all how to properly maintain your tools and equipment before taking several of you hunting and foraging to show how that is done, a different group each time. After that will be some weapon drills to give you girls some steel in your spine. Out of Cruel Space, Part 248, A Scion of Many Worlds. The army driven off and Dusk, thoroughly impressed with him, had helped organize the soon-to-be former bandits a bit more thoroughly. Also, there was more than a little looting of the dead. A lot of armor and weapons were thoroughly destroyed by Jasper's little blitz, but a lot of side swords, belt knives, helmets, gauntlets, armored skirts, and boots were easily salvaged, in addition to most of the personal kits of the soldiers he killed. His tendency to go for the torso and neck had shredded a lot of chainmail shirts, but those are easy enough to fix, so they went into the loot sacks too. Dusk had also claimed their leader's axe for her own. Apparently the two had history, bad history, as she gave the corpse a kick in the head, so hard that the large chunk of the body it's attached to goes flying. The girls of the bandit clan are so hungry that they immediately start choking down the dried trail rations the army has, without much more water than what is in the canteens. Thankfully, many of the girls are attuned to water for their elements and know enough to squeeze fresher water out of the air with great effort. His six in particular really show off and conjure plenty for everyone, and he has to encourage people to hurry up instead of stopping for everyone to get hosed down and a little cleaner. First things first, get to safety. Many of the girls in the bandit clan don't think there's more danger, as Jasper drove off the small army. But Jasper isn't fooled, and upon hearing her girls dismiss the danger, Dusk flies into a borderline fit of rage and does most of the work driving the bandits towards Aratus. Jasper stays on the rear as he listens to Dusk outright rant about how he got stupid lucky and how this bit of the army was in fact an unblooded new branch of the Night Slayers, as Lady Amara Lux, who Dusk had recognized personally at the front, was just transferring into the Night Slayers and rubbing her nose in it as Dusk was being forcibly drafted into the army. Apparently Dusk, or Lady Brianna Dusk, was from an ennobled merchant family that backed the wrong candidate in a succession crisis and had been stripped of everything but their title in the chaos. Without the funds, guards, or favor to force things away, Brianna had been drafted as an example to her family and forced into this complete shit show, which very thoroughly explains her lack of survival talents and combat skills. The girl had spent her life balancing sums, haggling, and learning how to insult someone without directly insulting them. The reason she used a mace at first was because it was easy to use, and hitting things hard with something heavy can end a fight pretty quickly. He just listens to her rant and understands more and more of what's going on. Miru is as thoroughly classist and racist as his 6 girls and the Starseekers had informed him. It's a medieval society, and many Aramenta are straight up divided by their elements, with light and darkness being the noble elements. Most of his new recruits were people forcibly rounded up from the slums and farms and forced to the opposite end of the country as a big old distraction for the spies of the Greenstone Alliance, something he just thoroughly tore apart by wiping out the freshly graduated trainees in defense of the bandits. And the reason why you can't do this openly and use it for intimidation is, he asks, already knowing the answer. Because if Miru doesn't do things this way, then it will end as a people, as there will be no children to carry the future. Brianna answers, and it comes out as something she has memorized. It's a canned answer to the question. Yay, I thought it was something like that, Jasper notes. So basically, the Grand Midwives say no war, so people try to get clever, and you ended up beneath the boot for it. Essentially, Brianna admits, and he sighs in frustration. Well-intentioned, but they've both made the wrong choice and let things play out much too far. Jasper groans to himself. I need a proper talk with them before my people get here. Make sure they don't do something stupid like try to start a crusade or something. Speaking of the Grand Midwives, how do you do it? If you mean breeding, then it's fairly simple, but as an Earthani, I apparently need rain for it too. Jasper cuts himself off as something flits at the edge of his awareness. That was not an animal stalking. That was someone realizing they were too close and bugging out. We have company. Who? Brianna asks in terror, and he shrugs. I don't know. They were gone too quickly to get a good look. They do know to treat me as an enemy, and they understand the sheer range and clarity my antennas grant me. So they're informed and competent. But we're almost out of Miru. Half of my girls already are. If we're attacked now, it's an act of war, unless they can find some justification, Jasper says, and she looks at him incredulously. You say that after spilling an ocean of blood? You see, I don't care about the whims of the Grand Midwives. I'm able to break their monopoly, and that's on top of my people coming. Also, technically, I had already claimed all of you as my new recruits, and you were heading for Eridus when I hit that army, so it was technically self-defense. Your people, she says, deciding to focus on the bit that isn't the type of political bullshitting that stripped her family of everything and was still a hair's breadth away from getting her killed. Yes, the undaunted. Yes, a warrior people from beyond the stars. Indeed. How is it that my best hope to survive is an insane mutant Earthani? Life's funny that way, Jasper answers as Brianna groans into her hands. I'm supposed to be organizing ships of spices and silks, not fighting armies or worrying about assassins. I never wanted to come to Eridus. It's a backwoods monastery, Brianna moans, and Jasper pats her on the shoulder. Why is my last best hope a mutant Earthani? Why is my life like this? I am well-educated and noble-blooded for 5 generations. He just pats her on the shoulder, not quite sure what he could say to comfort her after that rant and just letting her stew in it for a bit. The person flits into and out of his awareness a few more times, and he makes a point of not reacting as he gets a better and better look at them. Make them think he's distracted so he can gather information. It mostly works, but the person in question is keeping things very distant in order to try and conserve their already lost element of surprise. So I have a question, Jasper says as they cross the threshold proper into Eridus Valley. Yes. Do the Night Slayers usually have assassins follow them around? Assassins? Number but Grand Commanders? Yes, many of them. Well, if we are, as your Night Slayer army, then you would be the Grand Commander. Amara Lux was training to be one, but clearly was out of her depth. And Grand Commanders are, I'm assuming, the most exceptional part of the army that breaks the enemy line while the rest do mop-up and area control? Jasper asks, and she nods. Why are you asking these things? Because we're being stalked, he says shortly and flicks her in the forehead as she turns to look. Don't go looking for her. What's wrong with you? But, relax, she's targeting me. How is that supposed to relax me? You're the person who's offering shelter. We'll be thrown out and... Relax, she's targeting me. Go with your people, I need to speak to a few more people. Jasper says as he senses the figure, this time with a scroll out that they're examining before falling out of range. He takes off and launches into the valley to speak with the more official people and get a few things organized. It takes far less time than he was expecting, and due to it being fresh off the harvest, a feast begins. In less than 2 hours, every single member of the former bandit clan is eating or has eaten, and the injured and sick are being cared for. He's in the process of draining the local cantaloupe-style fruit with his proboscis and reducing it to a withered chunk, as he's wont to do after a decent workout when the stranger flickers in. He can sense it as a teleport in the axiom, and he turns to regard them, knowing already that it's a woman with a massive mace with the head nearly the size of her torso. Pale skin, golden sunlight, kissed hair that literally glows. Light-based Arumenta. Foul abomination made by the Starseekers. I am the most august clarity, grand battle maiden of Miru Empire. Your slaughter of... Hey, don't you turn away from me! She begins her speech, but since she's going to be Darkwing, ducking it, he just turns away as he snaps off a piece of the dehydrated melon he drained and chewing it blandly. There's something in the rind, he's not sure what, but it really helps with the development of his internal organs. Why did you turn away from her? She's a serious threat, and... Brianna begins to rant at him in an open panic before he suddenly teleports away, diverts his teleport last second, and charges Clarity as he draws his swords for a brutal opening attack from her open flank. She catches his swords on the head of her mace, and he doesn't even nick the weapon as he forces her back several meters, with nothing more than sheer brute power. Her eyes are wide with shock before growing furious and suddenly lighting up like a nuclear explosion, and everyone screams as their eyes burn. Everyone but Jasper, who merely closes his and steps forward to keep balance as she melts to the side. He slashes at her a few times. She melts away each time, but he gauges her reactions before suddenly putting on even more speed and strength to catch her off guard as he figures out the pattern and his blades star to bite down before she vanishes with a flash of axiom. She appears behind him and then has to use the haft of her massive war mace to block his kick and keep his foot claws away from her. He still slices the chainmail over her stomach and gets what smells like a few drops of blood. And here I doubted the stories of Urthani seeing without sight. It will almost be a shame to kill you. So much could be learned from an Urthani with a spine, Clarity says before slamming the ground with her mace. Now, the rest of her speech is cut off by Jasper's next charge, and she very wisely dodges as she senses the axiom he has running along his swords, and he turns to follow her with diagonal slashes that guide her into a brutal kick that she has to block again. He feels more of the chainmail part under his foot claws, but there's no spike in the scent of blood. He charges again but jerks to the side before bouncing back at the last moment to throw her guard off, and she has to abandon her counterattack to avoid the deadly blades. The blades he lets go of, grabs the mace and twists out of her hands as he offers another bladed kick to force her to surrender the weapon. He pumps his wings to force himself forward, despite being off balance, and slams the mace down upon her. But she vanishes just as he makes contact and reappears some 50 paces away. No longer glowing brightly, but his eyes are still thoroughly cooked, so he's still relying on his antenna. Well, she begins, and he pulls at the axiom, and his swords are suddenly in their sheaths again. He begins to slowly approach, massive mace easily held in his claws. You're a scary one. Unfortunately for you, I'm not an unblooded apprentice. Now, Magrica, she's here for me. She's mine, Jasper suddenly says, and Clarity turns back to find the Metak there, with an annoyed look on her face and her wings shaped like a forest of swords about to fall on her. Oh, fine, fine. Magrica never gets to have fun. No one brings monsters to a battle of armies anymore. It's boring. You remember our deal. I get first refusal on fighting people, and you get it with fighting monsters. Jasper reminds her, and the Metak backs away from the clean, killing stroke she had. Clarity looks towards Jasper and seems somewhat dumbfounded. It's almost a pity I have to kill you, she remarks before sending a flare of light upwards. Surrounding the valley, many beings flare with axiom, and the skies darken with fat clouds. But I know how to blind Urthani. I just never had the need before. Then the rains fall down, an absolute sheet of axiom-infused water pouring down over the Eritis Valley and blotting out his electromagnetic, or whatever the hell he's actually sensing from his antenna, rendering him blind in both forms of sight. rendering him deaf with the sheer pounding din, rendering him distracted as his heartbeat accelerates and pounds loudly enough to be heard clearly over the rain. He cannot smell the blood for all there is in the air, is the earthy scent the rain brings, and he looks upward to let the rain wash over his face. He cannot help but laugh, deep and strong, but with the earthani trill behind it, like a chiming bell in the background. He turns to face the negative in the axiom-infused water and nods to Clarity's utter shock. You would do well to abandon the petty queendom of Miru. The undaunted and I would be well served to have a lieutenant as mighty and resourceful as you. With that said, he shifts his grip on the war mace and throws it to her. It lands next to her, and he offers a smile full of earthani needle teeth. Take up that mace, and we will continue to battle. Refuse it, and we will speak instead. She grabs the mace after a moment's hesitation, and he charges forward, gathering axiom around his swords as he also gathers it around his feet. He stomps as he gets close and forces everything to still near him. Then he starts to slash with his swords, leaving visible trails in the air as the rain pours around them, and he traces out slashes that grow stronger and stronger with every heartbeat, even as she starts to wear away the slowing effect. By the time she breaks out, he has dozens of slashes read, and she zips away to dodge the dozens of shock waves that careen outwards and tear furrows into the ground. He pursues, bringing down his swords, and she has to dodge to the side as she brings around the mace as it roils with axiom. He ducks under it and feels a massive cavity form in the falling rain by the sheer shockwave of the blow. His swords come up in a pair of rising cuts that are parried by the armored portions of the mace haft, and she sends skidding back through the mud as her boots fail to give her anywhere near the grip that his claws afford him. She barely dodges the double-stabbing thrust and then is slammed by his unfurling wing and forced against the flat of the sword. He sweeps her off her feet and slams her into the ground as he finishes shredding the chainmail over her stomach. His left foot is over her waist and he pours disrupting energies around them. Surrender, you're beaten! It takes Clarity a moment to do anything but gape up at him. She tries to teleport several times, but he shreds the axiom construct before it can fully form, and his swords are resting against her abs. She sends up a second flare, and the rain stops. I, the most august Clarity, daughter of House Lumen, celebrated champion of the Miru Queendom. Surrender. She gasps out before completely flopping back and starting to sob. On your honor? Jasper presses as he opens his healing eyes and makes out some parts of her. It's both an upside and downside of compound eyes. Maybe 1 in every 15 of them are working, but he has so many he can mostly make out her expression of abject horror and self-loathing. On what remains of my broken honor, I surrender. Please don't kill me, milady. Out of Cruel Space, Part 249, A Scion of Many Worlds. It had taken several hours to get everyone's eyes to recover from Clarity's attack. There had been open weeping from the former bandits that hadn't already cracked when offered food, which left things as rather awkward for some as Jasper just got to work and kept working. He helped set up the tents and campfires in the part of the valley that wasn't being used for farming and didn't have any real significance to the order. After that, it was digging fire pits, latrines, setting up tents, and helping these poor idiots understand why being clean is preferable to being dirty. That last one was taken with good humor, as it was the most understandable thing about him due to his earthani nature. All told, it wasn't until well after sunset that he was done getting everyone settled down and was both physically and emotionally exhausted. These people were so deep over their heads it was downright pitiable. The daughters of the meek and downtrodden are what he has for an army. He has a lot of work to do, and the day isn't over yet. He needs to speak with Clarity and her entourage. When she had surrendered her personal guard of a dozen, Water Erumenta had surrendered with her. They were the ones she signaled to kick of the flash storm, which nearly blinded him. Something he needs to talk to her about because control of the weather is an insanely powerful level of battlefield control. Keep an enemy camp drenched in cold? Hell, flood it? Yes, please. He lets out a huff as he brushes back his growing mane of hair and antenna while he thinks. So the victorious champion is treating this as a loss? What's the matter? Were you hoping to pull down the stars and forge them into an indestructible blade of blinding white light to cleave entire mountains in twain? Perhaps call down an army of holy angels to reinforce and bless me and my girls? Dusk teases as she approaches him. She's wearing a simple but well-made dress that had been given to her from the Order. Seeing that the so-called backwoods monastery of the Order of the Starseekers was in fact an entire community of scholars and healers who understood the way of the plow and sickle to the point that they could easily feed her, entire encampment had been humbling for her. There's more to do, so much more. I need to find a proper way to house and contain Lady Lumen without violating undaunted policy, but also without letting her stab me in the back. I need to train up the horde of desperate and broken girls that you came in with into a proper standing army. Likely sooner rather than later, as we already have hostiles attacking us in Aridus Valley and equipping them. My own personal training in defending the valley, as is my duty as the martial master of the Order. It looks like I'm repaying my debts to you a little quicker than I thought. Allow me to teach you something about Miru culture and honor. You have honorably defeated and captured the August Clarity Lumen. The August is a title given only to those who value their honor and integrity above all else and have proven it. It is not a title that can be bought or sold. It cannot be rescinded without enormous cause, and it cannot be earned with any degree of ease. She is August. She values her given word more than her life. She regards her personal integrity as more important than anything, even Miru itself. Why would any nation encourage an order of knights that would so easily turn against them? And why would such a knight violate another nation's borders to... Jasper trails off as he thinks on the way his own conduct would have looked from the outside. There were a dozen less than charitable considerations for his actions earlier in the day. All of them could easily make him out to be some rabid maniac or brutal warlord. The August Order is one of the oldest and most beloved institutions of Miru. A founding one, in fact. The first knights to defend the homeland. The oldest noble houses are all born of the August Order. It was the August Order that kept Miru pure of the madness of the Greenstone Alliance. The slave-taking and empty hedonism of the breakaway states are kept far away by both the Miru armies and the August Order in equal terms. And how does it feel to be the target of the armies in the August Order? Is it still justified and righteous? My family is disgraced, and my soldiers, the girls I'm supposed to represent, are a nearly worthless rabble. It's proper. There is a cost to falling out of favor or being the lower dregs. This is part of it. Disgusting, Jasper growls out as he looks down at her. If you think what's been done to you or to those girls outside is at all righteous or proper, then you're nothing short of insane. And if Lumen thinks that she's upholding some kind of standard of honor by supporting that brainless abuse, then she has no idea what honor is. That said, he simply barges into Lumen's chamber and scans the room. Her attendants are all cringing at the sight of him, and she seems frozen in place. She then recovers, but still clearly isn't quite sure what to make of him. So I honestly expected to be addressed sooner. Did you need a little rest after our fight? She asks, and he snorts. Hardly. I know the concept may be foreign to you, but I have to actually work to ensure things occur. I don't simply expect it to happen because I want it to, he says, and she seems taken aback. Now what have I done to earn such wrath? I could sense you outside this chamber and felt your rage spike. If you're aware of that level of awareness in the axiom, then why did you think that blinding my antenna and eyes would give you an advantage? Jasper asks, and Clarity tilts her head in bafflement. Your antenna? The bits coming up from your head, I assume? She asks, and he groans while holding his face. They are ignorant, not idiots. Get over it, Jasper. He mumbles just loud enough to be heard. Yes, the strange growths coming off the top of my head are called antennae. All forms of insects have some form of antenna. The reason the rains worked is because Orthani antennae sense energies in ways that are interfered with by water. Do you think yourself better than me? Clarity asked tartly, and Jasper raises an eyebrow. Eye ridge as the sheer white fur conceals the expression beyond some basic movement. I think that you are of a people who lost everything in a great calamity and were forced to rebuild in great desperation. I think you've tried to rebuild but lost your way. Keeping perhaps only the original language that was spoken between the races, and a few myths and legends of what you once were, Jasper says, and there's a pause. However, it's not what I think or my evaluations or estimations of this world that are the subject for debate. The first portion is the question of what I do with you. You have surrendered to me and asked for my mercy. If you wish to maintain it, there will be some rules you will have to follow, Jasper says before cracking his neck and surprising the room. That should not have happened. Failure to follow these rules will result in my mercy being rescinded, meaning that I'm offering you trust to behave honorably. Failure to live up to that expectation will result in a distinct lack of mercy next time you ask for it. I understand, she says, and he nods. Firstly, you are not going to be tortured, starved, or abused, nor shall your retainers. I will ask for information, but I will not be brutalizing you for it. I will, however, be willing to offer further incentives for it to be bought. Jasper continues. In exchange, you are not to attack me, my allies, or attempt to vandalize this place. Am I a hostage? Potentially, if I can purchase a ceasefire or force people to the negotiating table by offering to send you home, I will, Jasper says, and she stares at him. So I am your prisoner, but I'm not in chains or behind bars. Your chains are made of the honor we both value, Jasper says, and she stares at him in confusion. Miss, I'm not from Meru. If I've done something utterly baffling to you, then you must tell me. Your ways are not my ways. I assumed that your subordinate there would have told you about these things already. I recruited her this afternoon, not even 2 hours before we had our fight. After that, I was setting up the camps for the former bandits and ensuring that there were enough fire pits, tents, latrines, and that everyone was fed, washed, and healthy. I have not had time to have a truly in-depth talk with her, Jasper explains, and Clarity blinks in confusion before openly gaping as she absorbs the information. You fought and killed hundreds of well-trained recruits, countered a volley of arrows, and caught the wrath of a blastmaw for a rabble you just recruited? If we're being technical, I hadn't recruited them yet, but that little fight secured their loyalty fairly firmly, I'd imagine. Jasper returns. Actually, it was the food, shelter, and healing. Dust supplies, and Jasper shrugs. Well, there we have it. I fought and killed hundreds for the sake of people that wouldn't be loyal to me for at least another half hour, he says, and Clarity stares at him before sighing. This is utter madness. I can't believe I have to do this, she mutters, rising up. Do what? Jasper demands before she goes down to one knee. Behind him, Magrica enters the room, chewing on some jerky and watching with amusement. He crouches down and she hops up to hang off his shoulder. Clarity actually does a double take at the wordless interaction between the two and takes a moment to try and mentally get back on the rails. Before this fun keeps going, you gotta guess, big man. Turns out that some things your friends in the stars said got really close to a lot of things the old biddies and the grand midwives keep in their records, and they're going to take a chance on you. Magrica says, deliberately cutting off Clarity as she begins to move and getting a glare from the light-attuned woman. The tiny monster hunter merely breaks off a chunk of the jerky and chews as loudly as she can. Oh, please tell me they sent Lady Aelure. There just won't be drama enough without it, he says with a sardonic expression on his face, and Magrica snorts in amusement. Got it in one, Magrica remarks before smacking her lips and going back to the chewing. Is she? Clarity begins to ask Dusk. He, Magrica says, and Jasper smirks. What? Clarity asks, and Jasper goes into his quick explanation that he's not a woman but a man, and the whole bit about he, him, and his. After the explanation, Clarity takes a moment to puff herself up and try to regain some sense of dignity in the situation. She then descends to a single knee along with her attendants. In honorable battle, I have been bested. Surrender was demanded and given. I surrender my life and loyalty to you. When I asked you to change sides as we fought, I was only being partially serious. I did not expect you to join me, Jasper says in confusion. You had a clear killing blow. You held my life in your hands and offered me the choice of life and death. I choose life. But my life is yours, fairly won in battle. So I am yours. My honor as a Meru champion is lost, yet my august honor is still intact. But only so long as I honorable serve the one who owns my life. You, she says, and Jasper smiles. He knows what to do. Then rise, I serve the undaunted. I am of the undaunted. If you serve me, then you serve the undaunted and must be as the undaunted. And I will have no undaunted upon their knees. Stand tall and proud. He offers his hand to help her up, and she takes it. You have been beaten, yes, but you are not broken. You are not dead. You can learn and grow. Become something more, something better. Be undaunted by loss and pain. Be undaunted by the trials that come your way. Again, this is a lot like the whole way my clan and our sister clans look at this sort of thing. If you live, you can try again and do it better. If you got through it, then you're getting better. So go through more, Magritte says as she finishes off her jerky. Unfortunately, not everyone looks at adversity as opportunity, Jasper notes. Anyways, welcome to Eritis Valley then. I'll see about streamlining things, and if you want to take the proper oath to the undaunted, I can arrange it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a paladin to speak to. With that, he turns, his star-patterned cape flowing behind him, as he leaves the room with a dazed Dusk following. He closes the door behind him and notices Dusk just staring at him in shock. Yes. How? How what? How did you do that? You have a paladin of the Grand Midwives, an August Knight and a Mountain Clan monster hunter, all loyal to you. How? So I don't have your loyalty? You do, but I'm a merchant's daughter. That's not, if you think an army marches on anything other than its stomach and stable supply lines, then you're sadly misinformed. It wasn't blades and bows that was killing you and your girls. It was a loss and lack of supplies. And there you go again, making me feel like I matter, like this has meaning, like we're not caught up in the whims of those greater than us. How are you doing this? Why are you doing this? I'm just doing my best. It's hard not to when the other option is to lay down and die. I'm not ready to die. If the whole world wants to oppose me, then the whole world better be ready to fight, because I'm not going down quietly. Okay, that's it. We're going to get some of those water girls to make the air good and wet or something, because that just set my loins on fire. Magritte interrupts and Jasper snorts in amusement to Dusk's confusion. But we still have to talk to Paladin Allier. Fuck it, she can watch for all I care. Hell, she can join in. Join in what? Dusk asks, and Jasper just laughs. Out of Cruel Space, Part 250, a scion of many worlds. 4 days, I am gone 4 days, and you go from training yourself and others to recruiting an army, besting a knight in battle and declaring war upon the Mirror Queendom. Lady Aller says, pinching all 4 of her eyes shut as her tail twitched. I know you saw war as inevitable, but did you have to go out of your way to cause one? All I did was offer the desperate and hungry food and shelter. Then an army of butchers descended towards them with cruel intent. Was I supposed to stand aside and allow a slaughter? Jasper returns and she sighs. This would have been much easier to deal with if you were just some kill-crazy mutant lunatic. Not an honest part of a star-born people actively seeking out our most ancient history to give it back to us. She groans to herself. So I take it the news is good from the Grand Midwives. Good for you, complicated and frustrating for us. When we spoke with your officer on the other end of the she deliberately sounds out the unfamiliar word to get it right. Jasper's smirk is small enough to be hidden behind his facial fur. They helped us by granting a lot of old information. Every question we asked from our oldest records was answered perfectly. They even helped us fix some things, clarify others, and give context that we've lost in the long years between now and the crash. She huffs and gives him an odd look with all 4 eyes. You spoke with nothing but truth. Now promises I once thought impossible have been made. All well-educated midwives, be they martial like myself or the more typical members of our order, we all know we came from the heavens and felt alacrine losing much. We know the great ship was lost in the deepest ocean, and only some few of us survived with precious little. It was our order that stepped up and filled in an impossible gulf to ensure there would be another day. We knew that our work is righteous, generous, and needed. Yet now, soon it will be unneeded. More men will be brought to this world, a stable amount. Jasper says nothing. She needs to talk at him more than with him, it seems. The world is about to change. Forever. For better or worse, who can say? But it's changing away from everything I've dedicated my life to. Everything many thousands of good, honest women have dedicated their lives to. We can't even stop it. Even if you were to drop dead and be forgotten in an instant by everyone upon Lochran, then your people would still know where we are. It is one of the few true secrets we retain, untouched by time. They confirm the coordinates. She rants softly, and Jasper wonders at the oddity of her sounding out radio but easily breezing by coordinates. He supposes with a hefty flying population, geographical coordinates would be a science fairly well retained or relearned. Care to hear some advice? Or do you need to keep going? He asks, and she just stares at him for a moment, then gives him a little wave to continue. You have a lot more options than you think. The galaxy is a huge place. There will always be a need for someone willing to help someone else. In the end, is that not what the grand midwives are? Those that stood up and kept everything standing when no one else could? That kind of courage and compassion is never unwelcome. You have a place, of that you must have no doubt. If it's not here on Lochran, then it's out there somewhere. He finishes, gesturing upward toward the darkening night sky. She snorts in amusement before chuckling a little. Exactly the sort of answer one expects from a star-seeker. She mocks him slightly. Am I wrong? He asks, and she shakes her head. No, I suppose not. Would you like to know what plans my order has made so far? Yes, Boring. Come on, I'm burning here. You can't light me up and then ignore me, Magrika complains, standing on his shoulders and grabbing his antenna and giving them a yank. Jasper lets out a yawp of surprise as his antenna, being yanked, makes his entire body sort of jerk in a way that he's never even imagined possible. What are you even doing? Lady Aelier asks in a scandalous tone, while the tiny Maytak calls out for someone to make it rain so she can get fucked. Jasper has to run axiom through his antenna and pry Magrika off his shoulders and head. Just be patient. The more I know, she can tell us while we party. Come on, you spilled rivers of blood and fought powerful knights. You're ready to face all of Lochran in battle if you need to. Let's get busy. Magrika cheers, and Lady Aelier begins to say something before cutting herself off. Oh, now what? I've done some reading. About? Magrika asks, her mind already rushing towards a very interesting conclusion. What is sex? She asks, and Magrika pauses before chuckling. I see I'm going to need to draw on even more axioms soon. Jasper notes as Magrika's laugh turns throaty, as she clearly has ideas running through her head. It's mating, isn't it? It's how you create a child without ritual, isn't it? No need for the goblet of blood, no need for a circle of sisters to come together and focus. Just a man and a woman, Lady Aelier says, and Magrika's just grinning at her now. Hey, big guy. Oh, no. I say we bring her in. See if you can make the four eyes squeal like I did, Magrika gushes. You know what? I don't care. Let's just get you good and bothered so you can... He cuts her off by throwing the miniature deviant over his shoulder and starting to leave. Excuse us, I have a short woman to calm down. With my penis, just wow. Want to join in? Magrika offers. Lady Aelier, and Jasper pauses before glancing to Lady Aelier, and his eyebrows visibly go up. Oh my God, she's actually thinking about it. Jasper remarks with a rueful chuckle. Is something wrong? Culture clash, nothing more. He remarks, and she looks at him oddly. Surely you and your people questioned the communication officers about the origins of the Undawn. No more talking. Magrika want moi, the tiny monster hunter proclaims, and Jasper looks dumbfounded. The moi? Oh my God. No more talking. We're going into the baths, and I'm using the trick I forced out of the water girls to make you stand, good and tall. You coming feathers, Magrika demands. I'd like to, Lady Aelier begins, and Magrika lets out a little cheer before warping her wings to knock Jasper off balance and then zip to the floor so she can catch him in her wings and hold him over her head like a prize. Really? Yes, really. To the baths. I'm showing feathers how to get a baby in the belly without the woo-woo weirdness of the midwives, Magrika announces before running off with her prize, who's wavering between amused and exasperated. I'm literally getting dragged into a possible threesome with a midget and a militant nun. Wow, Jasper says before breaking down into giggles as he goes limp. Dear Penthouse Forum, You would not believe what happened to me. She literally carries him into a bathing chamber, with a curious Lady Allure following. So can I take off my clothing and armor, or are you going to be peeling me out? Oh, that's a great idea, Magrisa says, as she sets Jasper to the side, standing up before gathering Axiom into her hands, making it visible, and then fastball pitching it into the river. Immediately a mist kicks up and Jasper's electromagnetic sensing dulls down to nearly nothingness. No clear enemy in his sight, but his heartbeat increases and he huffs out a breath of air that's much warmer. The room is small enough that he can make out Magrika all but shucking off her clothing and effectively charging him even as he places his swords to the side and takes off his weapon belt so that a moment of distraction doesn't cause the large blades to detonate out of the too small sheaths when his focus is no doubt broken. Come on, get naked and help me unpeel the fluffy treat. Magrika cheers as she goes at the clasp, keeping his greaves up, and the thump of his armor hitting the ground is echoed around Lady Allure, whose chainmail and breastplate hit the floor. You know this would go a fair bit quicker if... Shut up and let me have my fun. Front and center, Feathers. Magrika cuts him off as his shin guards are tossed to the side, and she jumps up to try and drag down his pants beneath the greaves. He only had to get pinched in heavy armor by the crotch fur once for cloth underlining to be a #1 priority with all his armor. If you take off his gambeson first, then... Oh my, Lady Allure says, now fully naked, as she steps around behind him to unclasp a few buckles from his chest armor. Don't tell me how to fuck my man, Magrika exclaims as Jasper both tries to keep himself under control and let Magrika have her fun. I've done my research, little savage. I know several methods to please a man. Research means nothing without actual experience. This is really happening. I've literally caught a cannonball, and this is what I'm blue screening on. Okay then. What? Lady Allure asks as she slips off his protective vest and he sighs. It's a kind of, you know what? Now is not the time to explain such things. Let's see how you taste. Jasper says, using a flutter of his wing to herd Lady Allure to the side, sweeping her up in his arms, picking her off the ground, and kissing her deeply, his proboscis wrapping around her tongue as he uses a touch of Axiom to stop the needles he has for teeth from hurting her. At first her wings fare out in shock before smoothing as she leans into the kiss with a bit of a moan. A kiss? I mean, they use it to greet in the West, but he kisses her again, and she seems to lose focus and wraps her hands around the back of his head. Got it, Magrika says, peeling down his pants. Really? You've got a loincloth on under this? It's underwear. The family jewels are important. Keep them covered, Jasper remarks after breaking away from Lady Allure, who's looking at him with a smoky, desiring gaze. Why did that feel so good? She mutters, leaning into him, and he chuckles. I'm adding more and more of my original race. This bit hasn't fully kicked in yet. It will take a while for it to really feel good, Jasper says. Really? When humans come to this world, there will be a glut of desire and affection. I am gaining more human traits, and one of which is that humans are always in season. Eventually, we won't need the mist. Good, Magrika says as she literally climbs him like a tree and looks at Lady Allure right in the eyes. Now move it. I want my huggy moth humping. Lady Allure takes a step back and holds up Jasper's arm before slowly taking off the gauntlet, and she smirks at the sight of it. Isn't this made out of the weapon of one of my sisters? I believe so. It's good metal. No point wasting it, Jasper says as his eyes rake over her figure as his hormones begin to really boil. The mist in the room cannot compare to the deluge he was trapped in. It's more a slow burn than the explosion going off in his mind and loins that the storms were. Thank you. They're refined in some of the hottest forges on Lochran. Flame Aramenta exclusively work the metal so it can be molded properly while still pliable, Lady Allure says as she peels off his second gauntlet, and then Magrika all but rips the gambeson off his torso to leave him completely naked. Now the fun begins. Watch and learn, Feathers, Magrika says, latching on even harder onto Jasper and pulling them both against the wall with her wings.